Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Another Savior, holy, 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 another Savior, holy, 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 holy,
Well, this is MoBM. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 our Savior is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, get the freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Okay now.
To person between my bed. I see. I see what I don't want to forget. Okay. I'm going to give you. I'm not Mama m si na nwa m etogokwa maka na nwa m jelu mba o wee bute ike ọganiru na-ebute ilo nwanne m nwata nwa nke ya dịka akpa ya chọkwa ọ bụ
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Nnamdi Kanu is their mother's savior. That is according to the this thing is giving me too many options now. This they're looking to make improvements in on StreamYard, the tool that I'm using. But that improvement brings more confusion than. If my voice is overlapping, please let me know in the comment section and I'll make the necessary adjustments. So that was Nnamdi Kanu is their mother savior from the Igbotic Orchestra from Ikbolobia. So the Igbotic Orchestra from Ikbolobia. Good day to you, good to be in your company of that. Good day to you, good to be your company. The afternoon sessions continue, and it continues now with Dele Farotimi running commentaries on the goings on in Nigeria. So that will be the subject matter of this particular session. Protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as I invite you to do so. I do invite you to do so, but none of you ever really do. But I continue to invite you to do so just to fulfill that particular righteousness. So click on the like button. I know you won't, but if you are inspired to do so, do so. If you are not already subscribed, we need about 100 new subscribers to take us through a particular hump that has been holding us hostage for quite a while now. So if you want to help us get past that particular hump, then click on the subscription button. So like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. That's your invitation. That's your tickets to ride. So click on that. Share the links just as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream. And most importantly of all, say hello in the comment section so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So that's the format. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Super chat towards the stream. Say hello in the comment section. As ever and always, the first hello coming from Agbadorian or Motinobo. So that's Agbadorian right there, saying a good chair. Hello, one. So the familiarity is such now that it doesn't even call me one more man anymore. It's now calling me one. I don't know. Was it there at my naming ceremony according to Ruben Abati? So that's hello one right there. Assalamu alaikum from Maiduguri. That's of course the elegance that is Hassan, who went to war with the whole of the panel in the last session. So that's Hassan right there, the man of eloquence and learning. So you never really think that you have that that you say that about somebody from the north. By the way, I'm not digging at you, even Hassan. You never really think that you say that about somebody from the north, that is a man of eloquence and learning, but you cannot describe Hassan as anything other than is a man of eloquence, as we've all experienced on this platform, and is a man of learning, as we all know. So that's our son right there coming out of Maduguri with eloquence and learning. Imagine that, a Kanuri man with a brain. Are we not all in trouble? I thought the memo was to keep all the northerners ignorant in order that we can continue to exploit them. So that say hello in the comment section, and that's Tony Africa right there. One man, where I name you Nko. So say yeah. So good to see you, Tony. Anyway, let's just get started. We're running commentaries now on. Let me see what this thing actually looks like on screen. Because it's showing some sort of Teutonic. Hold on, I beg your pardon. Yeah, okay. So that's fine. All right. So we're running commentaries on Dele Farotimi's contribution towards the goings on in Nigeria. So we get very quickly into it. As we get into it, I want to be seeing the hello one-mans and hello platforms and all of that. I want to be seeing the greetings in the comment section just so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back to you. So I've seen Hassan, I've seen Tony Africa, of course, Agbadorian. So everybody say hello in the comment section so we can be friends at least at the initial stages. You know, I have no friends. That's why I stream almost on a 24-hour basis just to have somebody to talk to. So talk to me so I don't get depressed and lonely. So all that. So say hello in the comment section. Come on the screen if you feel so inclined and all of that. So let's launch straight and immediately into it to see then what Dele Farotimi has to say about the goings on in Nigeria.
Hello and welcome to Hard Copy from our channel's television studios in Abuja. I'm Kayla Magwa. President Donald Trump sneezed and the whole world caught a cold. This time, for the second time, he's accusing the Nigerian government of allowing the killing of Christians. It's important to get exactly what he said on his Truth Social. Quote, if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the United States of America will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns ablazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists for committing these horrible atrocities. I am hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible action. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians. Warning, the Nigerian government better move fast. End quote. So a few things have happened after that, most notable of which is the designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, and claims of a Christian genocide in Nigeria is all over the media space.
So the one thing you can have the expectation of is that Dele Farotimi will come in with that his heavy hitting but very articulate Ekiti intonation. I have to tell you that is Nigeria not a pata pata. You know, he has a good grasp of the English language. Dele Farotimi, as we all know, but he sets it against the backdrop of a heavy laden Yoruba accent. I think he actually I think Dele Farotimi, he actually pronounces the accent more than his normal everyday speech. So we're going to hear from him in a moment, and it's going to be, as you will expect, is all manners of jabs and jibes against the sitting government.
Claims that the Nigerian government have denied, and even said was a product of failed intelligence on the part of the United States. Now, this conversation has been back and forth for decades. And as a Nigerian myself, I have lost Christian friends and Muslim friends to terrorism in Nigeria. Nigeria's insecurity.
Not to say this, so not to degenerate this session, but this woman has somewhat of a big chest. You can see that even though as she tries to conservative it, you can see she has a big chest.
As all things in Nigeria,
you can also see she's short as well.
It's complicated. And many voices in this country say defining Nigeria's insecurity solely as a Christian genocide is simplistic. But is it untrue? Can the United States government be altruistic? While some Nigerians believe an intervention under any headline that will stop the killings is welcome, they're a bit skeptical of what would have to give in return for this help. Others are totally opposed to any guns blazing help from a president who calls our country a disgraced country, who made America the police of the world. Thanks, but no thanks. Is this love for the Nigerian Christians, or is there something else going on here? Is this punishment for recent alliances? Is it our insistence on a two-state solution in Gaza? Is it a refusal to take in refugees? Is this the opposition taking politics too far, as the FCT minister said recently? And even though Nigeria's constitution does not...
You know, I like the parameters that this woman is setting for the conversation, because all of those parameters are in play. A lot of it is to do with the Nigerians' position against Gaza. So the Israelis propelling the Americans in lockstep with the Biafrans. So there's an element of that. There's also an element of Nigeria refusing to take Venezuelans into our country. I wonder how that even came up as an idea. Just ridiculous. So there's so many subtext to all of these narratives to land then on this rather feeble excuse that Christians are being persecuted, therefore Trump wants to come and destroy Nigeria. So I like the backdrop that this woman is setting for this conversation, because all of them are all pertinent and germane to what has led us here. So let me let you hear those parameters again.
Is it untrue? Can United States government be altruistic? While some Nigerians believe an intervention under any headline that will stop the killings is welcome, they're a bit skeptical of what we would have to give in return for this help. Others are totally opposed to any guns a blazing help from a president who calls our country a disgraced country, who made America the police of the world. Thanks, but no thanks. Is this love for the Nigerian Christians, or is there something else going on here? Is this punishment for recent alliances? Is it our insistence on a two-state solution in
So that punishment for recent alliances is the Nigerian state flirting and fraternizing with the BRICS narrative. So Nigeria is quite pivotal to global movements. By the way, when Nigeria anyway, I think you all know that in a subliminal sub level, Nigeria is one of the key moving factors of global affairs. And if Nigeria aligns with the BRICS movement, it's almost like a fait accompli. Nigeria speaks to a lot of voices, both by the size of its mass and the extensiveness of its influence, and that is really what that lady is speaking to.
Gaza? Is it a refusal to take in refugees? Is this the opposition taking politics too far, as the FCT minister said?
Yes, and it's also an element of the obedience space, running to the Americans to come and destroy the country because they lost an election. So all of those things, they're all pertinent and germane to the conversation.
Recently. And even though Nigeria's constitution does not tolerate religious persecution, as said by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has it turned a blind eye to these persecutions? Well, my guest tonight believes just that and has been saying it for decades. But is it a Christian genocide? And who are the perpetrators? And most important question of all, so what happens now? Human rights activist and author Dele Farotimi joins me tonight on Hard Copy. Mr. Dele Farotimi, welcome to Hard Copy.
Thank you very much, Karen. Thanks for having me.
When this story broke, when we heard the threat from President Donald Trump saying, I'm going to invade Nigeria, guns ablazing, what was the first thought that came to your head?
I didn't hear a threat. I heard a responsible leader calling irresponsible rulers to do their job. The threat came only after a failure might have occurred. As irresponsible as I might have found that threat, the reality is that he was calling out the crass irresponsibility and complicity of the Nigerian government and rulers. So I didn't hear, primarily what I heard was somebody speaking up that might perhaps unblock the blocked ears of the rulers of Nigeria.
Did you take issue?
There's an element. I'm in diametric opposed to whatever Dele Farotimi stands for, because I think for reasons of his own personal angst, it has become a willing tool in the hands of the the obedient space. So for reasons of his own personal angst, he has become a willing tool in the hands of the obedient space. And because he has so much potency, it's become quite a powerful weapon for the obedient narrative. So I've never really heard any truck with that Dele Farotimi. But in this particular instance, I mildly agree with what he's saying. Whatever it is, what is happening now, they call it a bullhorn. This is a bullhorn. When your shoes is not it's a bit too tight, your feet is not getting into the shoe, and then you use something to scoop your feet and then press it in and to press the shoe in. So that's a bullhorn. This what essentially is a bullhorn sort of a situation now to force Nigeria to fit into the requirements of the human rights of its own people. So I agree with that. Whatever the language or tonality of Donald Trump is the one thing that is without equivocation is that he has put the Nigerian state under pressure. So if the Nigerian state does not respond, then the pressure goes back to Donald Trump to see if it's able and willing to act or not. So it's brinksmanship, it's poker. It's saying do something or I'll do something on your behalf. And if I act on your behalf, you will not like it. So the pressure now on the Nigerian state. So we've had like we're a week thereabout into this narrative now. So we want to be seen now, and by now we should be seeing high impact movements by the Nigerian state in terms of the fight against insurgency. It's not the army telling us, oh, we've given them the marching order, we're going on an onslaught. We don't want to hear the rhetorics. We want to see the action and the impact. We want to see all those people occupying the lands belonging to the people in the middle belt. We want to see them savaged and wiped out completely. And then we want those people in the IDP camps to go back to their own homestead. And then we want security in that homestead to hold them in situation. And anybody that even comes there to breathe the air with the indigens of that space should be put to the ground. So that's what we want. We want a real show of power and a real show of force. But the one thing we are seeing are the ISWAPs and the Boko Harams fighting in the Lake Chad rivers. That's what's coming out. We're not seeing any seismic or impactful action. All we're seeing is the delegations going to the to the United States to go and plead with Donald Trump, but we're not seeing commensurate action in terms of an onslaught against insurgency within the Nigerian space. So if they can't act, then Donald Trump acts on their behalf. And that's essentially what Dele Farotimi is saying.
With the rhetoric, calling us a disgraced, that now disgraced country and things like that.
Has he lied? Once upon a time, I used to enjoy my trips around the west coast of Africa. I'll go to Gambia, Ghana, and I used to enjoy the welcome until about 5-7 years ago. I saw increasing hostility because of the disappointment that Nigeria has proven itself to be in the Committee of Nations. So it doesn't require Trump to inform me of the fact that Nigeria has been serially disgraced all over the world on multiple occasions, largely because of the kind of irresponsible rulers that we have been cursed with. So I don't need Trump to tell me about the disgrace that has befallen my country. He hasn't lied. I look at the truth, not the person speaking the truth. When it's the truth, you just have to accept it for what it is. What is it about us that has been graceful or that has inspired pride?
So somewhere in your mind, you think Donald Trump is altruistic, the savior of Christians in Nigeria?
Look, Kayla, Yorubas have this proverb that the child that does not listen to admonitions at home would be taught outside. There is nothing true.
Just for the benefit of ọmọ tí ò bá gbẹ́kọ̀ ilé á gbẹ́kọ̀ ìta.
Trump said or alleged that is not substantially true. The fact that the Nigerian government has ignored the reality of a genocide is not in doubt. The fact that the Nigerian government has been complicit.
And by the way, let us be seeing the colors of super charts, and we want to see the colors of super charts from names that are not traditionally super charters. So keep the platform lubricated. The engine oil of the platform is running low. So super charts, especially if you haven't done before, as the conversation carries on.
In that genocide is equally beyond argument. These are things that most of us have been saying, including me, in books, in speeches. We've been saying this for over 10 years. So it doesn't require Trump to speak to the truth of what is happening. It is because it is Trump that has spoken that all this brouhaha is happening. What has Trump said that hasn't been said by multiple Nigerians within Nigeria?
The issue is for many who are listening to Donald Trump say these things and, the words that he used, guns are blazing. Yes, in many ways, it could be that we've forgotten what the message is and focused on the messenger and how the messenger made that message. However, coming an intervention or an invasion, is that something that you would welcome?
See, Trump did not threaten an invasion. Don't let's kid ourselves. There are multiple evidence of Nigeria going around cap in hand. We've become essentially in the hands of our rulers a beggar nation. The same country that went to stabilize Sierra Leone, stabilized Liberia, is the same one that cannot fight a ragtag army of Fulani extremists and Islamist jihadists simply because persons within his government and his military have compromised his territorial integrity and discounted the safety of his citizens.
And what Dele Farotimi is saying there is essentially true. It's not beyond the capacity of the Nigerian security forces to defeat the insurgency in the country. It's not beyond the capacity, but the political will it has never been there, and the insurgency going on is part of a wider master plan of the Nigerian state. Because when you talk about the Nigerian state, you are talking about an estate that belongs to the Fulanese. So I have no equivocation. Nigeria belongs to the Fulanese. Not Tinubu is just a temporary. You know when the manager wants to go on his annual holiday, and then the department then employs a temporary manager to oversight until the manager comes back from his holiday. So that's pretty much what the Tinubu administration is. It's just a temporary space holder for the Fulani estate. And the Fulani estate, they will have it so that the Nigeria state, the Nigerian country, it comes under one homogeneity, and that homogeneity is an Islamic homogeneity that is oversighted by the Fulanis, because the Fulanis don't take oversighting, they only really understand oversighting. So we saw that in Hausa land, all of the royal stocks outside of the Kanuri Empire, all of the royal stocks in Hausa land, they are oversighted by a Fulani person. Do you understand? And the Fulanis, they are not indigenous to, and in fact, they're just a minuscule amount of the population in Hausa land. But the rulership, all of the governors in the south, in the northern region, a good 95% of the governors in the northern regions are Fulanis, even as extensive as extends into Kwara State. So all of their governors are Fulanis, all of their royal houses are Fulani. So the Fulanis don't brook anything that oversights them. So they want to oversight, and they want to oversight along an ethno-religion template. So that's their agenda, and they want to push that all the way to the lagoon. And that is what we're seeing in play now. And they have embedded within the Nigerian system the all of the security apparatus in Nigeria, they're all in the hands of the Fulanese. That's one. All of the structures that move that country in any significant way is all in the remote control of the Fulanese. So there is no political will or political push to try and get rid of this thing, because if there ever was, it would have ended a long time ago. So that is to tell you then that the Nigerian populace are yes, at least mainly outside of the north, including the middle belt, the Nigerian populace are actually in a fight with the Nigerian state to try and rescue themselves, but it is a fight that they cannot win without a external intervention. And that external intervention comes on now in under the tonality of Donald Trump and his guns blazing.
That is why it has taken a Trump to be breathing the riot act and be telling us that if we won't do it, he will come do it. Let's focus on the fact that we have these problems. Let's leave the fact that we don't like the language of Donald Trump. Let's forget all these attempts at beating up nationalistic fervors. It makes no difference to the dying man in the Benue Trough and in the plateau who comes to save him. You have reported cases such as Yelawata, where you have a military forward operating base less than a kilometer from Yelawata. Instead of engaging with those who killed over 200 Nigerians, they were busy shooting in the air.
And by the way, one of the arguments of the Americans is that a long time before that Yelaweta incident happened, they got wind of the intelligence, they gave it to the Nigerian state, but the Nigerian state failed to act, which lends further credence to the embedment of a particular ideology within the Nigerian a security structure that leans towards the excesses of this banditry. So the bandits, they are actually an outpost of a wider agenda of the Nigerian security structure and by extension the Nigerian state oversighted by a Fulani hegemony. So that's what we're seeing in play now.
Yeah. And then you want that person to bicker about whether it's Americans who came to save him. It is a function of the serial failure of the Nigerian state that we're even having this kind of conversation in the first place. But I am not interested in the nationalistic propaganda that has been coming out in response to Donald Trump's incendiary language. If we will tidy up our homes, if we will do the right thing, a Donald Trump rant will count for nothing. At the end of the day, Nigeria is not Somalia. It's not some small homogeneous community where you can come. There are more nuances to our issues than the black and white that Donald Trump would like to paint it. But the reality is that the irresponsibility of the Nigerian government is what has led to a situation. Our situation might be likened to that of an irresponsible father who has allowed his home to fall into disrepair, his children to left them to serial abuse.
Apologies, I made such a long and an impassioned speech there. I didn't know I was muted. Let me try and repeat it because you know I speak organically. I don't speak rehearsed, so I might not be able to get the essence across in verbatim. But what I was saying is that Dele Farotimi was exactly right in what he was saying there, because there's now some addendum within the United Nations legal framework in terms of nationality. So sovereign states do no longer hold their sovereignty as a matter of ownership, but as a matter of responsibility. This came after the Rwandan incident. So that subtle change, because you are all holding it, you are holding your sovereignty in responsibility for humanity. So if you are not able to then to demonstrate that responsibility, then it opens a legal framework for intervention by the international space. So that's the window that opens for Donald Trump, and that window it opens for exactly the same reasons that Dele Farotimi has just articulated. Is the irresponsibility of the Nigerian state to show any indication of being able to manage its own affairs that opens that window then for Donald Trump to come and act whatever his agenda is.
And then a neighbor who happens to be more responsible, however garrulous you might call him, however much you might deprecate his method, he recognizes the humanity of the children that the father has left irresponsibly to be slaughtered. The man went to he went to Benue almost a week after the massacre. He couldn't even be bothered to go to Yelawata. What did he say? Oh, the road was bad, but he could have a party in Makurdi. Please, if that is what it takes, if it will take a madman to speak to our irresponsible rulers, so be it. Or has he lied? And he hasn't threatened the invasion. He said, go and do it or I will do it. Why can't they focus on doing it instead of focusing on I will do it if you don't do it? He was irresponsible for the Americans to talk about gun blazing. But how many times have we gone to ask them to come and help us? And then they can see that we are irresponsible and complicit in the mess we are asking help for. Please, I'm not focusing on Trump's language. I'm focusing on the failure of our own government and the serious failure of the Nigerian state.
Well then, Mr. Farotimi, let's talk about that failure. Do you think there's a Christian genocide in Nigeria?
Let me put it this way. Religion is a matter of identity in northern Nigeria. A lot of Nigerians are completely ignorant about the history of religion in northern Nigeria. So if it quacks like a duck, walk like a duck, we should surely be able to call it a duck. That is what has been happening all this while, and these communities have been screaming and screeching all this while, and the reality is that we are all lying to ourselves if we do not admit to the fact that Christians are targeted, particularly in the Middle Belt and in northern Nigeria. Deborah Joseph is not an animist. An entire community found the grace to be silent when a young woman was murdered and burnt within the confines of a higher institution. What has happened? When those persons were charged to court, how many people came out to offer free legal services to them? What has happened to them? Where is the accountability? Where is the accountability? And then they speak to a genocide and we want to quibble about it. Let's leave the name they want to call it. These are human beings that are dying. What about Mr. Jackson? A man was attacked on his own farm. He struggled and managed to free himself. The attacker still pursued him. He killed his attacker with the attacker's knife. Our Supreme Court deemed that a murder. You have a system that discriminates deliberately, and then we are still quibbling.
That example just cited, and I think we're all familiar with that case. That example just cited by Dele Farotimi right there, it gives clarity without equivocation, without contradiction, that the Nigerian state is under an ethno-religious curse, and the system is the biggest proponent of that. So a Fulani bandit, a Muslim Fulani bandit, goes to this guy's farm to attack him. The guy struggles, escapes. The Fulani bandit chases him down. The guy finally puts up a fight. He overcomes the bandit that has come to take his life and subsequently his property. He manages to overcome that person and is able to take victory fatally against that Fulani bandit. And the legal system in Nigeria, they find him guilty of murder. So what option did Mr. Jackson have? So there were two, they say flight or fight. So that was the situation that the man was found himself in. The man found himself in a fight or flight situation. He had to fight for his life. He fought and saved his life. And for reasons of him overcoming his assailant, the Nigerian system has now given him capital punishment. So if you don't yet understand that we're under the curse of an ethno-religious domination within that Nigerian, so if you don't understand that we're being ethno-religiously dominated within the Nigerian state, then you're beyond help. Your retardation is permanent and irrevocable. If you don't understand yet, for all of the abundance of the every single day, 70 Christian communities spied in Benue State. We all see them wrapped in white cloth to be put in some mass ground. Every single day this happens, and who are the people doing this? These same ethno-religious Fulanis. So if you still don't understand, they were under the course of an attack of an ethno-religious agenda coming out of the Fulani north. If you don't understand that, then you are retarded beyond redemption. You are beyond help.
Let's leave the terminologies and all of that and focus on the facts. Whether the person is Muslim or Christian, Fulani, Ijo, Yoruba, Lantan, it does not matter whether he's Atiak. The important thing is that this person is not only human, he's a Nigerian within the Nigerian space, and the Nigerian state has serially failed him.
The fact that this has been going on for so many years, does that point to some kind of collusion with the Nigerian government, or are we just talking about irresponsible leadership here?
Let's be clear about something. When the facts are not in dispute, we shouldn't argue that again. We all are equally aware of the fact that the Emirates convicted persons for funding terrorism in Nigeria and shared their intelligence with the Nigerian government. Nothing has ever happened to them. Nnamdi Kanu is holed up in a jail cell today, in a DSS cell. But Bello Turji is busy strolling around, issuing ultimatums. They are going around, sometimes in convoys as strong as 500. And Nigerian government is negotiating peace. Look, the narratives we have created is one that denies the truth, but the truth continues to slap us in the face on a daily basis if we care to look. Reality is, whether we call it genocide, whether we call it irresponsibility, whether we call it complicity, the reality is that what is happening in Nigeria is intolerable. That somebody somewhere found the grace to get involved to the point where they are telling us, go fix it or we'll come fix it. It speaks to the height of irresponsibility that has come to characterize Nigeria, its governance, and everything connected to it. But it does not shift the truth, and it does not change the fact. There are people dying in droves, and the government, for whatever reason, the same Nigeria that could once enforce peace in faraway land is no longer able to enforce peace in his own country. It was Abacha that said, when insurrection, insurgency, insecurity lasts longer than 24 hours, government is involved. Let them ask themselves what has happened to us.
Some have said that calling the insecurity in Nigeria or defining our insecurity based on religious lines would be a little simplistic. I got an analogy recently where someone said,
it's not at all simplistic, because to describe it simplistic is to suggest that if you removed it as an element, then what obtains still obtains. But if you removed the religious element from the Nigerian insecurity would reduce drastically to no more than low-level crimes. So religion is at the very heart of the insecurity in Nigeria. And the religion is a jihadist sort of mindset that is looking to propagate a particular religion to the detriment and the well-being of other people that might not especially care for that religion. So religion is at the very epicenter of the insecurity in Nigeria.
Insecurity in Nigeria is like soup. There are too many ingredients inside of it. It's even gotten to a point where you can't exactly separate the ingredients. There might be some genocide going on in there. There's land grabbing going on. There's banditry. There's kidnapping. There's a business going on in here. So a lot of things have led to where we are, which in many ways is why the Nigerian government is saying, listen, President Trump, we hear you, but what you're saying is based on wrong intelligence. There's more to it than you think. What do you make of that?
And there really is very little that is unique about our situation. What is unique is that for the first time, somebody has spoken and our government is listening. So what I was saying in essence is very simple. Don't come into Nigeria gun blazing. But there are sufficient body of laws within the international community that should serve as sufficient to deal with the situation he was describing. If you say that is a genocide, you have more than enough to work with. And I can't recall a single place America has gone blazing that has had a happy ending. So I wasn't looking for anything gun blazing, but the fact that they are complicit persons is beyond argument, And so if America is really, really that keen on helping us, I would imagine that those are the kind of that they can extend to us that wouldn't even create any measure. There will be no need to come gun blazing.
Mr. Farotimi, we do have to go on a break right now. When we come back, we'll be examining Nigeria's response to this situation. And then, of course, there are so many conspiracy theories out there and suggestions on how the Nigerian government and the American government can work together to get the best out of this unfortunate situation. So please stay with us on Hard Copy. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Hard Copy, right here on Channels Television. Mr. Dele Farotimi, human rights activist and author, joins us tonight as we discuss this unfortunate situation that has split our country along religious lines with different narratives from government, from the people, from the communities, from rights activists, just to make sense of what's happened and where we are going after this situation. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us on the program.
I have to say that this woman is one of the better journalists that we have in Nigeria. She's asking pungent, pertinent questions as opposed to what you get on Arise TV, all these, monkeys that they gather over there.
Thank you for having me.
All right, let's examine the Nigerian government's response so far. And I wanted to also get your thoughts on something Professor Wole Soyinka said recently, describing Donald Trump as a petty bully, likened him to Idi Amin. What do you make of that in the wake of this situation that we're dealing with?
Well, that Donald Trump is a bully is a fact that shouldn't be in any dispute. But as bullies go, he's my favorite bully in the wide world right now because there are many more bullies in Nigeria than Donald Trump, whose bullying affects my life directly. When people bully me into accepting the fact that they are building a kilometer at 22 billion, and I have nothing to say about it, I can't even bleed. Those are bullies. When people bully me and slaughter unknown number of people at the toll gate, those are the bullies that concern me. The bullies that went to Yelawata and murdered over 200 Nigerians, I'm worried about those kind of bullies. Donald Trump is a bully that is very distant and everything is bullying and everything has minimal effect on my life. And in recent time, the fact that he's bullying the Nigerian women class and scaring the bitches out of them makes me very, very happy. The fact that somebody in the Benue, someone on the plateau, is going to sleep better tonight simply because Donald Trump has held the feet of the irresponsible rulers of Nigeria to the fire. I am so happy. He's my favorite bully in the wide world. And I'm loving that bully right now. But I don't want him to come to my country gun blazing. But he's a bully that I'm loving. All of a sudden, the security agencies in Nigeria appear to have woken up. I love that bully. I don't love his language, but I can't argue against the truth of what he has said. And if that is why, yeah, I'm sure I'm sure the people of Nicaragua and multiple countries will consider him a.
I was just going to say, people in Nicaragua, people in Gaza. People have talked about what moral standing does he have to accuse anyone of a genocide against Christians?
The moral standing is actually immaterial. If we want to look to the selfish interest of our own immediate interest, just not to use tautology. It doesn't matter how Trump is positioned in Gaza, or the duplicitousness, or the double standard, or the hypocrisy or the self-interest or whatever it is, all of them valid, but all of that is immaterial in terms of our own existential, because we're already being colonized anyway. They are Fulanis. They've taken a vast swathe of the middle belt, never to be returned again. Those spaces that the Fulanis have are overrun in the middle belt. They've renamed those communities, giving them Fulani names. They've set up their own societal structures with a Bale equivalent or some minor emir. So they've set up structures in those spaces. So those spaces, as we saw in Ilani, once they get to that foothold, is never to be returned. And they are not stopping there. They are pushing further and further into the south. We're seeing them having activities in Ilori now to take over the entirety of that space. And from Ilori, they push further into Yoruba land. I don't think quite they have the courage to go to Igbo land because they know that the Igbos are the different breed of people. But this push by these people, we're already being conquered anyway. So if Donald Trump wants to come in to be part of that party, I don't think I don't think it impinges on us negatively, and it probably impacts on us positively. Whatever Trump does, if he sets Nigeria back 100 years, let him. But something needs to give, and the Nigerian state has not shown any willingness, never mind capacity, to address the excesses of the Fulani jihadists. So somebody has to do something, and Donald Trump steps forward as that person. So for all that they are describing is duplicitous, hypocritical, self-serving, whatever it is, what all of that, we don't care. Something needs to happen. And if it takes the orange man from the Oval Office to do something, well, all well and good.
Isn't he carrying out some kind of genocide in Palestine? You know, people have talked about that. And then, of course, talking about the fact that, look, in Gaza, you're not just killing Muslims, you're killing Christians there as well. So what gives you the moral right to stand on anyone's shoulder and say, declare yourself the savior of Christians?
Hypocrisy is the fuel of international diplomacy. That is why one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. I am not going to be concerned about the fire next door, or rather, did I say next door, in the next town, when my own roof is on fire. Fact of the matter is this: let us deal with the reality that has been painted for us. Some of us have held up mirrors for a while, showing Nigeria the fact of its ugly nudity, but it refused to change. We spoke until we've been horrors. We even spoke until we landed ourselves in prison. But now, somebody from outside is the one telling them the truth is not devalued in the mouth of a liar. The question is, as Donald Trump lied about the killings, maybe you don't like the fact that he has called it a genocide, which is a very political word to you.
That's a good turn of phrase, actually. I think I'm going to be adopting that into my lexicon. The truth is not devalued in the mouth of a liar. Even if somebody is a notorious liar, when they say something that is factually irrefutable, it stands as being factual and irrefutable.
Yes. Especially when they have all these crevices to hide behind and everything. But it doesn't change the fact that unacceptable casualties have been taken within the boundary of a country that proclaims itself to be at peace. Whose rulers gallivant all over the place as though people are being buried in mass graves. And we are still quibbling over what name Donald Trump is calling it. He's calling it. There was one imam a few years ago who was honored for hiding, God knows, countless number of Christians
in his mosque in Plateau.
Who are the people hunting those Christians? The only thing that qualified them for death was their faith, and their faith is linked to their ethnicity. Because as I told you at the beginning, religion is a matter of identity in northern Nigeria. That's why the northern Christian is not the same as the southern Christian. All all these petty rascals in Lagos and everywhere can be lying about whether there is genocide or no genocide. The Ekwa pastor who is burying his church members and tribesmen in droves, he knows what is happening to him. When he knows that he can't even go back to his ancestral land without risking death, he knows that it is genocide. So I don't need Trump to tell me what I have seen and heard within, and I have been using the word genocide to describe what is happening in Nigeria for close to 10 years. Then all of a sudden, people whose ears were blocked and were not listening are suddenly listening. It's not because they cared. They don't need Trump to tell them what's happening in their country. They are complicit in what is happening in their country. That they are certainly bleating now is because they know that all of a sudden somebody crazier than them is asking.
You can tell from that, and I caught it just at the right moment. You can tell from that that lady's demeanor that she agrees in totality in with what Dele Farotimi is saying. And very difficult for you to disagree. What Dele Farotimi is saying is factually verifiable now. Go to the Middle Belt now and tell them that there's no Christian genocide going on. They will probably stone you. You know, every single day, a quiet day is when they bury 100 people from Fulani onslaught. So it's quite clear, and it's also quite clear that the Nigerian state does not care and is not willing to do anything about it. It's quite clear. It's not a matter of immediacy. It's a matter of historical, endless years of continuous daily onslaught. So, I mean, what are we talking about? We all know what's going on.
Whose ears were blocked and were not listening are suddenly listening. It's not because they cared. They don't need Trump to tell them what's happening in their country. They are complicit in what is happening in their country. That they are certainly bleating now is because they know that all of a sudden somebody crazier than them is asking questions of them, not because something strange is being told to them. They already are aware of the fact of the killings, and if they don't want to call it a genocide, they don't want to call these things massacres, even though they themselves have been directly complicit. They were there in Lekki, they were there in Zaria. So it's nothing new. These are persons exercising the powers of impunity extended by the Nigerian state and the insurance that comes with that nothing will happen, they can do as they care. No consequences. How many of these murderers are in prison? Instead, they will say they are repentant. Where have we ever heard that nonsense in the world? Repentant terrorists. You are calling people bandits. You are calling genocide, farmer headers clash. What nonsense? Which farmer is clashing? How can a farmer who holds nothing be clashing with somebody carrying Kalashnikov and M16 rifles? And they are calling it farmer headers clash. And you find government persons peddling that idiocy. If Trump is the one that has put a bee in their bonnet, I'm happy to see them running around and is as it should be.
Is it possible that let's try? Is it possible that the Nigerian government may be afraid of a kind of rhetoric that divides us further? It feels like our unity, our
It's not that the Nigerian state is afraid of the rhetorics that divide us further, as that lady suggests. It's the fact that the Nigerian state is afraid of the heavy lift to onslaught against these people, because if you decide to go against these people, you have to navigate a whole myriad of everything. You have to go against a well equipped and long-standing insurgent space that has a mass of numbers. That's one. And these people will recruit their cousins from the Sahel to come and wage against the Nigerian state. They've been preparing for that for a long time, and the Nigerian state knows that. So that's one. And then you also have to navigate the narrative of religion, because if the Nigerian state goes after these people are full onslaught, the narrative, the narrative will very quick, because we've already heard about all of the plethora of rogue imams in the northern space. They will very very quickly energize and activate a religious fervor and convince their adherents that the Nigerian state is fighting their religion, and then it suddenly becomes a bigger thing than the government can handle. Because once they convince that religious tonality, then they recruit the wideness of that religious space, and that could overrun the Nigerian state. That's one. And then the Nigerian state also have to fight the enemies from within, because the good abundance of the Nigerian security architecture, they're of that ethno-religious stock, and an abundance of that ethno-religious stock embedded within the Nigerian security structure, they are of sympathy with the jihadist movement of this space, not in sympathy, but in complicit and in support, logistically, financially. So it's a very, very big thing. So that's why the government looks the other way so often, especially under this tenable space. Because, of course, Buhari was complicit in it anyway. Buhari was the chief jihadist in Nigeria. People say, may God rest his soul. I'm not one of those saying God rest his soul. I'm not going to say he should rot in hell, but I'm certainly not saying God rest his soul. But it's a very, very big fight which has a very heavy laden religious undertone. And if that fight pivots into a religious fight of the Muslim North versus the Christian South, then we will be overrun. So there's a lot of moving parts in that narrative that holds the Nigerian state back somewhat from onslaughting against these people.
Oneness as a country has been walking on eggshells. Hold on a second. It's possible that we've been walking on eggshells all of our lives with this unity of ours and this thing that we hold so dear, this nationhood that almost can disappear in a whisper. So little words, well, that could have big ramifications. Words like genocide, Fulani herdsmen, things like that. Is it possible that the government is being a bit careful not to divide us further? Because when we put these things out there and it becomes a label that we've given groups or ourselves, wouldn't that do more harm than good? Divide us further?
A wise man once said something. He said, if the truth will kill them, let them die. The fact of the matter is that if we are not able to tell ourselves the truth of our situation, if we shy away from calling what we see what it is, then we are merely reinforcing evil. Multiple persons in government, paid and maintained with taxpayers' money, have been found in the public space saying things that shouldn't come out of their mouths. And what has happened? Nothing. Because it has more or less become official state policy to weaponize ethnic differences.
A good example of the person Dele Farotimi is referencing there is a guy called Issa Fantua. I've actually got a clip of Issa Fantua. I'll play it to you in a moment. Let me see. I'll find it and I'll play it to you in a moment. Let me just see. Hold on. Let me just find it whilst this thing is rounding up. Then I'll play it to you just after. And by the way, this Issa Fantua. No, not Issa Fantua. Issa Pantami. I do beg your pardon. Not Fantua, but Pantami. This Issa Pantami. It was the Minister of Information and Technology for quite a long period of time. So he had access to all of your data, which are without a doubt, have no doubt, it are passed on to the jihadist Middle East. So your data, whenever you are accosted or disappear, so whenever you are accosted or disappeared traveling to Dubai or Saudi Arabia, it's all entirely to do with the information that Issa Pantami would have passed on to the jihadists in the Middle East. But no, we're in the throes of a Hydra. Yes, Issa Pantami. Thank you, Nigerman. We're in the throes of a Hydra-headed assault, and we still seem to be sleeping, still dancing Wambe, still doing Igbo versus Yoruba. So by the time we realize that it's not Igbo versus Yoruba, we'll be long gone. It would have been wiped out.
Just different. All our differences have been weaponized and tolerated to gain power and to maintain the hold on power. Actively, persons who should promote unity divide. on account of ethnicity. Are we going to lie that this isn't the truth? These are facts that can no longer be disputed.
It does feel like the American government has it in for Nigeria, and that there have been signs of this. So, of course, Professor Wole Soyinka's visa being revoked, and then, of course, based on some of the alliances that we've made.
And by the way, Professor Wole Soyinka's visa was not revoked. It expired. They opened him the window to renew it, but he never really acted. If he wants that visa, he just has to request it and they will reinstate it.
Standing with Palestine, insisting on a two-state solution for the situation in Gaza, siding with Ukraine in the war. And then, of course, that refusal of the Nigerian government to accept refugees from the United States. Many people have said that these are the reasons why the American government, that they've had it in for us, and they just got an opportunity from politicians who some say took politics too far by taking this story and asking for the American government to help us out. They decided to latch on that to be punitive on the Nigerian people. Do you agree with this?
I am not blind to the fact of American hypocrisy, but I am saying that ignore the messenger. Focus on what has been said. Are people dying unnecessarily in Nigeria or not? Whether if we had accepted the refugees we were being pressed to accept, whether Trump would have remained blind to the evil, that's conjecture. Thankfully, we didn't allow it. So if that is what it took to awaken somebody who can get the attention of the Nigerian government to focus on the evil that is happening in Nigeria, I am happy. What has happened to the list given by Olawumi in 2016? Has it disappeared from our archives? Do something about that. What has happened to the list sent to us by the UAE? Do something about that. What has happened to all the actionable intelligence you have about the location of terrorists? Do something about that. And properly classify terrorists as terrorists. Stop calling them bandits. Then ask for help where you require help. Surely, if the world sees us moving like a responsible country, Trump himself has enough problem of his own. He wouldn't have time for us if we would do what we need to do. We should do what we need to do and stop quibbling about the language the man has used.
All right, well, Mr. Farotimi, I want to thank you very much for making out the time to speak with us on this very dicey topic. And good luck with all the work you're ahead of you. That's Hard Copy this week. I'm Kayla Magwa. Good night.
All right, brilliant. So Kayla Mabwa, I wonder where she's from. Actually, if anybody knows her ethnic stalker, let us know. She's quite, Makwe Ogun used to straddle this particular program, but I think she actually does it better than Makwe Ogun. So that's Dele Farotimi as his position then. So let me now play you this clip. Dele Farotimi was saying that the tone of the governance is very much complicit with what is going on, in sympathy, in alignment with it, and even in active material support of it. That's what Dele Farotimi said. And to exemplify, to cite examples to buttress that, hopefully you understand Hausa language, but this was your Minister of Information and Technology just barely 2 years ago.
Mu shiga mota ko da kafa mu kai su walwashin dan mana mu je garin lantan mu bi garin lantan din mana me ake tsoro ne me muke fargaba ne a duniya ne ba mutuwa bace malaman mu wallahi dole su dubi akan wannan al'amari committee da ake ba zai mana maganin abin ba a kawo taimako an ba wa yan gudun hijira miliyan 5-10 wannan kaskanci ne mu haɗu a garin mana a shiga mota inda kafa ne daga nan zuwa lantan wallahi za mu je da kafa menene abin da muke yi ne in ba za su yi ba malaman da ke karantar da mu ba ma so mu ketare iyakar su ne muna respecting din su ne muna jiran su ne in ba su da lokaci wallahi tallahi na amince zan zama komanda wallahi tallahi a ba da iko wallahi zan jagoranci tafiyar wallahi zan jagoranta a gayyata wallahi mu mai da kowa gidansa duk musulmin da ke yamini duk musulmin da ke yalwan shandam duk musulmin da ke garkawa na yi alkawarin zan wuce gaba kowa ya koma gidansa ya shiga wallahi na yi alkawarin zan wuce gaba, na yi alkawarin a kashe ni akan addinin Allah, na amince a nan ma a kashe ni akan addinin Allah, na amince me muke yi ne a rayuwa? Wannan kaskanci da muke ciki me za mu je mu ga Allah gobe kiyama a kayansa? Mutane ana ta koro su na ajiye su, sahabbai ba haka suka rayu ba. Malaman sunna ku ne malamanmu, ku ne iyayenmu, ku ne jagororinmu. Ba ma so mu ketare iyakar ku, ba ma so mu ketare abin da kuke gaya mana. Kaskancin da muke rayuwa ya ishe mu a rayuwa, ya ishe mu a cikin rayuwar da muke. Ba a mana magana ba aka rusa masallaci a Numan, musulmai suna kuka makiyin Allah ya ce a rusa, babu wanda ya magana. Mutane sun zo sallar juma'a ana sa wani masallaci gire da a kasar da garin Numan. Me za mu je mu gaya wa Allah? A sallah kadai Allah ke bukatan mu da shi, azumi kadai Allah yake bukatan mu da shi, azumi kadai Allah yake bukata mu ya wata Ramadan. Ba za mu mutu bane jama'a.
So that's Isa Pantami right there, your erstwhile Minister of Information and Technology. He says he's willing to fight for the religion of Allah and inviting then the hoi polloi that constitute his audience to wage and rage against anything outside of their religion. So that was the guy that was in charge of your data. You know, when you go and do your BVN, your NIM, or whatever it is, all those informations, you pass it on to this guy. And that guy, Isa Pantami, he has a particular party trick that he uses to manipulate the pond of the pond life that constitutes his audience, the pond life, the runt of the litters that constitutes his audience. He starts to cry in the middle of his speech. That he does that all the time, Mr. Pantami. When he's riling up the religious adherents, he starts to cry in the middle of the speech in order then to charge at their emotional heartstrings and send them out against the Southerners on an onslaught. So that's the presentation. No one in the studio at the moment. If you want to come in, come in. I'll play the Kegite music and then we'll see what happens after that.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Hobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodana ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So joining us from Amsterdam, Soli, joining us from Maiduguri, Hassan. So still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. So we kick it off, start it off with Soli, who has been with us all the way through. So Soli, a situation arising Islam has declared a war against the Nigerian state. Donald Trump invites Nigeria to pick up that gauntlet and fight back. Is it time for Nigeria to fight back against this religion that's threatening to jihad us?
One, one man, I remember when I told you that the security situation was getting worse. You stayed here, we were arguing back and forth, back and forth. Suddenly, Donald Trump spoke, and or immediately you didn't question it. You agreed. Eh? You can see that this platform is very biased. This is very unfair. If I say something, just like when I said that PDP was going to be over, all of you jumped me. And that was how many years ago? All of you jumped me, told me I don't know anything. This one, that one. I told you there was going to be cool before 2027. You guys jumped me again. So my opinions are not valid on this platform now because you guys have too much bias in your analysis. You don't know how to gamble. So is my opinion even worth but I was looking at this situation and with an open mind, like I always do my analysis with an open mind because I don't choose any bias. That as a professional gambler should. This might actually come in Tinubu's favor, because majority of Trump's targets, if they actually set foot on Nigerian soil, majority of them are these Fulani cabals. And Trump may just come and wipe out the whole slate, giving Tinubu full control of the country. That's if they don't take him out too. But the reason why I give him benefit of doubts being taken out is that at the end of the day, he's still a CIA asset. If they were really serious about targeting him, they would have stopped protecting his USA files, which was very suspicious to me. With all the speech, all the video, all the shouting, all the Twitter rants, all they are going to come to Nigeria to do this and that, they still have these guys' US files locked up. So that's very suspicious to me. So if eventually they do come on the Nigerian soil, well, that'll be the end of the Fulani regime in Nigeria now. That'll be the end. 80 to 95% of them, of their targets, are the top echelon of the Fulanis. So, and obviously, I don't fully trust USA. All these things may have been planned. Tinubu himself cannot touch them. So why not get somebody else to touch them and take the blame? But that's just a theory, Sha. So I'm tired. I'm tired of even giving my opinions on Nigeria. Nigerians are too soft. All this one will not end their suffering. Some people are still even shouting Peter Obi. And I'm like, God, these people will never learn. They will never learn. Their suffering has not ended.
It's sorry, it's a miscalculation for the Southeasterners to, like you said, when the dust settles, there's every probability, almost certainly the possibility that this will still end up as a Tinubu victory. So for the obedient people to be, but then they've never really understood anything about politics anyway. They're so subsumed by ethnic. But carry on. But you are right. It's a miscalculations for the obedience to be claiming some sort of victory. They'd have no concept of what's going on.
So yes, and they don't know how to. Like most Nigerians don't know. No, if I'll say the Northerners are the big culprits of it, but they are not loud about it. They don't know how to change their opinions with more information being like when you give somebody new information, they should be able to change their opinions. These guys don't want to change their opinions. They don't know how to adapt very quickly. Surprisingly, the Northerners are even worse. Just that we never hear from them. But now that I was able to hear from them, the North is completely hopeless. They don't know the kind of trouble that they are in. They can't even, their brains, sorry to say, it's not an insult, but their brains don't have the capacity to understand the kind of problem that they are in. They are completely brainwashed. I've never seen anything like that. Well, in large numbers, I've never seen such a large number of brainwashed people. They can't assess or analyze everything. They are just gone. They are just empty vessels running up and down, with no new information being added to their life because they choose. It is even a choice. And that was part of the brainwashing. They refuse to accept new information. So until the day Nigerians are ready to you know, by the political class who have nothing to do with them, they are going to continue to suffer. If Trump comes down, wipes out the Fulani cabals, you know, Tinubu is still at the head of it again now, and it's not going to make your life easier. So, one man, these people, they have a lot of suffering to go through that they don't know. They don't seem to understand it. Like, this is almost the end of 2025. After all we've seen, you are still calling Peter Obi. Like, you can't let criminals be going around.
Peter Obi is a dead narrative anyway. But
No,
in terms, hold on. I think politics has already abandoned Peter Obi, so it's just now with his ethnic stock. But in terms of you, because this is not the first time I've heard you say that that the Nigerians are not in acknowledgement of their situation, and there's still a lot of suffering to go through. So I'm not sure that Nigerians are not aware of their situation.
they are not aware.
Well, they are, because you are Nigerian, and I don't think you know more than
The
the
ones
average.
living in Nigeria,
No,
they are not.
they are better educated and more informed than you.
All
So
right.
you have no reason.
That's why
Yeah. There's no
I
basis.
will prove. I
Oh,
will
hold
prove my
on,
man. Yeah, just finish
hold on.
first.
There's no basis for you to look down at them. There's nothing in your commentary or your backdrop that suggests that you know better than them.
All
But
right.
but but the wider thing I'm saying to you is that these people understand the situation. You know, because there are there's a mixture of opportunities of things that Nigerians can do. They can either take to the streets en masse and go full savage, which is, I think, what you are advocating. They can be politically astute, which is probably the most pragmatic option. And then they can be tribally aligned, which is that obedient something or the other. So, of all of those options, yeah, I think it's the pragmatism of a better political enlightenment that is the better course way through. So, if you're asking them to go full savage, it leads to nowhere other than anarchy. We've seen that repeatedly in the Middle East, in Latin America, etc., etc. But I disagree with you that Nigerians don't understand the nuance of the situation they find themselves
Okay,
in.
can
But
I prove
yeah,
my point?
yeah.
Because I'm actually, I'm getting, like, see, I'm just going to abandon this country totally. So you see, somebody is even say, don't try to be cocky. You guys don't take correction because you choose who you want to be corrected by.
No, no,
And
no, no. Hold on. It's not that they don't take correction. They don't agree. They don't abide by your narrative. That's it.
I'm not
So
begging
they
them
don't.
to.
So,
I'm not begging them.
you are not in a position to correct anybody, especially when you're not presenting a convincing narrative. But carry
You've
on.
not let me present it yet. Now you keep blocking me every time. Okay, now let's look at the Anambra elections. These people said, "Oh, APC is the problem." They've gone online, they've gone abroad, they've told everybody that APC is the problem of Nigeria. At the end of the day, APC became second in Anambra. And I was asking them, one of them, like, "Oh, okay, how come all this talk, all this, ethnic this thing, and APC is still getting votes?" They said, it's because they are not looking at party, they are looking at the individual. That tells you that these people, somebody that cannot take accountability for their actions will just continue to hit their head on the floor. Instead of you to admit that there are people that are bad in your society that are selling their votes, and you tackle that situation, you want to pretend like there is no problem, you want to continue to save face, all these unnecessary childish things that, female, when you have a female child, that is just mischievous, the kind of things that they do, especially when they are very, very small, is the kind of things that I'm seeing as their defense. That tells you that there's no
No, no.
change.
Sorry,
As,
Flo.
as ethnic
Sorry. This will be the last time I break your flow because I want you to have your expression and all that. But even what you're just saying there is really still the point. So you're saying they are saying online that APC is the problem. They hate Soludo. But you may what you have to also have to bring into consideration is that the voices that you hear online, one, they are partisan, and two, they are not representative of the broader sentiments of if you go to the granular level of where the Anambrians are, They are celebrating Soludo for infrastructural development and realigning and tackling insecurity. They are all celebrating that. And then for you to say that they say they hate the APC, they are telling you that APC or not, the votes that that guy got is because of his standing within that particular society. So whether it's portaling through the APC or not, they have faith in his capacity as an individual. So you don't wrap it all into your prejudice. Listen to what's
Can
actually going on and what's being
All right.
said.
So basically, you are not getting my point. Basically, what they are saying is that, oh, as long as it's their candidate in APC, they believe in him and what is pushing. But any other person
No,
that
no, no. Forget APC now. Hold on. They already told you now. No, no. Hold on. Because you are still saying what I'm just now pointing out to you. Forget APC. They are saying, irrespective of APC, they know this guy's quantity and that's what they are voting for. So whether
can
that guy comes under APC, PDP, XYZ, his quantity, his resonance in the within is what they're. You don't seem to. Okay, just go on,
you
man.
are acting
Carry
like
on.
I don't know what you are saying. What I'm trying to point out is that when Yoruba people were saying the same thing about APC, that, oh, it's not the party, this thing is the individual, this thing, the Igbos did not accept it. They did not accept it as an excuse. But here they are platforming the same excuse that the Yorubas made. That is my point that I'm trying to get across. It is a bunch of hypocrisy. That means the people are just being hypocrites. The Yorubas, the Hausas, the Igbos, when it is their time to favor their hypocrisy, they will lay down that hypocrisy forward. And they do that in a large amount of numbers. That shows you a vast amount of citizens that have not learned their lesson and are not going to learn their lesson anytime soon because they keep on making excuses for their mistakes. That is the point I'm trying to cut across. Okay, we can also say, the Yoruba people can also say, well, we did not choose APC, we chose Tinubu because we chose we were looking at his capacity. Do you think they will accept that as an excuse? They will not. They will not. So why should the Yorubas accept that as an excuse for them? Everybody is just doing hypocrisy game. And who is he favoring? He's still favoring the politicians at the end of the day. I'm talking about their actions. Who did their actions favor at the end of the day? I don't care how you play it. I don't care how you say it. I don't care how they portray it. Who is it favoring at the end of the day? It's still favoring politicians. No matter what they say, no matter what they do, no matter how they behave, it still end up favoring politicians. Does that not tell you that the people are being played every single time? It's just like you keep on going to a church every single day.
It doesn't tell me that, Solly. Forget about the personal. Forget about the personal asides. You have to, even within what you're saying. Look, these people are saying that the politicians, the people under a democracy, the people have to be ruled by a politician, and that politician has to be the politician of their choice, and that politician has to present a narrative, true or false, that convinces the people of him being the best choice to rule them. So you saying it favors the politicians under democracy, it always favors one politician or the other because they get the rulership. But these people, they are telling you that they're looking at the nuances of politics. So the Yorubas tell you that they vote for Tinubu because of his capacity, but the Igbos tell you that they vote for Tinubu for reasons of tribe. So it's immaterial. The fact stand on itself. The real Yorubas, in the trueness of their understanding, they vote for Tinubu for his capacity. The Igbos, in the trueness of their ethno-jingoism, they choose to. It's all part of the political mix. There's no hypocrisy there. There's no low wit there. It's all in the nuance of politics. You need to step up into exactly where the play is rather than these are sanctimonious
all right.
kumbaya.
Anyway, I'm used to you arguing back. You know, anytime what I say comes true, you will quickly scroll over it. You will not acknowledge that I said it before, and then you quickly change and adapt your opinion to whatever is happening now. Just a few months ago, you told me that the security in Nigeria is tight. Now you are suddenly agreeing with Trump that, oh, maybe they should actually come and, you know, I don't expect you. We've been, for years, we've been going at this. You break down my analysis, how it's wrong. Eventually, when it plays out, you don't give me the credit of my analysis being correct. You know, you don't have to agree with me. I know I'm 99.9% sure these people their suffering has not started. They are going to suffer more immensely. Whether Trump comes or don't come or he doesn't come, I'm not going to come here to defend my analysis. My analysis has played out far too many times, and nobody on this platform always agrees with me. But when it plays out, nobody always talks about when it plays out. Again, and I'm doing it again. These people have not yet suffered yet. Their suffering is going to enter times 100, whether USA steps foot or does not step foot. They should keep on playing this game. If you don't agree with me, I have nothing to lose in this. I'm a professional gambler. I remove my bias. You guys don't see your bias in your analysis, and that has been the problem since. That has always been the problem. But as usual now, argue with me when it plays out. Everybody will keep quiet. Nobody will talk that I said it. But you guys will quickly change your opinion to whatever is happening at that moment. I've been doing this for years, and I'm still keeping tabs on all the things that I've said will happen that are eventually happened. And you guys were telling me, oh, it's impossible. And you were telling me how many times it is impossible. No, don't worry. It's not me that is suffering now. They should continue disagreeing.
All right, that's the excellent Solly, of course, who is a stickler to his own opinion. So thank you, Solly. We go on from you. Stay with us, Solly. We go on from you, Solly, to Hassan, who brings a different inflection to the conversation. So for a long time now, Hassan, Islam has declared war against the Nigerian state. So under the American muscle now, Nigeria now has the mojo to fight back. Nigeria versus Islam. What says you, Hassan?
You of course Islam is 1,400 years old before Nigeria, before America, and if the world is still existing in another 1,000 years, Islam will still be there, whether people like it or not. That's the way things are. Okay. One man, there is no winning from you and your guest. It seems like wherever you go and whatever position you take, there is no getting out. There is no way you can find yourself getting validated. Anyway, regarding this clip, well, I agree with a lot of the approaches of the journalist. She is quite balanced, seasoned. I like the way she presented her questions. Very, very nice question with a lot of options that is based in reality. There are some of us that live in the ideal, and then there are some of us that live in the real. If you are somebody that lives in an idealistic world, then you are more likely to be frustrated because you think what is happening in reality should follow what should ideally happen. But life is messy, it is difficult, it is treacherous, it is sometimes joyful, sometimes beautiful. It's it's a yin and yang kind of thing. So, one man, you see this thing, the narrative about Muslims and generalizing and saying that the Muslims have problem with you, Muslims want to take over. I think this is too much. If you carry that in your mind, at the end of the day, you know what it does to you? It blinds you more. So on this platform, you keep pointing at the people that are in the dot in the cycle people, and they have a peculiar problem, and that is a trauma. If you are so traumatized by an event, whether it is true or fiction, you can carry it and it will keep you in a state of anxiety. And anxiety, what it does is that it gives you a fight or flight instant response. You do not always think things through, and then you react impulsively when you should be calculating, and then take the best option. You see, this constant haggling of Islam and hating Muslims and saying and generalizing, I think it's counterproductive because at the end of the day, um, it is not true. It is all based on propaganda. Like the video you just played now of Pantami crying. It is, you said 2 years ago. That video is almost 20 years now. And what do you know why he was crying? She was crying because of the failure of the Nigerian state. It was after in Lantan and Shandam, of course, Christians massacred, went house to house and massacred the entire population, Muslim population of Shandam and Lantan, and and they actually recorded it, and they were eating the flesh of Muslims on the street. The video is out there. So there is nobody that has the monopoly of violence and things like that. And usually, when you trace religious and communal clashes, they are usually counter attacks and counter attacks. So somebody does this and then somebody retaliates, and then somebody does this and then somebody retaliates. The problem that we have in Nigeria is that in the north we have not mastered the art of telling our own stories. So, and we have not been documenting and blaring it out, looking for the world to cry with us, to show sympathy with us. Because at the end of the day, if you're a Muslim, you believe in Qadr. Whatever has happened has happened. The moment a life is lost, there's nothing you can do to bring it back. You do as much as possible, as fast as you can. You go and bury that soul, and then you leave everything to God. Now, the Fulanis are very vindictive people. I know that because that is true. Even though they are Muslims, they are vindictive. Well, so when anything happens, they will take their pound of flesh. And probably that is one of the reasons why I think it is more of an ethnic thing than it is a religious thing. Just because the Fulani happen to be Muslims does not make what they do essentially Islamic. And crime is not about religion. Okay, I don't think I really even had to make this point too much to you. I know that you understand this at its core, but of course, these things, as Nigerians, all of us want to do the, what do we call it, do the dog whistling and all that, so that it serves our interest. And I know that this is a southern dominated platform, and I choose to still come here and still say my two piece. I know a lot of people are not going to be happy that I say this, but Donald Trump is wrong. As somebody who have seen what has happened and have lived it, not actually read papers or watch and TV shows or anything like that, where there is somebody between you and the reality, and then that person may have a sinister motive and give a narrative. If you are a consumer of Arise TV or and it is only Arise TV you follow, imagine what you take that is happening. Okay, imagine when these people had control of what people consume. So reality is different from what you take as ideal. And even though Nigeria has a lot of complex problems, I do not think that Nigeria is something that we should give up on, because there is strength in these numbers that we have.
Can I ask you a question?
I don't want to. I'm sorry. I respectfully don't want to engage with you, please. If you don't mind, I will not answer your question. One man, I don't
you
want.
intellectually
I don't
cannot, because you are being very dishonest. If you are a honest person, then you want the argument.
Stupid person. You started by calling all of us that we do not have brain. I ignored that.
I never said that.
I do not.
I never said that.
You
I
said
never said that.
One man.
I never said that.
Yes. Okay.
So,
I don't want to talk to you.
You can't carry the argument, so you have to lie.
I don't want to talk to you. If this is solid, he said that the whole North, they don't have a brain.
Is lying supported
it tells me something about you. I don't want to.
But you just lied.
Please.
But you just lied. Did you not just lie?
What?
In order to avoid the argument, you just lied.
I don't want to engage with this man who.
So you are a
if
liar.
I continue saying, I'll say something that you people will not like.
So how can we believe any other thing that you have saying? The first sentence you said to me was a lie.
Because this man that you are talking, it seems to me like you have a peculiar psychological problem, and it is messing with your ability to think through what you say and how you engage with people. The just sheer amount of rudeness, a lack of etiquette, and you have the guts to just call a whole people brainless people.
I never said that.
You said it. Nobody wants to confirm it
you
here
continue to
because they are
lie.
also like you.
Maybe
They
too
are
much of
happy to see.
too much of hitting your head on the floor has made you not allowing to be able to listen to proper
Hassan, just carry. Hassan, just cool it down. Cool it down.
He has hit his head on the floor too many times.
If you see me head
He's
on,
now misinterpreting
you
what I
are a
said.
coward. You are a coward. If you
that is
can
not a
see me
coward,
face to face, you cannot say this. You cannot say this to my eyes.
Hassan.
You have the opportunity of a flaw because one man has given you a flaw. All right, you are the typical coward. I've seen people like you. I've dealt with people like you. You cannot come an inch close to me in real life.
You've dealt with people like me, but the people unaliving your people, you are defending them. Where is your strength? Where is your courage there? You are defending them online. Where is your courage there? You are scared. You are just a true coward. You are just portraying it on another person. If you are not scared, you talk about them, but you are scared. You are shivering. You are quaking wherever you are. That is why you can defend them.
All right, Solly. Just to manage the time. If Hassan doesn't want to take your interjection, let him continue with the submission. But Hassan, if you want to engage, if you want to engage with Solly, you can.
I don't want to engage with
He's scared. He's intellectually scared.
No. I don't think he is. You know, he's a very learned. He's a very learned. He's a very learned person. No, Hassan is one of these. He's one of the smartest Nigerians we have now.
One man.
Hold on. I don't want you to.
One man, give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes. One man, give me 5 minutes.
5 minutes. But somebody is speaking already. You want 5 minutes?
I said I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come back in 5 minutes.
All right. We wait for you out. Yeah.
All right.
One man.
Hold on, Hassan. No, hold on, Hassan. I don't think anybody feels that you lack intellectual rigor. Everybody knows you here. But say what you want.
One second. 1 second.
Yeah, hold on, everybody. Just take that a literal 1 second. Niger man, and then
please, I want to speak to Hassan. I don't know why Hassan.
It doesn't want to take the.
No, I don't need you to answer me. I don't need to answer me because I don't know why you always want to disrupt the show because that is what he did 2 days ago. He disrupted all of us. He didn't let other people say one word. See, the same thing you are doing today. I don't know why you have to come to disrupt the show.
No, it's not disrupting the. No, it's not Patoski. It's a Niger man. It's not the. Oh, hold on. Hold on.
Don't come here and be gaslighting us. Don't come and destroy the show. If you don't know what to say, it's better don't come here.
No, hold on. You hold on, please. Everybody hold on. Hassan, everybody includes you. So everybody hold on. So Hassan is welcome here to gaslight or speak the truth or whatever. So what we do here is everybody speaks. And then if you have the capacity to discern and to pick truth from facts, then do that. But if you don't have the capacity, then you submit to what he's saying. But Hassan has an unfettered right to express himself as he deems fit.
Yeah, but not for just almost 4 hours the last day. Don't let anybody, none of us.
I saw that actually. He was fighting with Zita in that session. But hold on, Nigerman. Hold on. The one thing we must not do is to try to stifle people. Because if he doesn't say it, that doesn't mean he's not thinking it. So it's better that he says it, and then you can either debunk it for the ridiculousness of it, or you submit to it for the logic of it. So we must do it that way in order to be able to discern what's going on. But Hassan, 3 more minutes, and then we move it around. You see, people are eager to speak.
Yes, I see. Well, I will just say this: the North will. We have become masquerades, and when the masquerade is out, everybody is fearful. The Ojuju that people have propagandized so much about the North, such that they think we are low wit, we don't have sense, we don't. All right, let's keep at it and see who understands what he's doing more.
You have sense,
Anyway,
but majority of your people are in poverty,
uh,
multidimensional poverty.
Come on now, solid. Now, after all I've just said, you have to let Hassan speak now. Sorry, Hassan. Hassan's voice is sorry. Hold on, Hassan. Hassan's voice is a very important voice on this platform, because it represents a perspective that we need to hear from. Carry on, Hassan.
Almajiri voice.
And yes, I am a proud Almajiri. Wallahi, I love being an Almajiri. Alhamdulillah that I am Almajiri. I am Almajiri from birth, and I will die an Almajiri. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Okay.
I
One
wish
man.
you
All
luck.
right. So I was talking to you about the things that the North is considering and is trying to do. This is about documenting our own grievances better, and ensuring that what is happening is documented on both sides. So much has happened. Every death is a tragedy, but the death of Muslims is just taken as normal. Nobody wants to, and yeah, of course, I can understand, because we do not like push it out there and look for people to cry with us. But if this is what it will take for people to begin to see the reality that no, it is not actually Muslims killing Christians, that Christians also attack Muslims so many times. It has happened so many times before. Nobody is acknowledging it. Then, of course, things will have to change. And that Fantami's voice you played, where he was crying, he was saying that where is the government? Where are the people? Where are the leaders that they will allow that Muslims will be killed on the streets and their flesh will be eaten and be barbaric, and they will do nothing about it? That if they will do nothing about it, that he will sacrifice his life and go to Lantan and Shandam and rescue every Muslim that is there. But he says that his senior malams, that is the elder malams, have not allowed him, have not given him the chance. So he was crying out of the frustration, out of the helplessness of what was happening to Muslims in that part of Nigeria at that time. That was one. And then two, in Nigeria, traditionally, the South has dominated our media space. The South have always had, controlled editorial boards, magazines, newspapers. So, and even though we have had Muslim leaders all through, those opinion pieces, it was there that a lot of people were given hate against Muslims. Of course, the existence of the United States and their methods of creating Al Qaeda and Boko Haram and things like that did not help. But it is what it is. It is the reality that we live in. I know that.
All right, land it, Hassan, so we can move it around. Land it.
Yeah. I know that. On what the common grounds that we stand as Nigerians, that common ground, there are a lot of fault lines. Right now, my leg is inside that Nigeria, and I am invested in Nigeria. And as long as Nigeria still remains, I will be still loyal to Nigeria. And anybody who is disloyal to Nigeria may not just naturally become, my enemy. I don't hide that. So, good luck. But no apologies. Just because something is a lie is repeated 1,000 times and it has, stuck to your psyche, does not make it a truth. Thank you very much, one man.
One man. I would like to counter some of the lies that were spoken.
Yeah, but look, hold on. Look at the amount of people on this.
Come and put lies.
Look at the amount of people on this.
I will counter back.
Did you hear this? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Sorry, Hassan. Let me ask you a question, Solly. So, as you embark on that back and forth with Hassan, so when will man of prestige, Prince Daddy, Zeta. When will they get to speak? When
I
you
need
go
less
back
than
and forth
30
for 20
seconds.
minutes with
I
Hassan.
need less than 30 seconds to disclose majority of what is said.
And then give me another 30 seconds to just counter his nonsense back.
Okay, first of all, according to data, for every Muslim that is being unalived, 6.5 Christians are being unalived. For every Muslim that is being abducted, 5.1 Christians are being abducted. Now, this fantasy that Christians are attacking Muslims, yes, it is a fantasy because you have nowhere to get that data from. And if nobody is speaking about you, that does not mean that we should not ignore the voices that are being spoken about Christians. And this forced marriage, you are saying that, oh, we are all better together. If people are telling you that they don't want to be with you, and you are telling people that you are forced to stay with them, then that means something is psychologically wrong with you. That means you are no different from the people that are kidnapping people because they are taking people against their will. That is exactly what that is interpreted into. If you are taking people against their will forcefully, no matter how many times that they do not agree with what you want, and you are trying to force things on them, then you are kidnapping them. You are no different from the bandits, the Boko Haram, and the ISWAP. And if that is your ideology, then it is common sense that these people should not be together. Thank you.
All right. Just a short response to that. That could escalate and degenerate, but response very briefly, and then we move on.
Yeah, you can make up statistics and data just from your ass if you like. If I like, I can make it up. No sources, nothing like that. It doesn't sound like somebody who, is used to intellectual arguments or somebody who, well, I will provide my own reasons why I said the things that I say. Just check it out on the comment section. And as far as forcing people and who knows you? Okay, who are you? Who you be? Who you be? You look at this immigrant person that
I am your
went outside
God.
of his country.
I am your God.
Oh,
Yeah,
all right. I did tell you it would degenerate. Just wrap it up
you
in a
wish
short sentence, and then we move on. Yeah.
okay. So no apologies. I still maintain my stance. And then no, there's nothing people like that can do to me or Islam. Islam is God's will. Islam will continue to exist. The kind of machinations or whatever. The person that God says will die will die. The person that will live will live. I am not afraid of death. I am not afraid of life also. So Alhamdulillah where I am. And I just have hope. I'm a hopeful person and I see the beauty in life and I see possibilities. I'm not a pessimistic, narrow-minded worshiper of
Oh, oh, oh,
ideals of white men. Thank
all
you
right.
very much.
All right, Bilan. So now, gentlemen, we're going to and lady, we're going to do a very rigid 5 minutes monologue just because the room is populating fast and
Yeah,
people want to speak
starting
quickly.
with me, right?
Yeah, starting with you. So with minimal interjection, only if it's absolutely necessary. As a Prince Daddy takes the floor, I want you to look at this comment that I'm highlighting, Hassan, and then once we've done the rounds, then you can address this, but not whilst other people is speaking. Prince Daddy, good to see you. Floor is yours.
Yeah, hello, one man. Hello, everyone. Um, uh, I saw you were enjoying
Hold on, one man. Am I
plenty.
not here before Prince Daddy?
I think I'm
No,
after.
you were
I
not.
was supposed to be. I was supposed to be next. But I'll
No,
go
no,
No,
after
hold on,
no,
you.
hold
no.
on. Let one man answer that question.
Hold on. The running order: Prince Daddy, man of prestige, then Al. So let's do it in that order.
All right.
The quicker I get to it, the quicker I get to you. So Prince Daddy, floor is yours.
All right, one man. Thank you.
Yeah, I saw you were enjoying Dele Farotimi's commentary for the first time or for first time ever. You agreeing with what Dele had to say. Usually, it's like he despises his commentary, his narrative. It's always an angry Nigerian. Dele Farotimi. But it did make some sense, what he said, in a lot of ways. So, but maybe I missed part of the video. It didn't actually like those detractors that like to say there are more Muslims uh, pied than Christians. Did he address that issue? One man, I know he did acknowledge that I guess Christians are being pied, but um to those people that have the argument that Muslims are pied in a larger number, did Dele say anything about it?
No, he skirted that somewhat, and he spoke to the wider insecurity thing in Nigeria.
Well, sure, yeah, So I mean, I guess finally, one by you accepted Adele's position that um, Nigerian army or the military could do a better job, even though they've been to other countries to bring about peace, but in their own country, somehow, some way, they are incapable of helping their own country. And I mean, and I've said many times, the Nigerian army is compromised in a lot of ways, not because they don't have the ability or the capacity, but of course, again, maybe it's in our back mirror. The military can smell power again in Nigeria, I guess, in the foreseeable future. I mean, I would say. Therefore, um, every institution in Nigeria is corrupt. We all know that. This corrupt politicians, stealing money left and right, abusing their own people, don't do what they have to do in their own states, therefore creating a mass migration to other parts of the country that are prosperous, so to speak. So the Nigerian army, they too, they're not mugus, they're not stupid. Well, why should they do a good job? And you civilians, you take all the money. So they are complicit in this insecurity. I mean, I think I've heard it said before. Well documented, they provide intelligence to this terrorist. Um, the politicians use them, so it has become a racket. It has become a racket. So um, nobody's a mugu in Nigeria. You know that one, man. So that's what it is. But again, the whole issue about Dale is excited that um, Trump will come. Of course, people are trying to change the narrative. He's come to invade Nigeria. Yeah, right. And Trump is going to put an American soldier on the grounds in Nigeria to invade Nigeria when he wouldn't do the same thing for Gaza or in the Mid East. He's not going to do that. I know Trump talks tough and he can be loud, but you know you can't disregard what it says. You know what happened in Iran. It could happen there in Nigeria. If you have to drop a couple of bombs here and there, it would do it. It would absolutely do it. But again, it's just like I've said from the onset. It's a great opportunity for Tinubu and his administration to do what is right, um, and not be cowards. Interesting enough, actually, I've listened to quite a few analysis from on the Nigerian media, from different parts of the country, and I've heard some so quite impressive analysis from the northern, if you want to call them elites or politicians or their leaders. I've heard some people they they acknowledge the insecurity, they do, and the indiscriminate killing the kind of people, they do acknowledge it, and they do acknowledge that they need help, which is good, which is good. So that's, to me, that's a positive step, approach to the matter. Um, and I know some people are still in denial. Their escape routes is to tell us that more Muslims are being pied. But at the end of the day, I would like to say that I don't believe for 1 second, because unless these are different types of Christians, it's not part of our commandments or tenets to attack other people for no reason. Actually, in fact, our religion says, turn the other cheek, so to speak. So I'm not sure why Christians will attack Muslims. I'm behooved. Why would that happen if not only for reprisal, for attack against them, or trying to protect their own territory or property? But apart from that, which any human being would do anyway, regardless of your religion or ethnicity or race, don't matter. you will always want to protect yourself and your family. It's just natural. But to wake up and say we are going to be jihadists or whatever, we're going to go attack this religion. To me, they're not Christians. I would deny them as Christians if they did it. And I don't believe any damn story about it that the Christians are attacking Muslims. It doesn't make any sense. Not in Nigeria. Absolutely does not make any sense, especially where they are minorities. You think they have the cojones to attack Muslims in the Muslim majority or dominated area in Nigeria? They don't bond them well. We all know the story. So that's a farce. Anyone pushing that narrative is lying, and there's no doubt about it. And just like Solid said, we don't have that record. Nobody has that record, but we do have record of the kind of Christians for over a decade. It's well documented, and there are recent kind of Christians in the past few months. So, for those that love Nigeria, one Nigeria, this saying, for every there's always a window of opportunity that's opened. For every effort, there's always a window of opportunity that's opened. Tinubu, again, at the end of the day, Tinubu's only been there for two and a half years. It didn't start this drama of pine left and right and all this thing. It didn't start it, but it doesn't matter. He's the leader. He's the president, right? It's up to him to take the opportunity, seize the opportunity right now, and craft his own narrative, okay, and approach the matter in the right way. Again, one northern analyst, I can't remember his name. What's his name? Garber, something Garber, right? The second whatever. He said it. Instead of trying to like go what do you call it?
Adamu Gaba, we've had him on the platform
Yeah.
before. Actually, I've been trying to contact him over the last few days. We've had him
Yeah,
on before.
yeah, that guy. I like that guy, Adamu Garba. Yeah, that's it. That guy. It was saying instead of trying to be confrontational, trying to deny we didn't do this and that. Why don't you acknowledge it? Okay, and acknowledge it. That would be good thing. Trump, this guy, his own ego. We don't have our own egos. You guys acknowledge the problem, but be more sophisticated. In the way you craft your narrative, and be more diplomatic, and just be a good salesman, be a good salesperson. It's an opportunity. It is a great opportunity, really, one man, to use Americans' intelligence, their weapons and assistance to do something in that country, to fight insecurity. Forget about Muslim and Christian stuff. Fight insecurity. Are we denying that there's no insecurity in that country? Because people are talking crazy lately. Oh, Nigeria is fine. America got all the problems in the world. Like we live in a perfect country. People are talking crazy lately. We have a problem. We have a big problem. It's called insecurity. It's human nature. I've always said it. There's nothing ever being given to man that man has not abused. Meaning that, people being them Islamists or whatever you want to call them, even people in the South would take advantage of any situation. They would. So those people just taking advantage of those, poor people or there in the North. That's where I say they're just taking advantage of them. We have a problem. So let's resolve the problem given the opportunity that we have. It's not crazy. It's not a crazy thing. We can do it. As a country, we can do it if we all come together. No need to be pointing finger and trying to demonize someone and some nefarious groups in overseas trying to overthrow the presidency based on their own agenda. But again, the buck stops with Tinubu. He can do better. He can absolutely do better.
All right. Thank you. That's the excellent Prince Daddy, of course. One of the premier voices on the platform. Another premier voice. A man of prestige. We're sticking somewhat rigidly with the 5 minutes, only really for people that have not spoken yet. So, floor is yours. Comparable facts. You have to go back to Ghana. You have to
stop calling him man of prestige.
well, you have to go back now. How many names? He came in under Oba of San Diego, and then he became Oba of Lagos. And then he went to you have to stick with one name now. Oh yeah, comparable facts. Floor is yours.
All right. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? I'm having a problem with my phone, kind of traveling. Can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly. Carry on.
Okay. Okay.
We're being rigid with the time, though, but floor is yours. Yeah.
Okay, let me start. Thank you very much for having me. One man, I'm surprised you didn't play that Aisha Yusuf, tape that he was talking about the Southeast, try to deflate the narrative, change the narrative in her favor because he does that. So I'm gonna come in, I'm gonna say it how it is, So let's begin where we are right now. This is the problem we have in Nigeria. People keep come here and deny all they want. There's no genocide going in Nigeria. We keep on saying it. There's genocide going on in Nigeria, and there's targeted of Christians. You can equivocate all you want. You have some of the you have some of the Nigerian somebody here, who is the benefactor, of what's happening in Nigeria. When they come here, they defend and and talk all nonsense they want to. And tell you, and they're terrorist sympathizer. I'm going to call it how it is. Somebody on this platform is a terrorist sympathizer. And you here making excuse. There's no Christian genocide. I mean, you have people like Gumi. You have people like Pantami. You have people like Satano Sokoto that have recently been invited in Aso Rock. And nobody has invited that man. Was it the man that has been crying, every day about what's going on in Benue State. None of the news media in Nigeria has invited him to come and speak. And you're inviting a terrorist sympathizer like Gumi to come and speak. This is the problem with Nigeria. The media are very complicit in what's actually going on in Nigeria. Everybody here is blaming Donald Trump because Donald Trump is saying the right thing. Sometimes we need to pay attention to the message, not the messenger. What has Trump said that is not true? Everything Trump said has been investigated. We can say whatever we want. There's nothing Trump that has said that is wrong. There's a genocide going on in Nigeria. I can give you the figure about what's actually going on. It's like 2 to 1 or 3 to 1. Christians are being killed every day. Anybody can deny it. And let me ask everybody in this platform, who is doing the extermination of whatever you can call in Nigeria? Is it Christians or Muslim? The fact is there. This is the jihadists, Muslim. They are the one doing it. Have you seen any Christian go to the north or go to the south and start bombing the mosque or killing people? It's Muslim. So call it what it is. I don't know where we come here. We sugarcoating everything. There's a genocide. You can call. We all know the definition of genocide. I don't have to define it anymore. We have defined. Everybody here is very enlightened. So that's the fact. Nigeria has a problem, and it's about time, Tinubu start doing something and stop placating to these northerners because of political, capital he's trying to gain from them. That's why I don't really put Tinubu in that category, like he's a moderate Muslim, So let's put it what he, but he doesn't have the he doesn't have the board to do the right thing. Because Trump has said what's actually going on in there. Everybody, they scatter everywhere, heads scatter everywhere. When the fact is there. And I can give you a quote, to buttress what I'm saying. Let me give you a quote. Gumi said, allow bandits to guard our forest for peace to reign. Imagine that. Your so-called Satan of Sokoto, Satan of Sokoto, which is the head of the Metis Allah. And he said, I quote, you fight our Almighty Allah when you fight the Boko Haram. Imagine such an insidious statement. This is made by the so-called Satan of Sokoto, somebody that was invited in Aso Rock 2 or 3 days ago. And the priest in the Benue State that has been speaking that his life is at risk. You can kill him or whatever. I mean, I think I saw a video the other day, one of the brigadier, said, no, we're going to come here and guide you. I think the guy, I've forgotten his name, Oluwala, I don't know, but he's in charge of that. But the problem I have, you keep on inviting people like, Gumi, a terrorist sympathizer. I can even go on and go on and go on. Even if the so-called former minister under Buhari, he made so much insidious statement, and he's one of the terrorist patron we have in that country. And he made a comment that is very insidious. He said, Boko Haram terrorists are our Muslim brothers. Imagine that. You reintegrate them into the society, and they keep
2
on
more
killing.
minutes, Prestige. 2
How
more
is that
minutes.
going to stop the problem of Nigeria? If you're going to come here and say that nothing is happening. Allow Trump to do the needful. Trump is not coming to invade the country. It's going to be a targeted, it's going to be a targeted invention and remove all those terrorists. This patron we have here, this terrorist patron we have here on this platform. Why can't you allow Trump to come here and do the needful? And you here complaining about your nonsense about them killing Christians, and you think that's acceptable? Good luck to you, Nigeria. I hope Tinubu wake up and do the right thing and cooperate with cooperate with Trump, and let him come and remove all these bastard terrorists we have in that Nigeria. Thank you, one man.
All right, all right, brilliant. You may get a 30 seconds to clap back at that because I think a lot of missiles thrown in your direction, Hassan. But we're going from you to Al. But on our way to Al, we'll oh no, so we go to Nigerman, then Al. I do beg your pardon, Nigerman. On our way to you, Nigerman, let's acknowledge the super chat by Jain Zola. So anybody listening, if you want your thoughts to be part of the commentary, then do as Jan Zola does as a super chat to the conversation. It says that where in Nigeria are Christians primarily affected by violence, and are they proportionally more impacted than Muslims, according to verified reports? So at the vast rate of Nigeria, the Christians are under an onslaught, but the epicenter of it, Jar, is the Middle Belt. So we have states like Plateau State and Benue State especially, which are predominantly Christian, but are being religiously cleansed by Fulani jihadists, which then under the cover of the Buhari administration, but because they have gotten such a foothold within that space now, they have flushed a good abundance of the Christians either into the ground or fleeing into IDP camps. So there's an abundance of evidence to what you're saying, easily verified. It says, where in Nigeria are Christians primarily affected by violence, and are they proportionally impacted, more proportionally impacted than Muslims, according to verified reports? So thank you for the super chat.
One man, why don't you cite your sources now?
Do I even need to cite sources? It's a daily report now. They report this. They report this every single day now. When is it not?
One man, you are calling this guy an intellectual.
Are you? Hold on. Hold on. Hassan, are you disputing that there's no religious cleansing going on in the Middle Belt, as been reported every day in the news? Yeah, are you disputing that the Christians are not being savaged in the Middle Belt?
What I'm trying to say is that look at the reason people are being killed in every part of this country. And if you take the statistics, more Muslims are being killed than are Christians. Every life is sacred. That is not to say that it is only Muslims that go about killing Christians, and to forget that there is any element of identity and fault lines like region, occupation, migration, and all these things that combine and form flashpoints where conflicts happen. To just simplify everything as Muslim and Christian is a lie. People are dying.
People are dying. Let one man's intellectual finish. Let one man's intellectual finish.
Where is the
No, hold on. Sorry. I don't want to open up that space, only really because I want to get through everybody quickly. So we're still sticking rigidly to the 5 minutes. Floor is just Nigerman. Zita after that, AY, and then Joel of Nashville. So rigid to the time. Nigerman, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me
when it's my turn?
Oh my God.
After Nigerman, I just said, yeah. Unless Al comes back.
Okay. I would have Nigerman should not speak.
Why?
Because too much sapele water, Abi.
No, let me just say something. Just 2 minutes. I'm
no,
at
no,
work.
no,
I'm at work. I've never used 5 minutes. Let me just rush
no,
and
no,
go.
carry on. She was only joking with you anyway.
I know, I know, I know, I know. See, my own is just a quick one. You
I
see?
was playing around with you.
No, I know, madam. I know. You see, just a quick one. You see, this thing, anybody that really love Nigeria have to say the truth, and the truth must be said. This jihadist Fulani is real. To Islamize Nigeria, to take over Nigeria. They believe it's their land. All this gaslighting can never work anymore. They will tell you they are killing Muslims too. Which Muslim are they killing? Is it not Gambari? Which mosque are they burning? Is it not the Hausa are they killing? Is it not the Hausa mosque are they burning? Is there any Fulani or...
Niger man, one man's intellectual said that is because you guys hate them. That's why you are saying it.
No, until they finish all of us and take over the country. See, is it not the Hausa mosque that they believe that is not aligned to their own religious belief that they are killing? The mosque that they are burning, is it not the Hausa mosque that they are burning? Is it Fulani mosque? These people should stop lying. They don't believe because we are in the south, we don't know what is going on. We have family there. We know what is going on there.
You think mosques are
They
separated
are
by
just they will come and tell
That
you
is
it's
such
Muslim,
an
if their Muslim is
ignorant
dying. The Muslim
no,
that they are buying,
no interjections. Carry on.
the Muslim that they are buying there is Hausa. It's not Fulani. You understand? Okay, this Benue, there's a grease in olden days. Okay, now those places that was a grazing route before olden days is now more like time has got to that area. It's now become a farmland. People tell you don't go to this route again. They believe their father have told them that place is no man's land. It's 25th century. That is what is happening. These people want to take over every country, want to take over everybody, want to Islamize the country. Believe is there. These people from Usman Danfodio that come from Futajalo, that they don't even have land. There's many people. Fulani don't have a land in that Nigeria. In that territory, Nigeria. Fulani don't have land. People stop all this romancing and gaslighting us. What is all this for? You people, only Fulani that is in Nigeria, they will talk, they will come and take it. Muslim are dying. No Muslim or Fulani is dying. Okay? It's Hausa Muslim that is dying. That doesn't align with the jihadist belief. It's Hausa mosque that they are burning. It's not Fulani mosque.
Niger man, thank you. I appreciate your understanding of this argument. And here, me and you have a common understanding. You are now making a more nuanced discussion out of it. You are not only simplifying the fact that there are cross sections that are that just like a Venn diagram. You know, there is a soft spot where those two round circles meet, and that is an intersection. That is where this is more ethnic, right, than it is religious. Would you agree with? Because I'm from Borno.
You see how we're spinning around the top just to defend Arab religion.
I'm trying to talk with somebody.
Hold on. So, Solly, you have to get your boots off this guy's neck. Let him breathe. Hassan, make it short, and then let Niger man.
Yes. So, yeah, okay. So, like for now, if you keep talking about the like it's a Fulani thing, then I have nothing against it. Like, it's not my thing. Fulanis can defend themselves, but when you say it's Islam, then I know that is not true, because I am a Muslim and I know the way that I have carried myself, and I have been raised and I have interacted with people all over the world. So this is something that I say with conviction that it's not true. So yeah, go ahead. I'm just agreeing with you from that place that you're coming from, which a lot of people want to just conveniently ignore. This is more nuanced anyway. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Madam Sita can continue because I'm at work. I can't take more time on this. Let me just be listening.
All right. Thank you. Just hold on, guy. Just you can't be doing that all the time. Just hold on. Thank you, Niger man. But stay with us still. You can be intersecting and listening on, and then coming just laterally. So we have actually, for all that Asana said, it's not even a Fulani man, no. But we actually have a Fulani man with us, although it's a Fulani from the wider Fulani space. So he may not understand the vagaries of the Nigerian peculiarity, but nevertheless, he brings in his tribal tonality. A rigid 5 minutes, Al.
Greetings. First of all, Jan Zola, thank you for supporting. One man show. Great to do. So first of all, I don't know where to start. I was just listening to you guys. Bickering, arguing, obviously debating, and also at the same time disagreeing with another people's opinion, which I find, is a bit unfair because everyone is entitled to their opinion. I mean, I had somebody just, came here. So one is saying it's about religion, the other one is saying it's about tribe, and the other one is and people are busy insulting other tribes or saying, negative things about other people's tribes and stuff like that, which I find very primitive, to be honest. For people that are actually educated, that trying to be educated as the Western, Western culture, even the educated, the people that you're trying to copy, trying to Westernize the way, they don't actually engage in this kind of primitive behavior. This is one of the reasons why we Africans we're still where we are. All this backwardness. But basically, what I'm trying to say is like the guy that you obviously got his video here talking earlier. For me, I think he's people like that. I've watched a few of his videos, and I can see why Nigerians are in trouble, why they're into tribal issues, and also why Nigerians are into religious intolerance. Because when you listen to the guy from a different point of view, you're actually gonna get angry. You're gonna be like really feel by it. You'll be like, hang on a minute, why is this guy saying so many wrong things about a section of society? It's just in terms of generalization. For me, I think people like him and one man, you're guilty of that also. And I know it's also when people come in your show, if they're not saying the things that you want to hear, you tend to put them on the side, which I think is very immature. But it's up to you how you deal with them. And I listened to Soli and Hassan, and I think it's very unfair on Soli because that was his opinion. And at the same time, we need to basically look at the solution, not just the problems. At the same time, you need to actually look at yourself. Look at yourself before you start looking at another tribe. Look at your tribe, what your tribe is doing wrong. I came here the last time. I have said the things that these people are doing, whether they're Fulani, to be honest, do. I don't think you would separate certain tribe in the north to a Fulani. I don't think you do. Basically, if you just look at Fulani based on, how they look, how they appear, and how they dress, then you don't know Fulani, because it's not like that. And to say, that one tiny minority tribe is the problem of a massive, big amount of population of 200 million when they're only 6% of the population, it's very unfair to anybody, because that's not true. The reality is everybody govern the country, everybody govern their own state, everybody is doing their own thing in Nigeria, everybody is eating from there. Even from people from the outsiders can tell you that. But why not blaming all the others and blame one tribe? It doesn't make sense. So for me, I think you guys behave quite primitive in some way. I'm sorry to say this, but that's my opinion. The way you talk, it's very disappointing about other tribes and religion and so on. And I think Nigeria as a country, if you carry on, if the government doesn't actually start putting a stop to this, you're going to end up in a civil war, because the freedom of speech is limited. If you're going to have freedom of speech to incite, which I think a lot of people in Nigeria are doing, and also their news is actually speculation and rumors. Sometimes there's no fact in their news. I'll give you one thing, like when you talk about tribalism and stuff like that, I was on a platform with watching a platform quite a while ago from a guy from Benue who is very close to the former governor, boasting about a tribe in the central belt of Nigeria where Benue State is, used to target Fulanis, and there was a guy that was there who was a killer. He was a known killer. He used to kill Fulani and the similar tribes, or like the Fulani who came from Lake Chad, because the central belt is not just belong to the other tribe. There are a lot of tribes in the central
Two more
belt.
minutes out. 2 more minutes.
Okay, am I 5 minutes already? I thought people took longer than me.
No, you got 2 more minutes, I said.
Okay. The guy said, right? He said the people in Benue used to target Fulanis and the other tribe that's similar to the northern Fulani tribes, and basically it's when Buhari came to power, that's when that came in to stop, and they start arming the Fulani. And there was someone on the show who was from that tribe was cussing the guy, even though the guy was getting sympathy, but the other guy from the northern tribe who settled in that region in Benue, who is not Fulani, was insulting the thief guy. He's saying to him, "You are the guy that used to attack my tribe, and now we got the Fulani on our side, backing us against you." So all this stuff that you talk about, you are just speculating. You don't know exactly what's going on inside, the states. You just sit in the diaspora. You pick and choose the news that you want to pick and choose. It's all trying to create a narrative that suits you. It doesn't suit the truth. And you cannot build a nation like this. And you know what I noticed as well, right? Every country that is developed in West Africa, like Ivory Coast and Senegal, you don't have none of your Nigerian tribes in there. Can you ask yourself why? And you don't have a lot of tribalism in there. Can you ask yourself why? And to the guy that said Fulani doesn't have a land, I am very shocked. You don't know geography. If you look at the footage along the Niger River that you're consuming, if Fulani really hate Nigeria.
It said in Nigeria. It said they don't have a land in Nigeria. Yeah.
The northern Nigeria is the Sahel. Northern Nigeria, I don't know if Hassan is there. Hassan, was northern Nigeria not part of the Mali Empire? Was northern...
Yeah, at some point, in fact, some of the ruling Zaria kingdoms, the Malawa, the present emir of Zaria is actually a descendant of the Malians. They call them the Malawa. There's a lot of, but that was not under the threat of warfare anyway.
All right, bring it home, and then we go on to Zeta.
One man, I need 10 seconds to respond to.
Yeah, let him land first, so there's some sort of order. So land it, Al, and then you did get that microsecond.
How old is it? Yeah, how old is the Mali Empire? You guys need to work it. Why are Fulani part of the people in the Republic? Why are you listen? You guys stop talking, stop speculating and spewing rumors. The government need to put a stop to this before you actually end up destroying yourself, and we'll be waiting for you if you carry on like this, because it's actually disgusting. And all I'm saying is, you guys need to talk peace and talk solution, not just problems.
Before you walk away, let me say something. Don't make an opinion about Nigeria just around what you hear on this platform. Like there are a lot of other good Nigerians. Like
no, it was talking about what he heard from Benue. Now he's not speaking from here, but he said he heard from Benue platform.
What is Benue?
Yeah, it's some guy from Benue. Yeah, on another platform from
Benue State. Benue State. In Benue State, Hassan, the Christian in Benue State was targeting the tribe in Benue. Yeah, they was targeting the tribe who's a northern tribe who migrated there, and they was killing them. And then the Fulani helped this tribe to work against the thief people, because the thief people were the one that killing the northerners in Benue State. So now the table turned around. They're going around crying.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand. I just don't want you to assume that just because you hear a lot of hate on this platform that you think that all of us, all Nigerians are somehow all hate each other and all that. I right now have an Igbo girlfriend, and I like you can see that if things are happening.
Is that why you changed it there?
No. All right.
Thank you. Let's move on now, because this Ali just come here to speak propaganda.
Yes, we have to move on. But what's for your benefit, Hassan? A tub of Vaseline is not a girlfriend. This is your imaginary Igbo girl. So a tub of Vaseline is not an actual real human being.
At least I don't have a fetish for old menopausal women.
Don't worry.
If I'm here to make propaganda, prove me wrong. If I'm here to make propaganda, prove me wrong.
Enough. Let other people speak. So Bianca Ojoko till I die, man. It's nothing menopausal about Bianca Ojoko. But as I said, so if you want to participate in the conversation via the comment section, do it via super chat. As Ola follows the example of Al, he says, why is Solly denying us the opportunity of learning from Niger Man Hassan Exchange. It's about learning and not shouting. Now we lost the opportunity. So that's our admonition via
One
super
man,
chat.
10 seconds, please.
Oh, all right.
First of all, there are almost an estimated 3 million Nigerians in Ivory Coast. I don't know why you would say in a developing place you will not see Nigerian. That's preposterous. Then second
As
of all,
an ethnic group, not migrated, as an ethnic group. Okay, it's only the crew, the Hausa, in that our Nigeria ethnic group that's there, and they're totally different. The crew actually are different because the crew you find them all. That's what we call the Ijaw people. You find them the coast. They're coastal people. But all the other tribes
No,
that you
you
find
made
in
the
Ivory Coast.
correction, my guy. No, let's just move
Thank
on.
you.
You've made the correction.
then second of all, when you are talking about how I was speaking about other tribes, there's nobody on this platform that speaks more
I'm talking about certain people, right?
Okay, because I'm always talking about my own tribe, Yoruba. Most of my talk is about Yoruba. Just that when I talk about other tribes in a fair manner, also they are always staunchly defending the bad thing that their tribe is doing.
Right.
All
Like saying
right.
they are friendless.
All right, thank you, Solid. So thank you, Solid. We move the conversation. I'll take it in the direction of Zita, still sticking rigidly with the 5 minutes monologue. Interjections are welcome only if absolutely necessary. Zita AY, and of course the excellence that's Joel of Nashville. Zita, flesh yours.
Okay, one man. First of all, this topic, I must say.
I know they're here for 2 minutes, so let me go and get some water. So carry on.
Okay. First of all, the topic is actually on Christian genocide. That's the topic. And it's actually ridiculous if people start to bring in other insecurities and other bias in Nigeria into it. That's not why we are discussing this. Why we are discussing it is because a country showed interest that there is something happening in Nigeria concerning Christians. So we should stick to that. That's number one. Number two, somebody made a ridiculous statement by saying that it's actually primitive, the way we speak. I want to tell that person that what is actually primitive is when you think that you have a supreme being. And when somebody says something about that your supreme being, you won't let your supreme being act based on what that person said. You decide to act on behalf of your supreme being. That is actually primitive. Because the last time I see things like that happening, reading history and in documentaries, was way back in the 12th, 11th, in fact, sometimes before Christ. That's when people act on behalf of their supreme being. Supreme beings have the power, if they are supreme, to act. If somebody insults them, demeaning them, or maybe disrespect them, you shouldn't be acting on their behalf. But if you do, that is actually what is primitive. Now, let me go back to the topic of the day. I have heard a lot of people say Muslims are being killed. As I said before, that is not the topic. Yes, Muslims are being killed. Even traditional worshippers. Even people in Nigeria that are actually not religiously inclined, they are being killed. Why? Because there is a huge vacuum in security in Nigeria. That is on the board. Everybody agreed to that. But that's not the concern. The concern is targeting Christians. As I speak today, a church in Boronu is being burned to ashes. Targeting Christians. What is targeting Christians? A woman who has her own supreme being is carrying a megaphone and is worshiping her own supreme being, singing praises, hallelujah, to her own supreme being. And just because she's worshiping her own supreme being in the street of Nigeria, you buy her. That is what I call targeting somebody because of what she believes in. Somebody in faraway Denmark made a cartoon that some Nigerians who are Christians did not even hear about it, let alone understanding that something like that was even going on in Denmark. And some headless mob who believe that they have a supreme being will run into Christians in Nigeria and start buying them. That is what we are talking about. What are we talking about? We are talking about a Muslim man and a Christian woman having a shouting match in a market in Jos. Just because of that, everybody called Christian in Jos is being targeted and targeted. That is what we are talking about. We are talking about a reverend father. Just because he's talking about his own God, worshiping his own God, because he is a reverend father and a Christian being picked, eyed and his cuff thrown in the streets of Nigeria. That is what we are talking about. We are talking about a man walking into a toilet, a bathroom, use the bathroom, come out, and somebody claimed that his supreme God's book was demystified without making any reference, any some sort of investigation. The man is being tied and his head carried running round the streets of Kano. That is what we are talking about. Now, let's reverse it. In Nigeria, I want to make a very categorical incident that everybody knows about, and that we keep saying it on this global platform. A young girl in Sokoto State, according to them, made a detrimental statement to their supreme being. That's what is called primitivity. And she was thrown in the street. In the watching eyes of the whole world, set her place. In that same country, a high-ranking officer working in the government of Nigeria called Shehu Garuba, that same day, in that same country, with that same social media, demystified Jesus Christ, demystified the death of Jesus Christ, demystified the breaking of bread and wine. What did the Christian do? Nothing. That same man is still walking in the streets of Nigeria speaking trash. That is what we are talking about. Now, ask. If you divide Nigeria into two, most Nigerians are Muslim from record and statistics. But if you look towards the south, that's where you have the concentration of Christians in Nigeria. And in that south, never overrule the fact that they still have mosque. They still have Muslims in there. They worship in the mosque. We know their imams. We know who is a Muslim. You don't even need to be told because of the way they dress. I want to ask, has there been any time in the South where an imam is being targeted just because, not because there was a quarrel, not because there was an argument, not because there was a war, or maybe a iPod or danger data militants are operating? That's a different case. That's called insecurity. Anybody can be pied on that incident. But I'm talking about an imam walking in the streets of southern Nigeria. And just because he's an imam, he gets tied and his corpse is being thrown in the streets of Nigeria. That is what we are talking about. We are not talking about the insecurity in Nigeria. That is not the concern they gave, because they already given Nigeria almost 400 million worth of ammunition, weapons to fight the insecurity. And they gave it to them in August. And that is not what they are talking about. They have already handled that one. That's not what they are talking about. They are talking about the targeting of Christians the partial alienation of Christians in Nigeria. That's the
2
concern
more
they
minutes,
showed.
later. 2 more minutes.
That's the concern they showed. And for anybody to come and make any nonsense of it, try to mumble it and try to diminify it and downplay it and make it look like everybody's life matter. That's not what they're talking about. Yes, every life matter. And they have handled that one. They have given Nigerian government equipment to find out everybody's life matter. But the concern they're showing is the concern of single-handedly picking people because of their religion, targeting them and buying them. That's the concern they're showing. There should be freedom of religion. And if anybody thinks there is primitivity, the primitiveness is for you to believe down deep in your heart, with your whole heart, that you have a supreme being that should not be insulted, dignified, or disrespected. And that your supreme being doesn't have the willpower to act on somebody who disrespects, dignify, or demeaning it. You have to act on his behalf. Then I want to look you straight in the ass and say, you ain't got no supreme being. And you should shut the fuck up and stop being violent. I rest my case.
All right. All right, brilliant. Excellently put by Zita right there. So excellently put by
I
Zita.
was going to respond to somebody's supreme analogy, but you know what? I ain't got time for it. I'll just let it move. All right? Okay.
All right, brilliant. All right, we go on then from the voice that you have all been waiting for, Joel of Nashville. Joel, floor is yours.
Thank you, one man, for the opportunity to speak to Nigerians today and to the audience listening to us. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. This is Joel of Nashville on the One Man Show. One man, I'm going to put my face to this, and it's for several reasons. The idea.
Joel, you are looking good, though. Are you after babe? Is this what have you been gymming? Look at this guy. Are you after babe, Abby? Look at this guy. You're after babe. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. The audacity of anyone to come on this show to make us feel like Christians and Muslims are being killed at the same rate by an unknown set of people is saddening. I mentioned on this show, if we reverse it, what would be the cost? What would be the effect? And I tell you today, it would have been war, one man. I said on this show. Now, nobody has monopoly over violence. We were only sold out by our leaders. And when I mean leader, I mean all the leaders from southern Nigeria. We saw what happened during Buhari. We saw how they were pushing so hard to put Ruga in every corner of Nigeria, disregarding places like Kano State and some other states that have given them large amount of land for ranching. One man, these are the people that have options between UAE, where are they? Turkey, even Egypt, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, on one side. But they chose Syria, the Marauders in they call them the Arabs, and they believe that that old culture is what they are going to choose. One man, every man has a choice. Thank God for the leaders like the Owls, the Zeke. I always forget this guy from the South. They were all leaders.
not even in Ahoro too was a great guy. But what my idea, my thing is this: these guys all made sure that no matter what happened, where they corrupt they may have been, but they made sure that those people coming, after them, did right. They had quality education. They have this option between being poor and rich, or being poor and average, and they were looking forward into the future. We have people that will still want to look back 2,000 years before, start telling you that, man, one man, you know that this time around it's not going to be bow and arrow. Our leaders, both political and religious leaders, sold us out. For if there were reprisal attacks for every Christian killed or died in Nigeria or in northern Nigeria, this nonsense would have stopped, or we come to the table. Nobody has monopoly over violence. If you love your Fulani stock in Nigeria so much, and I'm talking to the AY or AI, I don't know, not AI, I think it's the AY guy, come and carry the ones you have in Nigeria and add to your own. Come and carry it, because with one man, these people have been in power longer than anyone in the country. They had the resources, but whenever they go out, whenever they make these monies, except for Dangote, or maybe Boa and some other guys, but collectively as a system in the north, the Amajiri system is being promoted by these people. And when you want to even go there and help them, they try to attack you. Do you know the reason why? Because the leaders are complicit. Enough of us listening to these leaders from the south, both religious and political, if we must make any headway as southern Nigerians. For our brothers in the middle belt, and some of them scattered every other places in the northwest and northeast, you have to be strong and fight. And if Trump is coming in to help, Trump is saying, I am coming to deal with the terrorists. Not with the Hausas, not with the Funanis, not with the Igbos, not with the Yoruba, not with anybody, but the terrorists. If you say that these people are killing both Christians and Muslims, and somebody say, you know what, let me come in the middle and deal with these people, what is the protest for? You see them, they're protesting.
Ask them, ask them.
They are protesting.
I did not disagree with Christian killings. I wasn't the one.
No. My brother, please, my brother, please. You've been saying a lot of stuff, and sometimes, it's because of our leaders. On a normal basis, as a Nigerian, I don't know which country you're from. You ought not to contribute to our discussion, but our leaders have made it up this way.
No, but listen, it's only because it's as a Fulani, someone speak about us.
We are no. I don't care. Yeah. I don't care where you're from. I don't care if you're Fulani or not. I'm a Nigerian first. I don't care who you are. Come and, like I told you, you can come and pick up the ones you have in Nigeria and take back to your country.
Did I bring that? Did I brought them there?
No. Come and pick them, because we don't need them. Because look, let me tell you something. When you talk about our budgets. The budget we've used to fund insecurity, to fight insecurity in the north, is enough to build skyscrapers and housing for low-cost housing for people without houses and all that. All our security, all our social programs, all took a hit because we are fighting insecurity in the north, and it's been going on for 15 to 20 years. And when somebody says, "Let's deal with the cancer that is giving us problem," some of you are protesting.
Well, basically, it's only
look. Let me tell you, my brother. Look, let me tell you, my brother.
2 more minutes.
The only God that will save you guys. See, the only God that will save you guys. Let me tell you, I put my face to it. The only God that will save you guys is if we don't have an intervention. If we do have an intervention, and we know that we have a strong backbone, guy, nothing. It's because you guys have the military. The moment you have anything, you guys will send troops down to the south. But a time will come because it's becoming it's going to be a timing bomb. It's a timing bomb, and it's coming. Because we cannot continue to sit there and see you guys massacre our mothers, massacre our sisters, massacre our kids. Why? Because somebody said something in Denmark about Muhammad. One man, on a final note, the president of the country, Tinubu, should do something. I know he inherited most of these problems, but it's the same party. It's the same party. And when we were talking about the Muslim tickets and how it imposes these people, that was the reason why we're talking about what we're talking. It's not because we hated any Muslim. No. There are a whole lot of good Muslims out there, but the thing there is that it is a cancer within them and they must try to fix it. Tinubu must act. If Tinubu cannot act, he should allow those that can help us to act. Then he can take it from there. And if these people decide to cause havoc because Trump came in and did his job and want to cause havoc, probably it's about time we say, au revoir, bonjour, nice meeting you, stay in your own country, and let us stay in our own country. Thank you very much, and God bless Nigeria.
Thank you. 1 second. You see, Joe, the problem of Nigeria is not Muslim. The problem we have in Nigeria is Fulani problem.
One man, can I say
Fulani is our problem. This Fulani that want to take over, this is our problem. Nigeria have Fulani problem 100%.
All right. AY is next. AY should have actually been ahead of Joe.
Yeah, one man, let me just say something. I'm going to drop now.
All right, just a minute or two, and then AY.
Yeah, I'm going to drop now. And it's very unfortunate that we've actually turned discussion on this platform to Muslim versus Christians. And people that I'm also disappointed in you, Azan, right? Because you are on a platform and Islam is being talked on, and you can't push back. Everybody on this platform are Christians. If there's a problem in Nigeria, let's fix it.
I understand that.
So at no point does anybody on this platform has right to talk against Islam. At no point.
Because your stupid brain think your Islam is superior.
No. Let's not. No. Zita, let's not.
Let's answer that. No, it's true now. Why
but she can't be using words like.
No, why you bring supremacy of Islam to us here?
Hold on now. Hold on. Larry, just hold on, Larry. Hassan is certainly Muslim. AY is Muslim. You are Muslim, as is Al. So there's an equibalance in the conversation.
So I do not want to disrespect you.
Yeah.
You can talk about criminals in Nigeria. Islam is not your problem. Islam is not your problem.
We're not talking about criminals. We're talking about terrorists. We're not talking about criminals. Every country has criminals. Don't change the focus. The focus is on terrorists.
Islam is not your problem.
From the north.
Islam is not your problem. If you're a Christian, good for you. Christianity is not my problem. And Islam is not your problem. If you want to turn the platform to where...
Let me ask you a question, Larry. Is Boko Haram and ISWAP, are they problems that we have? Boko Haram and...
They are problem, but it's not the religion. It's not the religion.
What's wrong with this guy, man? Are you
I don't want to go into
what's their agenda?
Christianity versus Islam. But what I want to tell you is that this is a platform, right? I'm a Muslim. I practice Islam. And if you don't practice Islam, it's not your problem. Leave me to practice Islam. You can't come on a platform like this and start denigrating Islam. It is not allowed.
Practice Islam by killing people.
Hold on now. Can you just hold on now?
I respect you.
No. Leave Zita alone. No. Hold on now. Larry, just leave Zita. Larry, can you hear me? Just leave Zita alone. Because it's a delicate conversation, so let's handle it delicately. Look, Larry, Nigeria has a problem. And that problem is wrapped around fundamentalism, banditry, etc., etc. And then there are certain key slots, certain key grids that are the epicenter of that. And we're talking about Boko Haram. and they were talking about ISWAP. So those are key organizations, and they were talking about IPOB as well in the South. Hold on, can you hold? Let me speak, please, please.
Yeah.
So they were
One
talking
man,
about
which
IPOB.
one of them are Fulani? Which one of those two
No,
groups
no,
are Fulani?
I'm going to have to remove this guy. He's just an idiot. You don't talk just for the purposes of talking. Let the conversation. Nobody needs to hear from you all the time, please. So we have all these organizations. So within that, ISWAP and Boko Haram, they are propagating a particular inflection of a particular religion. I don't think there's any dispute about that. So I agree with you that Islam is not what is under scrutiny, but a certain inflection of Islam is what these people are using as the bullhorn for the whole their ideology is known now, and what they are printing it on is the religion. So you cannot say we cannot speak against that now when that is where the push is coming from. So Al, you don't have to speak all the time unless you actually have anything, just not for purposes of just putting your voice in. Larry.
No problem. It's your show, one man. No problem.
Okay, one man. At no point have you seen any sane Muslim not go against terrorism. At no point have you seen any sane Muslim in Nigeria not gone against killings. If you see any Muslim that comes around that tells you that he or she supports killings of people, then that person is also a terrorist. But the religion itself is different from the people. What you do as a Christian does not define Christianity. Your behavior and whatever you do on your own does not define what Christianity is all about. So we need to differentiate the two. One is the belief itself. Another thing is the people that practice that belief. So when you believe,
yes, and Larry, sorry for interjecting, and sorry, I just want to make another point. The convenience of when we begin to talk about this inflection that one man is talking about of a particular sectarian group, which yes, it's violent, and most of its violence against moderate Muslims. If we begin to deconstruct how it started, where it gets its funding from, why is the fire being fed, where are the embers, where is the fuel coming from, it goes into circles, and then it goes back to the United States. And they don't want to talk about that. No, that's not important. No, but Islam. So why? You see, that's how the narrative is just shaped. And Nigeria has had a history. Like if you go back and back, you see that Nigeria.
Hassan, you are making me to intrude, Why are you blaming United States?
Because no, he said the funding is coming from there.
But he's not talking the funding that is coming from Saudi Arabia, UAE, all those one, no?
No. And why do you think the UAE and Saudi Arabia are allowed to continue to do what they do and nothing happens to them, even though America preaches democracy? But those places are essentially satellite states of the United States. The UAE is right now funding a genocide in Sudan, killing thousands of Muslims. That is not Islamic. That is devilish. So we can say what things the way they are, but not when it suits you. And the reality is that we already all know. We just don't want to admit it.
All right. Let Larry land that admonition, and then we're going to AY. But Larry, you may find that people don't accept what you're saying.
No.
Because the genesis of what we're going through, it traces to religion. But carry on. Yeah.
See, Omar, get it right. I do not need anybody's validation. I do not need anybody to support what I've said. But what I'm telling you on this platform, that Islam itself is a religion. And there's difference between Islam and whatsoever anybody that practices Islam does. So as there's difference between Christianity and what you, one man, do as a Christian. So if you've done something wrong, it has to be condemned, and it doesn't define Christianity. So when you have a general platform when people do not understand the difference and they feel that in order to suit their narrative, all they could do is to denigrate the religion, then I need to stand up and be against it 100%. And I do not care of any validation. That's why I just joined. Thank you, one more.
Sorry, Larry, just 1 second. What is the agenda of this Boko Haram or this issue? What is the agenda? What is their end goal? Please, sorry,
it is none of my business because I'm not a Boko Haram member. By Boko Haram, they said Western education is bad. So I don't even care whatsoever they are. I'm not a member of Boko Haram. I am a Muslim and I practice Islam, and Islam is not Boko Haram. That's what I want you to understand. Thank you, sir.
Yes, but to that question that Nigerman just it dropped. It's quite an interesting thing, you know, because it's not an onslaught against a particular religion. It's an alarm against a particular goings on, and what is going on is vested within a narrative of a particular religion. So it could well be an inflection of that religion, maybe some element of Wahhabism, but nevertheless, you know, it wraps around within that space, so we cannot avoid that to
So
say
one
it
man,
now.
so
Yeah.
one man, you know what Wahhabism is, and you know all that, and then you just keep talking in so simplistic
Yes, but
terms,
Wahhabism
like
is
you are
still a
actually the
subsect.
dog
It's still
whistler.
part of Islam
Why
now.
don't you tell them these things and explain to them? Since obviously a lot of let me just leave it, Mark. There's no need. I know it won't go anywhere, but it is what it is, you know. The
Yeah,
world
but
is
this
not
is what
ideal.
people are
We
feeling,
are
and
comfortable.
this
We
is
are
what people are feeling
comfortable.
and thinking now.
Anyway. Yeah, the
Hassan,
issue,
do you
they
think
were having.
do you think that people just come on to onslaught against Islam, or do you think that
No,
this is what they
you see,
feel?
people like me. No, let me just say something, one man. You see, people like me, I am not like the North. I am not. I am not the Fulani. I am not. I do not represent all this block of people. But it seems like just like they do in this religion that they have this. It's like I represent that, and just the masquerade that comes into this platform, and everybody that has had an issue with the North or wants to vent and say his frustrations on the kind of danger that I put my life to fight against Boko Haram, to do things against Boko Haram, which I am still, actively involved in doing. I am saving lives, doing things to diminish Boko Haram for more than 12 years now. But that is by the way. Yet it is people like me that when people want to castigate and denigrate, they don't know that we are the bulwarks. We are the ones that are giving our lives sought to kill this ideology. But it is what it is, man.
I am going to
we're
leave.
doing it
I'm going to leave,
because of
guys.
God
Take care,
and because
guys.
of the
All right.
religion.
Bye-bye.
And so it is only you expect reward from God and not from human beings. But yeah, it is what it is.
All right, brilliant. And thank you for joining us. Join us again later. If AY is there, indicate because you've been so silent. But make that comment as we wait for AY. I'm not sure if you're fully with us. Joe, you wanted to say? Did Joe want to say something? All right. AY, if you are ready, the floor is yours. AY.
I was saying something.
Oh yeah, you were muted.
Yeah.
sorry.
I don't know what was going on. All right, Hassan, with due respect to you and some of you who are doing something against the Boko Haram and all these fundamental terrorist groups in Nigeria, kudos to you. But you know that you cannot do much. And that's the reason why I keep hampering on northern leaders. I wasn't talking about the people of the North, because I know that you guys are as handicapped as some of us are with the issues of kidnapping and criminality in the South. It's a government issue. But what makes you guys, what makes the issue of the North so devastating is that the hands of the leaders are involved in it deeply. And that is the reason why I am calling them out. Thank you.
Yes, okay, yes, I agree. Well, to some point you have a point, but I still believe that conspiracies are very easy. They are the easiest thing to believe in because they have this kind of, they give you like they give you something to chase at, and it's usually against something that you already have a grievance at, and then there's a lot of noise in there, which if you actually take your time to deconstruct what is the problem, we have failures of governance. There are gaps where we do not have enough people to man, the size and population and police and, enforce the laws the way they are supposed to be enforced. That's one. We also have, a problem of a lack of education, infrastructure. Got people, siphoning coffers of government for decades and decades. All these things translate into it is not a coincidence that wherever you find poverty, you find crime. And wherever you find crime, usually poverty is close by. So this has always been a natural human thing that it happens and it will continue to happen as long as society is left, spaces are left ungoverned. The nature does not, leaves a vacuum. Something will come and fill it up, and that is what has happened. Now, if you look at Nigeria, how it is under policed, and the number of the people we have under
Woman, can you give me a minute?
they are just not enough.
I was actually going to come to you, but Hassan, as you go
Yeah,
on,
go
take
ahead.
this, take Tommy's question, but be very brief in the thing because I think other people are pushing to speak as well. It says,
I don't know what he's talking about.
all right.
When I was in the university, I have never been a member of the MSSN. I don't know what he's talking about, really.
All right, I'm going to play you guys a clip, and then we're going to do like a 3-minute whip round. So we go in the order on the screen. Prestige all the way to Hassan as we wait for AY to join us.
Can you give me a minute before you play the clips?
Yes, I'll play the clip, and then you start it off, so you can say whatever it is that you want to say, and then respond to the clip, and then we take it round. It's only 1 minute, but this is Yemsin Wike and the Nigerian army having a shootout in Abuja.
Everything was acquired legally.
Will you stop
so you
that?
get the
Will you stop that?
Sir, I'm an officer, have integrity.
Shut up, your mouth, put
Sir, I
yourself.
will not shut up.
Will you get out?
Sir, I won't shut up. Sir, I'm a
I
professional
was in
officer.
school, you're not in school.
Sir, you can't shut
Will
me
you keep
up.
quiet?
You can't
Get
shut
your
me
big
up, sir.
food.
I'm not a
You are
fool.
big fool.
I'm not a fool,
You
sir.
can shoot anybody like that.
Sir, I'm not
You
a
are big
fool.
fool. Who are you?
I am not a fool, sir.
As for the time I
You can't call me a
graduated,
fool.
you are in primary school.
I'm acting on orders.
Take for
You
which
can't
order?
call me a fool.
I just, you will see whether you know this here.
Sir, you can't call me a fool.
Go and put up your
I'm an officer. I'm not a fool, sir.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
an
with you.
officer.
I'm so corrupt. You will have killed everybody here.
No, we won't kill anybody. We won't kill anybody. We are acting on orders.
Go and develop here. Let me see you.
Regular officer, you won't come and kill me.
We are going to get out.
I'm not just seeing what you're recording. Hello, sir.
Director press.
So, Prestige, that was Yemsin Wike right there in a standoff with the Nigerian army over disputed land. So I'm not quite sure how you are positioning, but you want to suggest that the rule of law should be paramount, but then no rule of law, so illegality all the way through in that particular clip. But whatever it is you wanted to say, and then 3 minutes from you, and then we whip that round. Prestige.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't want to deflect from the present narrative what we are talking about right now. So let me leave that aside. I will talk about it later. But I just want to respond why everybody's here, and I'm going to say it how it is. This is the fact. Boko Haram is a terrorist group. It's not a representative of Muslim in Nigeria. So let's call it what it is. We know how they are committed to propaganda or prophet teaching. They use that, to commit the atrocity. And we know where this terrorist Muslim, emancipated from? Exactly from Maiduguri, Borno State. And we have somebody on this platform, coming here to spool all this nonsense. Which he is a benefactor of these terrorists. He's a patron. He can come here and hide like he's not a patron of of these jihadists. He is because of his utterances. And I have so many of them. Even the leader of Boko Haram, where Boko Haram was born, in from Borno State. So let's not come here and
Now,
sugarcoat. We need to call a spade a
this
spade.
is so
Come here
low
and use your life
rooted,
because you have a good
so
command of English.
intellectually
That make you a saint.
to
No, you're
just
not a
assume
saint.
and assume
You're one
as
of the
if
problem we have
you
in
see
Nigeria.
one
Okay,
man
so let's not miss word about that.
when people reach
Let me leave
conclusions
it. Let
like
me leave,
this
let me leave it like that. All
out of
these Muslims who don't have AY is one of them. Come here, speak the truth, and stop hiding. And Larry is one of them. You all are perpetuating the atrocity going on in
speak a
Nigeria.
truth that does
So
not
call it
exist?
call a spade a spade. You know, if Trump said he's coming to uproot the terrorists, you should welcome them. If you believe they are killing more Muslims than the Christian, which in my own opinion, that's not a fact. I had the data to prove it because Nigeria as a country doesn't have an empirical data. They let the Western country define what is actually happening in Nigeria. And you come here, you spool all nonsense. Shenanigan, we does not jive with the reality where we are. So shame on some of these
Why is it
terrorists
why
and
is it that
sympathizers
you
and
cannot
patrons,
make your
we have on
point
this platform.
without
Thank you, one man.
insulting people? Why is it that you can't make your point without insulting people? I'm not raised that way, but if I start my own, but that put it that one man, you see the words that he's just labeling, and he sounds like an old person. Madam Zita did it yesterday too, and she seems to continue to want to do it. But I don't like the way we can talk about this. And like I've talked with a lot of people, but let it not turn into insults. You guys claim you are the civilized ones here, for God's sake. Behave like the things you claim to be now. No insults. Let's talk things through. And so when the next person speaks, please be a bit civil. And then we can let's see whether we can construct Nigeria's problems.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Like Hassan said, we can disagree without being disagreeable. So no personal insults. And Hassan
How are you going to
is not.
construct Nigerian problem? We have a problem in Nigeria,
One man,
Hassan. You need to
can I
say
say
truth to the
something?
power and stop hiding behind.
One man, can I say something, please?
Okay, one minute. Let me just
Can
get
I say
a minute
something,
in.
No, no.
please?
I think that's
Let Prince Daddy talk. Let Prince
Prince
Daddy
is
talk.
up. Prince is up next. Then you, Zita. Prince. 3 minutes. Prince.
yeah, probably going to use like a minute. So to Larry, Larry is a Muslim from the southern part of the country. Just like I have um, Muslims in my family, I believe Larry also has Christians in his family. I'm assuming because it's always common to have that in the southern part of the country. So, from my point of view, I'm not sure about others, but I don't think at any point in time about attacked the religion, the Islamic religion of Muslims for that because of their religion. Not at all. Um, but there's no doubt that those perpetrating these crimes are, you can say, they've hijacked the religion, or um they are doing it in the name of the religion. Um and, and therefore that's the reason why I believe that the Islamic religion of Muslim is being mentioned in this conversation. When the Catholics, which I guess I consider Catholics Christians, right? Some people may think otherwise. I was not in support of the Catholic religion when they had this big kerfuffle not a few years ago, right? When it came about the raping and the molestation of little boys in their parishes. I was totally against it. I'm not going to sit back and say, oh, because they're Christians or whatever, I'm not going to say something. I was totally against it, and I wanted the maximum punishment for those people that perpetrated those crimes. So I'm not trying to hide behind Christianity or some kind of religion. Not at all. I try to call it the way it is. Okay. There's I don't I mean some people may have somewhat maybe insulted the religion, but it's not like insulting Islam. And I don't want us to run away from it because some people are Muslims and we can't talk about them because of their religion. Not at all. We talk about terrorist people in the name of Islam that have hijacked the religion to their own interpretation in order to perpetrate their own criminality. That's what we're talking about here. Okay, so we can't run away from no. Let's talk about it. But we cannot. It's not wise to even attack the religion because it doesn't make any sense. It won't make sense to attack Islam, not at all. So to Larry, you're not going to get that from me because again, we're from the southern part of the country. We have Christians and Muslims in our family. If we don't have it in our family, we interact in the schools with Christians and Muslims. My best friends are Muslims. So just like I said, a lot of my friends were Igbos also. I grew up in Lagos, in the southern part of the country. So I'm more diverse in terms of thinking and interacting with people in that country. So it's not about Muslim issue. It's about the Islamists, the terrorists in the name of the religion, and they say it in the name of the religion why they're doing it. And of course, so like Larry, I mean, a decent human being, a respectable person would not be part of such ideology. And I don't think Hassan neither. But at the same time, we have to lay it out so we all get understanding about the subject matter. Who are perpetrating this criminality in what name and for what reasons they are. Thanks, one man.
All right, brilliant. And just in that tone that Prince Daddy has just said there, we go on to Zita. So Zita, what the conversation is inviting is that we need to be a bit more nuanced in terms of not broad brushing the whole religion, but narrowing it to the specific elements within the religion, and to keep the conversation to the topic and not to the personality. So, Zita, you're up next.
There is nothing personal about it, but there is a lot religion about it. What we are discussing is not personal. And what we are discussing is not the totality of insecurity in Nigeria. That's not what we are discussing. What we are discussing is actually religion. Because Christianity is a religion. If people who are Christians are being targeted, we can discuss it. And that's exactly what we are discussing. And again, let me say this, and I will continue saying it.
Yeah, with due respect, Maya, you've been doing comparisons. You are trying to claim some moral superiority.
Yes, I will do comparison.
You
and
see,
I'm going to do
okay,
it now.
okay. All right. Let me
now.
say this. Let me just say this before you go. What is it about religion? Religion is at the core of it is faith. What is faith? Faith is to believe something without evidence. Now, if you believe something without evidence, you're no longer liable to somebody coming back at you and saying, hang on a minute, let me argue the case. You say, no, it's my faith, it's private. You're just going to have to accept it. That is what all religions are, especially the Abrahamic religions. So you don't come here and try to reach some kind of moral superiority.
It is my turn, Hassan.
I'm just trying. It is your turn, but your turn does not give you the right. Yeah, you can speak. I give you a chance to speak. Yesterday you did something that I did not like.
I really did not like it when I'm talking. You are trying to mumble everything.
Hold on.
Can I speak, please?
Sorry, Zita.
I will not take
hold on, Hassan. Hold on, Zita. I think Hassan wants to feedback to you about something that he wasn't particularly keen on in yesterday's session. So let him make that feedback, and then you can accept or reject it, and then carry on. But it must be important for him to bring it forward again. So Hassan, just condense it in just a couple of sentences. What is it you want to say to Zita?
I've already made my point. She called me stupid. She just insulted me yesterday. She was just wish, but I didn't like it. Someone just then shadow banned me. I couldn't come back, and then they were jubilating that he ran away. I went to pray Salah. I wanted to come back, and I was I don't know. It might be Chioma because I saw. Then she was on the comments laughing. They were just happy, But continue. Let her just talk. I don't just want her to direct it at me. Let her direct it. No insults.
All right, brilliant.
I am not directing it at
all right, floor is yours.
I don't direct. I actually do not. That's why when I want to speak here, sometimes I will say one man be the subject. but it's not you. So when I say one man, I'm not actually talking to one man. That's when I speak, how I speak sometimes. But if I direct a comment on your religion and you want to own it, that's fine. I don't care. Honestly, sincerely speaking. If anybody think he has a religion and he has a God he worships, and he is more interested in defending his God instead of his God defending him, that is what I call violence. You shouldn't be doing that. Nobody has
And
the
who is doing
monopoly.
it?
Hold on. I'm not talking about you, please. I'm talking about Islam. They're very fond of that. When somebody speaks against their religion, they go violent. Why don't you allow your supreme being to take charge? Why are you taking charge on his behalf? We are Christians. When somebody screw trash about our Jesus and about our Holy Spirit and about our God the Father, Christians usually say, God punish you. We don't go about cutting up people. But by the way, just as Joel of Nazareth said here, why are we even having conversation? Can I speak,
Don't you guys see the irony that you want Trump to take action on behalf of Christians, and you are now making an argument that you don't do anything because you are not being true. You are trying to make a moral. You are trying to make a morally superior argument.
Excuse me, I'm not making a morality.
That.
I'm speaking to the facts.
No, you are making it. That's the implication.
That's the facts and the evidences. And I have mentioned the facts. I have put evidence that you couldn't deny.
You are just too propagandized.
No, it's not propaganda.
You are a liar. With due respect, madam, you are a liar.
Made a cartoon in Denmark, and
you do not understand the things that you are talking about.
And Denmark is on fire.
The facts
it's
do
not
not
a
support
propaganda.
The facts
That's not a propaganda.
I told you. You said that Christians do not attack Muslims, and I told you that I have several cases of Christian Muslims going day by eating their flesh on the street.
Wake up in the morning, and because you are a Muslim, they attack you.
You said why would they do? Oh, so you don't know? But which universe do you exist?
Excuse me.
Which universe do you exist?
Stop talking over my sentences.
Stop.
Can we have?
Who are you that I will not talk over your goddamn sentences?
Let me tell you something, Hassan.
You don't deserve any respect.
Hassan,
I will not listen to this garbage because respect is reciprocal.
You
don't
gonna
respect
win that argument unless we have a conversation. But I see, since now we are not having a conversation. So can you please allow me to
conversating with you? There's no conversation with you, and
speaking on this platform. So why are you so disgusted with my comments? He's hitting you hard, right? Is he?
She is trying.
So if he's hitting you hard,
no, Hassan, hold on,
Hassan. If I were not here, she wouldn't be saying this with this kind of passion.
Hassan, can you hold on, please? Hassan, just as I pushed for people not to stifle you, let me push so that you don't stifle people as well. If you don't let her say it, that doesn't stop her thinking it. So it's better you let her say it, and then she's subject to the ridiculousness or the sense of what she has to say. So let her say it, and then we go on to Joel.
Okay. Thank you, woman. The gibberish speaking is on me, not on you, Hassan. So allow me to say it. Now, let me say this. If you think, when I mean you, is subject to ubiquity, if you think that you have a God, please allow your God to act. It's getting too much and it's getting out of hand. Let your God act. And let your God be the one to decide when somebody is disrespecting.
I will not stand for this nonsense,
That's
not the way to do it, man.
Or disgracing him. Please. This idea of a Quran will be born in France, and Nigerians, poor market women who are Christians, who don't even know what the heck is France, will be buyed. It should stop. And this idea of when we are speaking about, by the way, let me say this. If you think Muslims are being killed in Nigeria, why don't you get one of your Muslim countries to speak on your behalf? How about that? You have a seat of Muslim in Saudi Arabia. Let them wake up and say, oh, we don't tolerate Muslims being killed in Nigeria. How about that? How about that? Somebody is speaking on our behalf, Christians. So get your Muslim brothers to speak on your behalf. Don't mix the two incidences together. That's not the discussion. By the way, as for Wike, one man is unfortunate that the people who call themselves leaders in Nigeria don't even know the law. But it is what it is. For somebody who is the minister for FTC, standing in front of an military man and abusing him and pointing fingers at him is actually ridiculous and is demeaning. And these are the actions the whole world watch. Just as you played it in your global platform, they call us a disgraced country. And you look at that, that's not disgraceful. Really? I don't know how much time I have, but one man, I will come back to this Muslim Christian stuff that is going on in Nigeria. I will continue speaking about it.
You have literally 1 more minute, and then we go to Joel next to see if AY is still ready for us, and then just as we start things, we start to peter down. His own joins us, and you know his own of course, Sapele water and all that. But bring it home, and then we'll move it round. You there, Zita?
What
Am I here?
saying, yes, I'm still here. What I'm saying is that insecurity, I am begging everybody that is discussing this. We have insecurity in Nigeria that should be dealt with. That insecurity affects everybody. Whether you are a Christian or a Muslim or a Hindu or you are not even worshiping anything. That is not the discussion. The discussion is the targeting of Christians in Nigeria because they are Christians. Without no cause, they didn't look for your trouble. They didn't do anything to you. They are just minding their business and you target them because of their religion. That's what we are talking about. And the Muslims in the North has been doing it from time to time. It got to stop, period. And if anybody think that if United States said they're coming to take out terrorism, and you all of a sudden become a terrorist, and you are angry, you are demonstrating, then they will come and take you out, period. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So we're going to you, Joel. Either to the wiki conversation, or if you still want to expand some more on the current topic, Joel, and then we go to his own after that. Joel, 3 minutes.
First and foremost, let me address Hassan and his co-travelers, Larry and AY. We have made it clear here that the people we are talking about are the terrorist groups that emanate from your own bloc. And we all know that they are mostly 99.9% Muslims. It's a Muslim group or Muslim groups you guys groomed. You groom them for whatever reason. You say it is poverty. Yes, wherever there is poverty, yeah, there will be insecurity. But how do you explain that you have been in power? I'm talking about your region. You have been in power for over 40 years, and you are one of the most poverty-stricken region in the whole of the world. It's a disgrace. And that is the reason why I keep calling on your leaders, because they failed you guys. And to you, Hassan, if you say you have been fighting to end Boko Haram, I think you found an ally in the United States, because they are trying to help you quench the light from Boko Haram
then you can now diversify your talent into something else. If your mission has been fighting Boko Haram for over 15 years, it means that you're being paid to do it. And if you're being paid, whatever way, even if you're not being paid, then probably you're getting grants or something to do what you're doing. It means that for someone like you, you don't want it to end. Just like most of those army officers and some of your leaders who benefit from military contracts would not want it to end. But the issue now is that it must end. You don't have a choice. Your leaders don't have a choice. It must end. It must. It must end. And if you guys decide to go any other route, maybe you guys want to bring it. But we cannot continue to stand and see our people being murdered in the name of Christianity or in the name of Nigerians. We cannot. Go and fix your problem, because if someone from the south wants to fix that same problem, like in the days of Buhari, Buhari said no, that maiming Boko Haram was decimating the population of the north. It was made by a leader from the north, a grade A leader in the north, but it's someone who shouldn't even manage a secondary school. That is who you guys call a leader. But do I blame you guys? I do not, because the system does not help you. You guys have been captured. It's between the elites and the poor in your society, and you guys are determined to leave it that way. But we in the south are saying no. You guys are pulling us back. If it were not for this kind of money, I know we have useless leaders in the south too. But at least we may have gotten better roads. For the ones that will agree to do roads for us, at least we get some other incentives. But this issue of always siphoning our national wealth towards fighting insecurity in the north for the over past 15 years, I believe that you guys have made a lot of money. Let that business stop. Redirect your resources and skills into something more meaningful. Terrorism must stop paying you guys, and from all indications, I think it has stopped paying. We cannot continue this way. And the issue there is this: you guys cannot conquer the South. With or without America, you guys cannot conquer the South. The only reason why you guys are doing it is because you guys have. But a time will come when the people will say no, like we did to the Ruger. We said no. Buhari should have pushed it. Then he would have turned Nigeria into a billow of fire. So that is that. One man. So the Wike issue is very unfortunate. The military officer was calm in all of this. He did not talk back, but we saw Wike acting like if they created a ring in that premises that he was going to beat that dude. The arrogance of Wike is all well known. But the thing there is this: if we must build a country, we must not have people like that in power, because they are not teaching anything meaningful to the younger ones. Leadership positions should be positions of emulation. We should be able to look at leaders and say, oh, I want to be like him. Or I would want my son or my daughter to be like this person. But I don't think any of us here would want any of our kids to be like Wike, especially in terms of arrogance. And even in terms of governance. I've always told people who care to listen, Wike was not a good governor for me. What we are talking about, infrastructure, Wike built about 9 bridges on a 2-kilometer road. 9 bridges. So all those periods where we say, oh, Wike is commissioning project. You go, he commissions one here. After 1 month, he commissions another. Come on now. Meanwhile, when you talk about human capital development, Wike was zero. In fact, I had a friend of mine that had been in the justice system for how long? It was until Fulbright came into power that she was promoted into to a judge. And they were screaming. The people are speaking about it. It's not me saying it. So Wike is a bad example. It's an unfortunate situation. And I wouldn't say Tinubu should rein him, but because I know Tinubu will need him in 2027. I think Tinubu will start thinking right after 2027. If he still has Wike after 2027, then probably there's something wrong with Tinubu's head.
One more minute, Joe. 1 more minute.
Thank you. So, one man, on that note, I will yield the floor. And God bless you all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Joel. Stay with us, Joel. So it's been going smoothly and calmly so far, but then of course, he's on. Floor is yours.
Oh man, how you doing?
Okay.
How you doing, man?
How you doing?
I do. As I enter, I say, check out key one now before I start to the talk.
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
The orange man wants to come and do bang bang in your country. The orange man.
No, our fault. Now we cause them. I don't know if you recall. Not too long after Asiwaju won the election, I said that if he comes into office,
sorry, Zon. I'm going to drop for about 20 minutes. You manage the conversations amongst yourself. Hopefully, Ola Simba comes in at some point. But floor is its own, then you move it around just as you will. Don't fight, but carry on.
good luck with that. So I was saying that if Asiwaju came into office and he did not immediately address the 500,000 people in IDPs in Benue that he had already failed before starting his administration. And this is where we are now, based on that failure. And when they attacked them in Benue, he went there, and what did he say to them in Benue when they had the whole charade of children lining the streets to welcome him just after their loved ones had been massacred? That useless governor in that state. Well, what did he say when he got there? Give me land, I'll give you peace. You're talking to the bereaved. You're talking to people who just lost their loved ones. I watched that press conference myself when the Tortee was telling him, this is not farmer header crisis. This is a targeted killing that has been going on for over 10 years. Tinubu is on camera saying, give me land, I'll give you peace. He's on camera saying, why can't you just get along with your neighbors? How do you defend that? So when Trump comes in, and I am not a Trumper, but sometimes you have to acknowledge when someone is doing what is right. When Trump comes in and he says, Nigeria, this is what I am going to do, and I'm giving you the last chance to fix this. He's saying that because he has received intelligence from American services that have told him the Nigerian government has turned a blind eye to the plight of these people. The Nigerian government has not taken any action. Some of these people have accused the Nigerian military of complicity or even colluding with their killers. They refuse to make arrests. They refuse to bring anyone to justice. Give me one person. Apart from the recent announcement where Tinubu said, where are the arrests? And they went and found some people quickly to arrest them. Give me one group of people that have been paraded openly because of this thing going on in Plateau Benue and have been brought to justice. Nothing. Nothing. Right? When Otom was in office and he was screaming all over the country, what were people saying? They were saying, oh, he won't go and find out to pay salary. He's worried about this. Just insensitivity from Nigerians in general. What Otom was saying is what Trump is coming to threaten us with today. Had we listened to Otom, there won't be any statement from Trump. But no, Otom criticized Mieti Allah to the point that they made an attempt on his life. I don't know if we forget, we always have short-term memory loss. They had tried to kill the man in Benue. If you don't believe me, go 2 years back and find channel interviews from Governor Tom talking about specifically addressing Fulanese, specifically talking about Mieti Allah, specifically talking about how they tried to kill him, right? America has designated the Fulani militia as a terrorist group in Africa. Okay? I've heard that Mieti Allah, Kataori have been placed on lists, special lists from the United States government. It's not a coincidence. These people know who the perpetrators are. They know where they reside, including our government. You can't tell me DSS or Rubadus people don't know who these people are. But for political reasons, they refuse to tackle them, which makes our government complicit in this mass murder. Okay? This is the fact. And nothing is going to change that. And people that come here and try to make this about Islam, look, everyone on this platform, if you really grew up in Nigeria, you either have Muslims in your family or you have Muslims as your very close friends. Okay, so it's not an attack on an entire religion. But even the Muslims that I know, at least the ones I know, have been able to say these people committing these acts are out of control. But what gets me is not that these people claim to be part of Islam. That's not what gets me. What gets me is the silence of the larger Muslim community. The fact that when Deborah Samuel was brutally fired by these people, someone as high up as Atiku Abubakar can tweet out the evil behind this, but then turn around and immediately delete his tweet because he was afraid. Not a word from Sami Sulamido, not a word from the Sultan of Sokoto, not a word from the Shehu in Bornu. I don't know if Hassan has left. Not a word condemning this. However, when there was brutality in Edo State, and those people were also quiet, very wrong. We saw Arewa group come out. We saw northern governors come out. We saw all these people come out to the point that, Okpebula had to run over there and prostrate in front of all of them to ask for their forgiveness. So you can see the double standard, the lack of priority given to human lives when they are not Muslim or northerners. Okay, so this is not me saying it. I've given evidence of things that have happened recently. Madam Zita talked about the number of lives lost when the cartoon is made a depiction of the prophets in Denmark. Nigerians had nothing to do with that. Yet it was used as an excuse to randomly attack people. Or are we forgetting the beauty pageant? When someone said that the girls were so beautiful, one of them could become the prophet's wife. All of a sudden, one-ton killing, attack mass people, burn the churches, kill pipe people all over the place. Come on, listen. You can't sit down honestly with yourself and say there is not a targeting of Christians in the north that are minorities. This is a fact. I listened to Babachi Lawal yesterday. He said the same thing. He's from Adamawa. He's a Christian minority in the north. He said the Christian minorities in Gombe, Christian minorities in Bauchi, Christian minorities in Bornu, Christian minorities in Yobe, constantly living in conditions where if they say the wrong word at any given time, their lives will end. Our government turns a blind eye to it. The government is complicit. Our media is complicit. Why is our media complicit? Because when these things happen, let me tell you what happens on the media. Arise picks up the story. Oh, yesterday, 250 people were died in Benue. They said the marauders came on 200 motorcycle bikes. They attacked them. They did this, they did this, they did this, they did this. May their souls rest in perfect peace. Bam, you don't finish. They will bring one expert, security expert. How can we not call this? That's the end of it. You will not see one correspondence on ground. You will not see statistics. You will not see them interviewing the victims. You will not see camera visuals showing the community that has actually been burned. And again, before anyone starts to say, oh, you're just talking about this with Plato, it doesn't matter where it happens. Katsina, Zamfara, give me one image of an Arise correspondent, channels correspondent on ground in Zamfara, covering, showing the victims, showing the carnage, highlighting the why? Because the Nigerian government will say it is embarrassing the government and the NBC will sanction them. So the cowardice of our media makes them complicit in this action as well. So when you combine all of this together, and the American embassy in Nigeria, which is pretty much like a spy station, is gathering information on all of this over the last 10 years. And they present the data with images, with hard facts to President Trump, who is heavily backed up by the evangelical base in the United States. What do you expect him to say? He will say, listen, I'm giving you an ultimatum because clearly I cannot work with your government to solve this. Because President Jonathan's administration, they said it. When the Americans came and they were working to try and stop Boko Haram, every time they put out information that they were going to attack Boko Haram, someone went and told Boko Haram, and the Boko Haram got out of the place. So the complicity is, the rot is inside our government. And that's why the Americans are saying, I'm giving you a chance to fix it. If not, we will strike on our own. Not because we want to, but because we cannot work with your government. I digress. Comparable facts.
What's happening?
Hello.
Why is everybody quiet?
My brother,
Okay.
my brother, you spoke well. You spoke well.
Okay. Okay.
Wait,
If everybody is quiet, let me understand my voice.
You're moving around. I'm going to call them.
It went quiet for a second, so I wasn't sure what was happening because I could only see
Yeah,
comparable facts.
that's why I came in. See, Aizon, you've all spoken very well, for sure. But let me tell you something that we are missing. That I think we are missing here. All those, the way you describe all this targeting, are they really like that? Of course, I won't deny. But there are so many of these that we should be very careful about. Using religion as something of designation for a foreign organization to come in, we have to be very careful. You've already seen what we are talking about. Even there will be massive division, even beyond the northern part of the country. There will be division right in the south, especially the southwest, where we are the mixture of both Muslim and Christian. When you start raising that, and when this thing escalates to that religious aspect, you will even see those things that is happening in the north affecting us in Yoruba land. And this is what people are not being careful about. And when you want to control a particular space, violence and religion, they go together in some aspects. Now, when America is introducing this religious angle, we are, hey, come and help us clear. But what we are not looking at is this: when it becomes a religious matter, it's even going to escalate beyond the current situation. Yes, we have a insecurity issue, but it's mostly, I would prefer to ride it around other things like terrorism, or maybe you want to even talk of ethnic cleansing rather than introducing religion. Now, have you guys not wondered why even Hausas, that they're about the largest population, or maybe about 50-50 population with Yoruba, I'm not taking out other ethnic group in the north out of them, but let's just say Hausas, because Fulani, I know that the population in Nigeria is actually escalated, or how do you say, exaggerated. I don't believe that Hausas are more than Ijaw. No way. I think Ijaw, they are the fourth largest ethnic group in Nigeria. I don't think Fulanis are more than Kanuri. They are just using all those things to manipulate our mind to make themselves larger than life. But one thing you can assign to their leadership is that they love violence. And because they love violence, they have places to hide. And in all their violence, how come that they are protected? Their protection is not only in Nigeria. That's the problem. Their protection is beyond our territory. Then the problem is, who are those protecting them? So that's why I've been saying that. No, let me line with my narrative, please. That's why I've been saying that if America really want to help us, they know what to do. El Rufai is walking up and down, is moving around this country. Ali Mohammed Sharif, you can't claim not to know all those people, and they travel out. Maybe they go to United Arab Emirates, which are allies of United States of America. What have you done to them? Even Saudi Arabia is stopping, is banning Gumi, and Gumi still travel to where America can reach. Why nobody is talking from that angle? So the religion aspect of it, the coloration, is what I'm saying is dangerous, and that is why some of us will be talking of restructuring that country, not only economical along the economic area. Let us even have it in such a way that everybody will have their own internal security. You have your police. So this is where people should be going for their governor. Say, on that state police, go and make Tinubu restless. Go and give him sleepless night. Don't let him sleep. Don't let your rep sleep until you get that state police. And that state police should not be something that maybe the president can just invoke the power to bear weapon. No, it should be a matter for the National Assembly to be able to legislate on and to have oversight, not the executive. Because don't forget, we might ask someone like a Buhari that will come tomorrow and start disarming the regional security structure. Then leave those states that want to live in insecurity to them, and let's see whether they are not going to solve their matter. Middle belt, have your own security down to this place and repel every evil person. Just equip them as you want. You understand? Let the state apparatus meet them violence for violence. And let's see whether they are not going to run. But staying here, just accepting a United States of America coloration is a dangerous narrative. I was saying it's a very dangerous narrative that we should all just try to. You see, when these people wanted to colonize us, they used religion and violence. They first of all, although we know we are doing those states before, they first of all came with violence, and later they now brought religion. You understand? The religion that we appeal to you. You understand? You know these people are more powerful than you. Just have hope in God. Think of the world to come. When you look at those stuff, so it's still the same narrative being played here. Whether Christianity or Islamic, they are tools of control. So because if it lands in the hand of the right people, you understand? You use those things to keep to obey law or order, to keep order in society. If it lands in the hand of the wrong people, you will see what Boko Haram and all those people are doing. Now, when you see the way Boko Haram operates, are they reflecting anything about religion? No, they just use that thing to cause manipulation. You understand? To gain sympathy of people, because already people have been captured around religion. You understand? Once you told them that, oh, bring all those religious something, you understand? You start creating violence and you start benefiting those people that want to benefit. That's exactly what you see. The reason why the northern leaders refuse to let the people develop, because any day those people develop and they are well learned, you understand? They will emasculate themselves. You think if the southern part of Nigeria, as lowly educated as those people in the north, are with religion, you think this violence will not have met violence? It will be violence for violence. Those are the things. We should understand that this is all about control. You understand? That America is coming. You think they are coming to save us? Just tell me, give me just 10 example. You understand? Just take sample. You understand? Maybe you want to even go statistical now. Okay. You understand? So that they won't be. Give me 25 out of 30 places. Take 30 samples and give me 30 places where America actually went to liberate, and that place remained the same. That is not that those places are not worse off. So it can make us feel good. Our dopamine can raise up. We can feel all this feel good factor that America is coming to help us. You'll be shocked. You are in for a rude shock. I'm telling you, if they do anything in another part of that country now, and you are hiding in the south and you think it's not going to affect you, stay there. They deceive yourself. You understand? Gradually, these people, they've entered on you. Ilori, when people of Ilori were just rationalizing all those stuff, they're in Ilori as we speak now. How did they enter Ilori? Religion. So let us just, this thing, see, guys, if we
Okay,
must
can we take
resolve
a
our own
call?
problem, move on our leaders and stop romancing this American this thing. I heard that we are not even using it to carry the same to us now. Ask yourself, why are we not using Tucano? If it was true, you sold us Tucano, but you are preventing us from using it. Assuming the statement that I had was true. You understand? So you will say we violate human rights, and you be violating human rights for donkey years. You are selling weapons to Saudi Arabia to go and harass Yemen. You are selling weapons to other countries to go and harass. But when it comes to the matter of Nigeria, you say we should not use. Abba, see, guys, don't let us fall into the trap of these people. That's just my own. You can label me whatever you want to, but be very careful when it is a matter of religion.
I think it's my turn.
You can continue, sir. I just say I should come in to contribute. You can continue.
Can I go ahead?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay. You have spoken well, Ola, but we cannot divorce from our conversation without mentioning Muslim. Okay? Because Boko Haram is part of Muslim. So there's no way we can, misconstrue the fact. Muslim, the Muslim are the follower of Islam. This is my own understanding. I've not read, I've not read Quran. But majority of Muslims oppose, Boko Haram. So let's call that a fact, because a lot of them are dying, and they are fleeing from that particular country, that particular area. So that's a fact. The industry is there to support what we are talking about. We are not here condemning all Muslims. We are condemning that particular section of Muslims, which is Boko Haram, which is a violent extremist that distort Islam for political goal. So you cannot say we can't talk about Muslim. We have to, because you can't tell me whereby everybody has repeated this, but I'm going to repeat it. And that's my quarrel about our conversation. Can anybody tell me where a Christian group has gone, terrorized, go to the north or in the south and start killing or burning the mosque? The answer is no, unequivocal. We all can come here and say whatever we want, Muslim dying, Christian. Yeah, people are dying, both of them. But you can't give me any figure, to disprove what I'm saying from the figure that I have that is being compiled by international, international organization, the Westerns, telling you that is disproportionate Christians. And give me your own data. Nigeria don't have their own data to, disprove what we are saying. So what do you expect me to do? I have to believe with that data. I know it's an estimate. And to be more factual, you can't just stay here. You blame Trump. If you look at the Christian population, Nigeria has the fourth largest Christian population in the world. Number one is America, followed by Brazil and Mexico, and Nigeria is number 4. So you expect, people who, people who respect Christianity, and for you to, exterminate their people, to be quiet. No, Trump is doing the right thing. Do I agree with most of, do I agree the way he's governing? No, that's a different subject. But he's doing the right thing, because if he hasn't said anything, nothing would have happened. This has been going on long time ago. It's not something new, 15, 16 years ago. If you have to go, if you have to go back ways, it has been happening, from
Yeah.
hold on. It has been happening from even before Basanjo. Of course, we know what happened during the Jonathan. Of course, the situation amplified when we have, a silent genocide that came into, into the government of this country, which is Buhari. It's a silent genocide. Everything amplified during his time. So I'm going to call it what it is. We shouldn't come here and sugarcoat what is the fact. The
Let
fact
me
is the
interject for
fact.
a second, man.
It's well
Yeah.
stated there. But anyway, let me let that lie. Let me use this opportunity to speak about Wike. You see, this is the
Before you go to
problem we
Wiki,
have
can I
in.
interject real quick?
Okay,
Hold on, comparable fight. Don't go to Wiki yet. Go ahead, Prince Daddy.
go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thanks. What you said earlier, like you said it before. Um, um, let's just make it an issue of terrorism and banditry. Okay, fine. But But see, it goes back to the same old story. You know, if Trump had come and said, banditry, terrorism, nobody would take anything serious. The only reason why we're talking about this situation right now is because he mentioned the word Christian being pious. That's the only reason why we're talking about it. So, you know, if we want to continue on the old path, let's not identify the real problem. Let's just make it general. You know, let's because we make everything general. That's why nothing's been done. Nothing has been done. When are we going to have a starting point? A starting point for the whole situation. Okay. If you just want to make it general, nothing's gonna. That's why our leaders don't do nothing about it. That's why they can fight people left and right, and nobody moves or nobody's concerned about it. You know what? Because it's the same old story. You know, nothing changes. See, if you want to have an impact and bring about any change, there has to be a change in direction. And what this does really is bring about a change in direction, but of course we can manage the narrative around it. So I don't buy into that your position about let's just not point fingers and just make it general. If you make it general, nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen if you make it general. Let's not pretend like our leaders don't know what is going on. They know what is going on.
Please, can I say something?
Thank you. No, I completely agree with you 100%. You know, I mean, maybe the way I worded it wasn't proper. You know, so I'm aligned with your narrative. You know, no doubt about it. That is true. They have not done nothing. This, like I said, it's something. Something just didn't start today. You have to wait for a leader, of the free world to come and define what is happening in your country. Then everybody's running scatter. This is the problem we have, but I'm glad it's happening. Whether he come, to uproot the terrorists or whatever, but the situation right now has got everybody talking. Nobody's talking about election or whatever. We are talking about our country, how to stabilize our country, that we have an species danger, in our country. Something has to be done. So people come in here and say there's nothing like Christian genocide. You can have your opinion. That's your opinion. I respect it. But in my own opinion, I'm only speaking from what I believe. And I can give you the genesis where I think there's a Christian genocide. If you look at the Boko Haram, remember, if you really study, remember Boko Haram split into two. When Mohammed Yusuf died, which is the head of that Boko
Let
Haram,
other people
you
speak
have
now.
Abu Bakr, then there's Abu Bakr Shakir. Then he wanted to
comparable fact, I don't think you can hear me. Can you? If you can hear me,
can I say something, please?
No, sorry, just give me 30 seconds to respond to Prince Daddy. You see, Prince Daddy, you want to solve a problem, you don't escalate the problem. What Trump has just done is escalated the problem now. We that we are supposed to come together and solve the insecurity among ourselves, we started suspecting ourselves now, which is dangerous. That is not a solution. You understand? When I told you, I challenge everybody here to go and look at the country where America intervened. I just give 30 sample and come and give me 25. Just come and give me 10 that survived after. Now, you went to Afghanistan to fight Taliban. Who are those people ruling in Afghanistan today? When America arrive in Nigeria, you'll be surprised that these terrorists they want to fight may be the one that will take control of that territory and they'll be dealing with America. Be very careful. That's why I'm suggesting that if we carry the same energy and say, oh, you are our senator, you are our governor, don't come to our state until you get local security. We want to secure our territory today. We've had ample of examples. Fayose did an open grazing law, anti-open grazing law. You understand? And carry cutlasses and shakabula. Hunters go after them. You understand? What happened? They disappeared. We've seen this thing. So it has shown you. But when Fayemi came, he started playing policies around it. What happened? They returned. You understand? At least you don't need to tell me that, oh, when your executive governors and your leaders want to do something, that something will be done. I don't know why everybody is afraid of Fulanis because they are just the most. They are the one behind. They are the one being spoken about when talking about this. Even Hausas, you understand, they are helpless. Even though they tend to say Hausa Fulani. Let's just be very careful. That's not help.
Yeah, let me. Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. I was busy with work, man. I was listening a little bit. I want to quickly address the first of all, I think a lot of us, we are very insensitive to our neighbors in Nigeria. I think a lot of Nigerians lack what we call emotional intelligence. I listened to her, so I really enjoyed this point as always. But comparable fast said one, he said, no, you can't remove it. They are Muslim. You got to put them together.
Body who is serving your country.
Listen. Let me talk, please. That is so insensitive. You are talking of religion of over 2 billion people. In Nigeria, let's say 100 million people average. That's what you are referring to because you are so insensitive. It's just like how somebody will come when they tell you, oh, 1967 coup was an Igbo coup. You're going to argue, no, it's not an Igbo coup.
Erosion of,
listen. Oh, let me talk. This is your problem. You're going to argue, it's not an Igbo coup. Even me, I argue, it's not an Igbo coup. Because you can't say because of the sin of few people, you are pointing hand to millions of people. But I'm sure if anybody come here and accuse you, the 1967 coup was an Igbo coup, you will swear for the person, you will swear. I'm not in that position, it was an Igbo coup. That is what is going on. The truth is, we have, even calling it Fulani is a problem. Designate these people as terrorists, as criminals, as whatever, wherever you are. This is the failure of the government over the years. That's why we are at the point where we want to fight ourselves. We don't know what you are inviting for ourselves. I don't know, is it for fun? I don't know your other name, sorry. He made mention of something. Now, when America went to Afghanistan to fight Taliban after 20 years, they had over the state of the Taliban. They went to Syria. Oh, Syria are killing non-Muslim in Syria. They are going to fight ISIS. They handed over Syria to ISIS. Yesterday, the Syrian president, they put bounty on his head, millions of dollars. Was in White House, dancing Buga with the president. We don't really understand. The issues going on in the north, I kept explaining to some people, but what you want to believe is what you want to believe. There is mass killing of people in the north, both Muslim and Christian. This is a fact. If you have specific cases where you say this is religious crisis in this region, you can bring it up. But what I know in the north, there is mass killing of Nigerians. The people killing these people, we don't need to have mercy on them. It's the failure of the government. That is why we're having this discussion. Go to where they are, bob the shit out of them. Clear this criminal out because Nigeria are suffering. We have, if you want to target Fulani, we have a lot of Fulani that are selling in the country, that are doing well, that are peaceful. They are there. Whatever you want to call them, these terrorists, this criminal, clear them. But I'm not gonna stand. I see a foreign country coming to Nigeria without working with the government, without the approval, without helping the government with intelligence. You want to come and betray bomb. Nigeria is not a banana island. We have a government. Hold on. Let me finish, please. We have a government in the country. You can't just come into a country and betray bomb. That will never be part of. There is no. If America, Chibok girls, Nigeria, we are looking for Chibok girls for how many years now? America have intelligence. Why did they not give the government intelligence and said, look at where these children are? Why did they not come into the country and said, we need to assist you? This is where we're going to get these guys out wherever they are. But you are the police of the world. That did not happen. It's not even.
What has your government done in the last 15 years?
Hold on. I'm blaming the government from Goodluck Jonathan to President Buhari to the current government. The current government, you can't remove yourself because you promised Nigeria that you can get the job done. So there is no excuse. What they need to do, if you know your military, in summary of this whole matter, what I think is really going on in Nigeria with the security structure there is massive corruption. People are now using all this insecurity, making millions of dollars from it. So there are people in the security, in my own opinion, that don't want this to end.
And those
Because
are the same people who want to put in charge, right?
hold
The
on,
same people want to put in charge.
hold on, because they are making money from it. What the commander in chief, you are the commander in chief for a reason. You have to do your work. If you have to fire people, when they wanted to plant coup, when they plant coup against him, was able to
it's not going to work.
hold on.
It's not going to work. Let's not pretend and
Hold
keep
on,
ourselves.
please. Let me just finish. If you don't want me to speak, I'll go. So recently, when there was a coup in the country, the president was able to fire everybody. So when there is failure of security, failure of intelligence, why don't you do the same? If these people, you cannot do this job. Oh, we have a report on you. You are part of people making Nigeria on this security going on. Why don't you fire the same people for poor performance or lack of performance? Why don't you fire them? They will not do that, but they know how to protect themselves. It's sad that the state we have, the rhetoric going around, it's like we're pushing ourselves to civil war. I pray we don't get there, but I'm scared that
it's religious war, not civil war. It's religious war. That's why it's dangerous.
No matter, yeah, it's very dangerous. Why is why? Hold on, let me speak. Why this is dangerous, right? Nigeria is a peculiar country where you literally have like a close to 50% of both religion, major religion. If you start civil war in Nigeria or religion war in Nigeria, it's not gonna be funny. It's not gonna. Nobody is gonna survive it. It's nobody is gonna win. Nigeria are just gonna kill themselves and bury themselves. The world will not be able to throw any camera and tell people what is going on. Just like what is going on in Sudan today. Nobody cares about you.
Yes, please, Daddy, before you go on, you understand there is something you want to, if that side of Trump is wants to say, let me just put this in and you take it along. Let me tell you something. We are that Fulani, that people are not comfortable labeling Fulani. You know, I keep saying something there. When I talk of Fulani, I just talk of the Emirates, their leadership. I don't talk of the common people because those people, they are just tools. See, the fact they can designate the S-men are the fourth largest, the fourth largest, I mean, Fulani S-men, you understand, are the fourth largest terrorist group in Sub-Saharan Africa. That tells the story. And the thing is this: we've had almost three centuries of this narrative that this guy, they've always tried to conquer everybody. Yoruba fought with them in the war. You understand? We have an example of those things that is happening in the lorry, and we have the example of how they captured the Hausa people. Now, these guys, they use religion. Now, why you cannot compare Lebanese ethnic and religion is this: religion cut across almost the entire world population.
Absolutely.
But the word Fulani is not the same thing because they are one kind of micro ethnic group that believe that Nigeria is the estate of the father, and that one day they are going to capture the estate of the father. So when these people are using holy jihad is not peculiar to the entire Muslim in this situation. This jihad idea is Madam Fodio, who happened to be a foreigner. You understand? We call that kind of person a legion that enter Nigeria. You understand? That started creating some kind of religion, started radicalizing everyone. Yoruba, we had Islamic in Yoruba before Madam Fodio. Some part of Nigeria, they had Islam before Madam Fodio. You understand? It's just like when you go, okay, let me give a Christianity as a religion. It's not everybody you see that says the Lord. It's a Christian. Some are just entrepreneur. That is why they will focus on material things. They will manipulate you in such a way that you will donate your house saying you are sowing seed. So we have some people like that. So you can't just because of those pastorpreneur now and now start labeling the entire Christian because you are going to offend the person like
exactly
that I don't believe in all those stuff. So
exactly
when you talk of Fulani and the brand of their Islam, they are using, that's just a control tool. It doesn't affect one Mukaila from Osun State or one Isaac from Kaduna, that is just a normal Muslim. So don't allow. So by the time someone is using the word religion now to classify what is happening in Nigeria, you are setting the Muslim in every nook and crannies of Nigeria against the Muslim in every nook and cranny of
Exactly.
Nigeria.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Abi. Now you are now setting
I
Christian in
don't
Nigeria
believe in what you're
against the
saying.
global
That your
Muslim.
narrative is wrong.
So you are having a global.
Okay, we heard that.
You are having
Okay.
a global this thing now. That's the danger there.
But one thing I'm gonna say, I don't even believe Fulani is the fourth largest group in Nigeria. I doubt if they are even toughest 10. Is this thing just
terrorist
propaganda?
group
It's
in
because
South Africa.
okay,
The first
thank
largest
you. Okay,
Fulani
got it.
S-men, not Fulani. They didn't say Fulani.
Yeah, I get
Fulani
your point.
S-men.
I
That's the
get your
word.
point now.
Okay, you guys are fear mongering anyways, trying to scare people that, we're gonna descend into chaos, this and that. Fine. But you guys, you're not too concerned about people that have lost lives, their family members, their properties and whatnot over this decade or so. Over 100,000 people, perhaps, if both Christians and Muslims have been having fight over these years due to terrorism.
We are concerned. That's what we are saying.
You're not
We
concerned
are
about
concerned.
protecting yourselves and your area, but generally you don't care because left to the status quo, this whole thing will continue to perpetuity as far as we know in Nigeria. Nobody's going to come to the aid of no Christians or Muslim being fight. Nobody's going to come to the aid. No, you guys, you look concerned about the country disintegrating into war and chaos. That's what you're concerned about. But I tell you,
Prince Daddy, this is not. This is escalation. You want to
Daddy, you
escalate
have to be
violence.
concerned, to be honest.
No,
This is not
okay.
There is nothing like
No,
escalation.
but the approach, by the way, the approach Trump is trying to use actually is actually
But
is
hold on,
actually
Ola.
an approach.
How is Prince Daddy want to escalate, violent? I mean, what has their government done in the last
You are
20 to 15 years?
okay. Hold on.
What are you saying?
Hold on. Comparable fact. Look at it this way. Maybe someone speak against Islamic prophets, let's say in Syria, let's say in England, and everything in the northern Nigeria suddenly packed up. You really understand? Now, please tell me the correlation between blasphemy in the UK and Nigeria.
So we are on that stage. We always are afraid.
No.
We are always afraid
I'm just
of
telling
them.
you
We're always afraid because
how dangerous the religion narrative can be. Then in Nigeria now, you now set
that's
Christian
what
in
they're
Nigeria
using to fight
against
people
Muslim in
anyways.
Nigeria. I'm telling you, many of you that
No.
are supporting this, you won't be able to curtail it.
That's why we don't move. That's
It's
why
a
we
no
don't move
start.
forward. That's why we don't move forward.
But Ola, you
You
can't
want to
divorce
put us
from
on that stage.
from Muslim from the terrorists. They are part
No,
of the terrorism was born
comparable
from
fact.
the Muslim.
Comparable fact. That's not true.
Comparable fact.
That's not
This
true.
is very
Don't say that.
ignorant
Don't say
what you
that.
are saying.
Comparable
No,
fact.
it
You
is.
are very. It's
No.
very
That's not
ignorant.
true. That's not true.
Comparable
No.
fact.
That's not
Where
true.
does the
Okay.
jihadists come from?
Let me ask you
Didn't it come
something
from
now.
the Muslim?
No, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say
Comparable
that.
fact. That is
You
not
see,
true.
how
That is
the
what
you
what
see
what
how
I'm
the
trying to
you
tell
see
you.
how the
Terrorists.
right wing
Don't say the Muslim. Can
you see how the
everybody
right wing propaganda have got
I'm
into
coming.
people.
Let me
Okay.
ask a comparable fact one
Comparable
question,
fact.
please.
You
1
lack
minute.
emotional intelligence at
1
all. You
second. 1
don't
second.
have any.
Comparable fact.
That's why you speaking in
Wait
that
now.
manner.
Please, sorry.
You see, AY take over already.
Just
So
1 second. Just 1 second.
Okay.
Comparable fact. Can somebody
Yes.
leak all? IPOP is a terrorist organization. Can somebody with a
God
normal
bless
sense
you.
lead all Igbo to a terrorist? What are you talking about?
He would
I
defend
didn't say
IPOB.
that. All I said that Boko
What give us
Haram
this?
emancipated came out of Muslim. They are the
No,
jihadist
you
part of the
don't
Muslims.
understand what
So
these are
that's the point I'm trying to make. So you
No,
can't
group.
differ from
that is not the way you
calling
put it.
Muslim with
You say
and
Muslim.
jihadists. You have
Your-
to.
No, you say
Haram
you
is
can't separate the
Nigeria.
Muslim from the
Nigeria, Boko
jihadist, from the
Haram.
terrorist. That's what you
Boko
say.
Haram is
Okay, guys.
Nigeria.
Hold on.
It's your fault.
I will ask
It's
something
your
now.
fault,
See,
man.
this is what
It's your
Larry was
fault.
saying earlier. Larry came on.
Guys, hold on until I call you out to speak, please. Don't unmute. What we are saying is this: we are not saying we should not fight our insecurity. At this particular point in time, Let's find solutions. Stop helping America to add coloration. They don't care. You don't pay tax to them. They don't care about you. You are just deceiving yourself. You think they care. They care nothing. They only. American economy, as we're speaking, is suffering too. They're having security in their own country. Hold on. They don't care about you.
Let me say this, Ola.
Right,
I think.
Can I finish my point? You guys hijacked me. I didn't finish my point. But I
finish
my point.
Finish.
You come after Izon. You come after Izon.
Okay. No, I was going to say this. Yeah, you're right. American politicians don't care about us, but American politicians care about their constituencies. And in America, the evangelical base is a big, big constituency. These people are not running for office. They're not trying to do anything in power. And for them, when they see a Nigerian pastor standing in a shallow grave with tons of bodies around him, screaming that Christians are being massacred, screaming that Fulani militia are attacking his people and they've been attacking them for over 10 years, it becomes an issue for those people, those evangelical people in the United States. And there are millions, Prince Daddy can attest to it. And those people put pressure on their politicians to say, we need this to stop if you want us to continue supporting you, because Christians are losing their lives. And then the politicians talk to Trump, and Trump makes a speech. So you're right. Okay. They don't care. They don't care about us.
Okay.
Wait. You're right. They don't care about us. But the people that need their votes care about us. And that's why you're seeing what's happening now. And what's even worse is the fact that some evangelical person in Texas or wherever with a different skin color cares more about the fact that we have 500 IDPs than our own government. That's the travesty in this thing. That is what's more disturbing than anything else. Prince Daddy, you can go ahead.
I agree with that narrative actually. But Allah doesn't care about that. Allah is more concerned about being coward about making a religious war. In the name of religion, that's why people are being kind, because they're not kind your family member or me.
I won't allow you to do that to me. Let me tell you one thing. Now, in 2018, we know that America has stopped us from buying weapons. They stopped Jonathan. Even when Boko Haram was about starting, they stopped. Even though they were the one predicting Nigeria disintegration at a particular year. Now, they made sure that Jonathan did not have equipment to fight terrorism. Anytime he was winning that war against terrorism, all of a sudden, Transparency International as some kind of good-for-nothing NGO, they start giving some kind of this thing. All those things that will be threatening. They start telling me the story of how he's going to go to ICC, all those stuff. Fear, all those stuff. They started controlling his mind.
Amnesty International.
You understand? Amnesty International. You understand?
Okay,
hold on. Prince Daddy, hold on. We understand all those narratives. Now, what we are saying is this. Now, when after Donald Trump approved Tucano jet for Buhari, you understand? He asked Buhari, why were you killing Christians in Nigeria? That person explained. After he approved that Tucano jet and Buhari returned to Nigeria after Nigeria paid, oh my goodness, that's insecurity escalated, and Trump was there. After signing the deal, you did nothing. Okay, that's the point. Now, I heard that Tucano jet now that we are not even optimizing it because there are restrictions placed on us by America. You love us. You sold us a private jet. You understand? You give our intelligence that this is where these people are, but they want to use Tucano jet. You are restricting them from using. That was how I'm saying, assuming the information I had was true. You understand? What type of love is that? You gave us something and you say, oh, you cannot use it to do this. What type of love is that? So until you came to Nigeria, if you don't understand that all these are some kind of motive in it, then I don't know exactly how to say. That's why I'm saying that Nigerians can be the one to fight this thing. And my own solution has always been, number one, regionalize the country. We do all this story of Giant of Africa, this thing. We don't have to be Giant of Africa. We can just be
regionalize the country after 2 million people. Then, you talk about
hold on now.
Okay,
hold on.
Let me make
hold on. Hold on.
Let him talk now.
When you give every region the weapon to defend themselves, I'm okay. You don't need to tell us, so that when you give people their weapon, they will know those people that are creating problem for them and they will deal with them. Okay, how would you have given a Christian governor of Benue State?
But they have been giving them weapon.
Wait, madam. I didn't interrupt you. If you are giving the people of Benue their weapon, their police to fight, you understand? Internally, so they have nobody to complain to that is attacking them. How will you have a local police and you won't be able to fend for yourself? That's why what we're saying. We should be more concerned about granting every state or every region their own, to empower them to fight for themselves. We don't need America to come and fight for us. Instead, empower the region, let them fight for themselves. You think if you give every region that empowerment, you think we will be continue to hear this narrative? We won't. But some people, including the international community, supporting this guy to destabilize Nigeria to their own benefits, and we are even praising them. We are not even looking at where they are culpable. Yesterday, was it yesterday or during the week, ISWAP and Boko Haram, they were giving themselves the kind of a show of power. You understand? They were fighting for territory. Tell me how that is. Tell me the religion in that. That was so purely resource control. You understand? ISWAP want to claim the area of that election back. You understand? Then Boko Haram deflected them. You understand? They ambushed them. You know, and they destroyed their boat, everything. If the thing is online, you can watch it and tell me how that is all about religion, if not because of just capturing about 700 billion worth of locations, so that all these people they are forming they want to form their empire about resources, and the estimate of the resources they want to capture is in the excess of about $700 billion. And we are here. We think America doesn't understand.
But that is swap and the Boko Haram. That one is a resource now. They are fighting for resources now.
Exactly. Well, so they are just using religion to just, the religion is if you come to Ekiti now, if you want to bring this kind of bad thing that is happening, you look at what is it that people in Ekiti we resonance to. If it's Sheshe, you start using Sheshe, you start using our social go with strike. If you don't do this thing on time, before you know, they will buy into that idea. You understand? These people, they are just using.
Chance to talk.
Go ahead.
Praise that.
Prince Daddy, I agree to Prince Daddy has been talking since.
Okay, let me talk. I beg. Let me land, please. I beg. You go talk.
Can I jump in after? Because I've been in and out because I'm
Simba, keep on. I beg, be moderate. I will be back. Be moderating. I'll be back.
Why are you running away? ISWAP and Boko Haram fighting is like, witches fighting that coven. By the end of the day, they bind together to fight Christians. That's just the bottom line. But anyways, Allah is always trying to, run away from the main issue. Trying to water down the big problem we have at hand. But if you're saying it is true though that many of the countries that America has been to or intervened, they've caused chaos, no doubt. But we have to carefully look at what Trump is proposing. Trump's approach is quite important to understand it. And that approach has been used in the past anyway. Keep in mind, the first Gulf War was a success. Why? Because America did not really go there to take over that country. They bumped the heck out of Saddam and those guys, and they did well. The recent example, of course, would be Iran. We've destroyed Iran's nuclear program, set it back 2 or 3 decades, and it's all gone. We didn't send no damn people to go there and fight. So the approach Trump is proposing is really a targeted, kinetic approach, whereby we target these damn terrorists and the camps and go blazing, just like you said, on these people. That would work. That would work very well. We don't need to go there and try to bring American soldiers back, because Trump is not going to do that anyways. He's not going to bring American soldiers to Nigeria to fight war.
Okay, Prince Daddy, we understand that. We understand that. But let me ask you this. We are not talking about what Trump is going to do. He can go and do target whatever, go to ISWAP or whatever terrorists then and finish all of them. Fine. But what we are talking about is that if you reduced the insecurity in Nigeria to religious war between Muslim and Christian, we are talking about the implications It's not about it will not now be about the Muslim in the north and the Christian in the north alone. It will now be Muslim versus Christian in Nigeria.
But Simba, you are the guy saying that they are carrying more Muslim than Christian. Is not the time for us to join together? What's your argument? If they are carrying more Muslim than Christian, why are you so concerned about making a religious argument?
You are looking, that is the way you are looking at it. But the millions of Muslims and Christians in Nigeria, they are not looking at it. Okay, the same thing goes to.
Can I answer Simba to that question?
Simba. I don't know what we have sugarcoated here. The Muslims that they are killing in Nigeria are it's not Fulani. The problem we have is Fulani jihadists.
Wait, guys. Let me say this.
I have not finished my season.
Okay. Let me come in, please. Let me come in. I need to respond to Simba.
Comparable. I don't even know whether you don't hear every other person. You just talk on people every time. What I'm saying, I'm not. Let me give you, for example. Ola was talking earlier on.
Let me respond to Simba.
I 100% agree with you, Simba. 100%. But
oh God. Comparable, why are you behaving like this? He said he made an example of what is happening between ISWAP and Boko Haram. If it is about religion, the two of them belong to the same religion. Why are they fighting themselves? That is one. So if some people, group of terrorists are hiding under religion to form.
Allah stop muting me now.
Nobody is meeting you. I'm the only one here. Allah is not here. So if they are hiding under religion and we are classifying them as okay, maybe because they are Muslim, then we say okay, there is the Muslim that are actually killing Christian. Then can we also look at it this way? The people, because we all know that the problem in Nigeria is actually about land grabbing, resource control, and every other thing. Now, the people that are the minorities that are Christian in the Middle Belt and some part of the Northwest that are being killed, and we are saying that they are being killed because of religion. We are not saying that they are being killed because of their land. We are not, because they are actually because they are minority. They can only hide under religion for people to hear their voice, and that is why they are making it to look. I'm just throwing it open. You can say what I'm saying is wrong, but they are hiding under religion because Christianity will give them a larger platform for them to get whatever is happening to them, and they will get more sympathy. As a minority, if they are talking, people might not even listen to them because they are just minority people. So people are not looking at that way. So
okay.
what I'm
Simba,
saying,
let me ask you a question. Wait, let me ask you a question on that.
I hear one thing, Simba. Simba said we should be afraid of the people.
Can I respond to Simba, please?
Hold on.
Simba, I want to ask you a question.
Simba, you said we should be afraid of Muslims in that country because you're going to upset them.
I'm not saying we should be afraid.
That's what you're saying.
Wait, now that's not. So are you reading my mind? Do you know what I want to say? Are you want to tell me what I want to say?
He said we should make it a religious war because the other Muslims or the Muslims across the country, they're going to get upset, and what they're going to do? Take over the country.
Let me tell you, the what we are talking about now is not only even about Muslim alone. It's about Christian and the Muslim. So why are you looking at it from the Muslim perspective alone?
Simba, let me ask you a question. Right?
People see what is going on in Gaza as a religious war. That is why most of you support what is Israel doing to Gaza. And most people in the world, that's the way they see it.
Most of us don't support that. I don't support that. I don't support that. So most people don't understand that. What I want to say to you, Simba, is this: you are making a conclusion of the reason why these people are getting attacked, right? That conclusion, you said that is not because of the fact that they're Christians, that's because of their land.
Wait. I just okay. Continue what you are saying. Continue.
Okay. Am I correct in that interpretation, or am I wrong? If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong, and I'll say okay.
I say why we don't look at it from that angle of land grabbing.
Okay, he just said why we not look. Okay, let me explain. Wait.
Multiple times. You are correct. Go ahead.
Okay, let me explain why we're not looking at it from that angle. Okay, when you look at where the Plateau and Benue area, where they are located, and you look at the areas around them, right? You look at Nasarawa, you look at Gombe, you look at Bauchi, you look at all these other places, larger land masses, right? With green areas as well. So
Adamawa.
Adamawa, the only difference between all those areas that surround these places and those places that Plateau and Benue are two places that are almost 100% Christian, right? When you look at Nasarawa, Nasarawa has an emir,
No,
right?
I is sorry. Plateau
Wait,
is not.
wait,
It's not at all. You can.
I'm not saying it's 100%. I said it's close.
It's not
It's
close.
major.
It's not.
50-50. Plateau is 50-50.
No, Plateau is not 50-50. Plateau is not 50-50.
No, wait.
Abba, Plateau is
How
not
many
50-50.
ethnic groups do
Plateau
you have
has
in
a
Plateau?
significant majority
It's not about
Christian
40.
population.
I would say 60-40. It's not that big.
Okay, but Plateau is major. I know a lot of
Plateau is majority
Birom.
Christian. That's true.
Yes, I know a lot of Birom people. So what I'm saying is these people skipped over a lot of states that fall under the caliphate, and they go to places that are predominantly Christian. They attack them. They are screaming out religious words when they are attacking them. And this is by the narrative of the victims. They burn their places of worship. They annex them from their homes, and then they decide to change the names of where they live. So when you combine the evidence that we have in front of us, right, it becomes clear that what they are doing is not about land. Yes, they want to take over their lands and they want to repopulate the place with a different population that happens to have a different ethnicity and different religion. So what we're seeing
Outside
yes.
that Kaduna is what?
Simba, 1 minute, please. Simba,
Yes.
1 minute.
So
Let me reply to Aizo, please.
Yes. So what we're seeing is that we can clearly see that they are targeting an area because they see the demographics of that area as being vulnerable to them and being able to take over. Okay. So that area and that demographic of that area is predominantly that area is predominantly Christian. And the final thing I will say is this. This is the final thing I'll say. When a victim, and just for the record, all of you, when in any part of the world, when a victim is narrating the experience that they have witnessed, the last thing anybody should be doing is discounting that narrative of the victim. If a woman, God forbid, has been assaulted by a man and she said it was a white man, middle age, that did this, you can't come and tell that woman that you are lying. It's a black man that did it to you. I will leave it there.
Okay, Aizo, the reason why I want to reply to
as
you.
everyone speak, can I speak now or not?
Sorry, 1 minute. I know
Can
you are
I come in now?
Please, 1 minute.
Okay.
The reason I want to reply to Aizo on this issue, I know he's somebody that is very objective. I'm not discarding what you are saying.
Remove that very from my phone.
Hold on, please. What you are describing, Aizo, is the same thing, worse, that is happening in Zamfara. What the press are doing, because Zamfara is Muslim state, they will never tell you what is going on. It's the same thing that is happening in Katsina. Katsina is a Muslim state. It's the same thing that is happening in Niger. That is why in Borno, Muslims have been killed more than the Christian. That's why Muslims kept saying it's not only Christian. I'm not discarding again what you are saying, but these are facts. That is why it becomes very complicated. Why Nigeria should look at this issue as insecurity issue. Whoever is involved, even if it's my father, my Christian, Muslim, whoever is involved, we declare these people as enemy of Nigeria. We declare them as evil and criminal and terrorists, flush them out. But my own argument is America coming to our country without approval from the government. We don't want that. Let them work with the government, at least get approval.
America is not coming to your country.
Okay, now you have to this thing now. I'm not somebody else.
Let them give them approval. Said, let them give them approval. The president give approval. Say, okay, we know where the terrorists are. This is where they are. We're going there to clear them up. Good.
The government is complicit in it.
Please. This is the difficulty.
How did you become
When
like
you
this?
are,
You used to be a
No, but
gentleman.
I've said this one repeatedly now.
hold up, please. Here is the difficulty, where it's become tricky. What Simba is saying, when you people that feel like he's not speaking from objective angle, I can tell you that. But those people, especially my brother from the Southeast, that see this as a fight against people they don't like. If you want them to start throwing bomb, like somebody will say, throw bomb on Sultan of Sokoto Palace, throw bomb on Kano Emirate, throw bomb. When you start doing it, you calling for war. You are going to put the country in crisis. You yourself will not run away from. You have family there. If you live in abroad, your family are there. We are playing with fire. That is what Simba is saying. We are not getting the message. Thank you.
Okay, Simba, before Africa continues, please give me 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes, time me. See,
You know,
what
I'll give it 10 minutes. You guys 10 minutes. I'll come back in 10 minutes because I'm doing something.
Okay.
I'll just listen.
Simba actually captured what I refused to capture. You understand? We know that Plateau, Benue, and Taraba, they are predominantly Christian. I think the last statistic I see about Plateau, I think is tending towards almost 90% Christian. I think Benue is about 85% Christian, and Taraba too, surprisingly over 75% Christian. Now, one thing common about the leaders from those three groups, you understand, Tom, then this guy from Taraba, what's the name of this? Teofilo Danjuma, then all these people, none of them have stated this thing as Christian. This thing, they said it's more of ethnic cleansing. Now, when you look at the predominant ethnic group perpetrating these criminal activities, someone please correct me if wrong. They are mostly Fulanis.
They are Fulani. Don't mostly. They are Fulani.
No. At least I just want to get out there. They are mostly Fulanis, not Hausas.
Oh yeah, Fulani Christians, right?
Oh, no, now. Don't forget that Hausas too. They are Christians. They are Muslims.
Or Fulani militia. Say Fulani militia.
Okay, let's use the Fulani militia. It's not Hausa militia. It's not Jukun militia.
Fulani militia Christians.
Militia. You understand? Hold on. They are mostly Fulani militia. So it's part of expansionist. Even look at what the grandpatron wanted to do in Nigeria that time, that he was introducing Ruga across the country. That should tell you that this thing has nothing to do with religion. It's all about expansionist program, grab for resources, and now using religion now as a means of acceptance. They're not using religion for them to be accepted. See, guys, what is happening in Nigeria is not, it may have that coloration. Oh, it look like, okay, Christian.
Allah, you are gaslighting us. You can continue, but you are gaslighting us. Nobody, we don't believe everything you say. Yes,
I have no reason to gaslight you. I love my country just like any other Nigerians love the country. I love my country as well. I don't want anybody to come back the way they use mirror and sugarcane and all those things just to colonize us, to carry on slave trade. Now you are now coming in a modern and a very complex way now come and colonize us, but you are now pretending as the angels of light that you want to save us. You are not saving us. I've just suggested what you should do. Have everybody at the state level and let them fight for themselves. Don't tell me the narration. Allow Nigeria to use the Tucano jet to the full capacity. Please, don't tell us what to do.
But do you agree that Trump's narrative has made our government sit up
Can I come in
and focus to take care of the issue? Do you agree with that?
I disagree.
Allah will not accept that. Allah says it's all about terrorism. Allah will not accept that.
Hold on. I say you are sitting up, but they are coming up. I'm telling you, they know where Rufai is. You want to help us. That is kind of help I see. If you carry Abubakar Atiku, if you carry Rufai, if you carry Malami, and if you carry Alimodu Sharif, if they are on their way to ICC now, I will say, oh, the kingdom come, America. You are really helping us. Don't tell me.
Carry Gumi.
Carry Gumi. These people are taking our money and keeping their country, and someone says they want to help you and you are believing. They can, if they want to take those people off they will take these people. They arrive in Nigeria to rescue the citizen now. So if they could arrive in Nigeria to rescue the citizen from kidnappers, you understand? Then
Ola, I wanted to ask some questions.
Can I come in now?
let me just ask this question. You come in. Aizo, are you there?
Yeah.
Earlier on, you were talking about Plateau and Benue being predominantly Christian. Okay, let me ask you this: which one is easier to grab? In states where they have minority Christian like Adamawa, Borno, or a state where they are predominantly Christian, which one would be easy to grab if it is a religious word for Muslim to grab and teach completely?
Oh, they're attacking them in Adama and Borno too. I listened to Babachi Lawal yesterday. Wait. Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. I listened to Babachi Lawal yesterday. Babachi Lawal is a Christian from Adamawa.
Politics. Forget about
No,
politics.
this is wait. He's from there. He's an indigene. Okay, so I will listen to people's experiences from those places, and he has said that this thing has been going on in most of these Christian communities in the north. They have been under attack. Wait. Simba, you asked me a question. You have to let me answer the question now.
You should ask yourself, what did he do? Did he say that when he was in government?
I am going off the narrative of people that are from there. Even the person that walked. Wait. Even the person. Simba. Even the person that works for Tinubu, Nanel Boala, when he first decided to go away from APC, he himself also said that Christians have been persecuted in the north. That's what made him initially step away when they announced the Muslim ticket. And it's not just him. Even in fact, all these APC people you are seeing today, when they were trying to get Jonathan out of office, they all ran to Washington. And what was the number one thing they said? Jonathan is not. Wait. They said Jonathan was not stopping the Christian prosecution in Nigeria. They said that. This isn't me saying it. This is APC during the time of Jonathan when they were trying to remove him from office. So you can see that this thing here, people have been using it for political reasons. But the truth about it is, the people, the indigenous in those areas, will tell you. I've met people from Taraba, I've met people from Benue, Plateau. I've listened to them over and over. They have been the ones telling us for years now that this is happening. I'm not going to tell them they are lying. I can't tell someone that their experience is a lie. I have to honor it. And now, Ola was saying what's happening in Zamfara. Or I'm sorry, AY was saying what's happening in Zamfara and Katsina. What's happening in Zamfara and Katsina is terrible. It's terrible. Those people, what they're doing to those people. But at the same time, you have to understand that two different attacks can happen for two different reasons, right? I saw a documentary in Zamfara about how what's going on there is really an ethnic fight between Hausas and Fulanis, right? Also in Katsina, there's a huge population.
If one
You see what I'm saying? So we can't use.
Wait now, you said it's ethnic. Let's say what is happening in Safara. Let's say one of them. Let's say if Fulani is a Christian, and then the other one is a Muslim. Now we now label it as religion, Abi.
No, I'm giving you a breakdown based on information I have.
The issue is,
That,
let me say,
wait, Simba, listen now. You have to, for us to have a conversation, you have to listen. I'm giving you a breakdown, or based on information I have, that what's happening in Zamfara and Katsina is ethnic in nature. This was done through. Remember the BBC documentary that was done, where the guy that actually did it had to run into hiding because they came after him. Now that's what's happening there. Now what's happening in the Benue Plateau area, right? Going by not just the victims, but so many organizations that have gone there to capture data. They have documented it. Okay, so wait, this is the same thing that's happening in Gaza. Everyone is saying what's happening in Gaza is apartheid.
Aizon, just a second. You can't
wait. What everybody's saying, wait. Ola, wait. Let me land the plane. Let me land. T.Y. Danjuma said what he said was T.Y. Danjuma said that people should defend themselves. That's all he talked about. He said because the government is not going to defend you. Yes, but the people from T.Y. Danjuma is Taraba. The people from those areas themselves. In fact, when Tinubu went there, the tortive. Wait. I will believe the people. I will believe the people from the area before I believe anybody else. If someone attacks my area and as an indigene, I am telling you, these are the people that attack me. I'm not going to tell you you're lying.
See, Aizon, Governor Otom even read the letter wrote to him by all those people that call themselves Fulani nations. You understand?
Can somebody come in? You have been speaking the whole day.
Hold on, bros. The thing is this, you understand? He read that letter. The thing is on or over. You understand? None of them ever mention religious. The question is this: we are telling you that they use religion to appeal to
Ola, wait. Ola, I get your argument, but let me ask you this: are you saying seriously? Are you saying that there is no possibility that these people, these mass murderers, would attack someone else because of religion? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying there's no. You don't get it.
That's what
Then you
Ola is
cannot
saying.
say that.
That's what he's saying.
If the possibility exists, right, because of their ideology, then you have to accept it. You can't say you can't just discount. Wait. But what you guys are doing is very dangerous because you are saying that someone that
They refuse to
what you're doing is
acknowledge
very
it. They
dangerous
refuse
because
to acknowledge.
you're saying someone that doesn't have any morals, that buys women and children, newborn babies, that person has a line that they will do it because of ethnic cleansing, but they're not going to do it because of religion. And they are burning places of worship. You have to look at the facts. They are burning places of worship purposely.
They are in denial. Oh, hold on.
I just told you now. I just told you now.
Can we
That's
allow
why.
comparable facts to talk, Ola?
Because
Ola, what happened in Owo? Ola, what happened in Owo? Was that because of religion? When they went into that church in Owo?
Can I come in now?
Okay,
Go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Okay. The reason why I wanted to come in was a remark Simbad made earlier when he was saying that we try to turn this to religious war. Okay, if that's the narrative you are coming, then the Muslim is the problem. Because if Trump come in and remove the terror and remove the terrorists, then if the Muslim turn it to when they are killing the Christians, they are killing the Muslims. Let's just leave it like that. And Trump decided to come in, just targeted and remove the terrorists. No, you said, we are trying to turn it to religious war. That means, you are patronizing, you are a patron of the, if you're going to put in that narrative, that means you're a patron of the jihadists. Look at it in that way. Because if he has come and do the needful, then you wouldn't turn it to a religious war. Because that doesn't even make any sense. You contradict yourself. Because he's coming to approve the terrorists. And you say, he has turned it to a religious war. That means you're a sympathizer to what's actually going on, or you're perpetuating the whole thing. It doesn't make any sense. So I don't know why we're beating the bush. I think Ayenzo has made a very good point. Until things happen to you, you don't know. All these people crying from Benue, Benue Plateau area and other places, they are the one that's seeing it. They are the one that, the atrocity is being made. If they are saying it, who are we, to say they are not, that what they're saying is not true? They are the one amplifying the whole thing. Look at the man, Ezekiel, or whatever, the pastor that, and you had another guy that spoke, a pastor, telling you exactly what they're experiencing. And we here disputing, say there's no targeting. I'm not saying Nigerians are not doing it. They're not claiming both Muslim and Christians. They are, but I will look at it from a different angle. Two things can be true at the same time. Yes, they are killing both, but they are targeting, there's a target of Christians. And I gave you an instance. When the Boko Haram break into two, the eastern part of it, their main ideology is to exterminate the Christians. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, the empirical, data is there to tell you that the jihadists, they want to exterminate the Christians. So I don't know why we kind of equivocate and try to cover up for them. It doesn't even make any sense. You can say they are killing, both Muslim and but there's a targeted of Christian. That's not in dispute. So let's call it spade a spade.
Okay, can I engage you comparable facts? The thing
Yes.
is, now people are saying targeted Christian. We just give you statistics of what is happening in Kano, in Benue, Taraba, and Plateau. You understand?
Hold on.
Yeah.
That's in that area, right?
So let me talk.
Hold on. In that area,
Me now.
it's both
Don't tell
Muslim
me
and
to hold
Christians,
on
right?
when I want to speak. No, don't cut me. You asked me to speak. Don't cut me, please. That Theophilus Danjuma was our former chief of army staff. Even that alone should tell you how massive the information that he has. Then when Otom never talk of this, you understand, of this religious you are putting into it. Now, because we know that where they are attacking there, you understand, they are predominantly Christians. But if this is happening in Kano, if this is happening in Sokoto, if this thing is happening in area whereby we have at least 80% Muslim, if they are eliminating the Christians, oh my goodness, I will accept this one wholeheartedly. Now, in the north, we are even talking in the Muslim, in the Islamic north, we are talking about. You understand? I told you there are Hausas. When all these Fulani jihadists wanted to capture them, it was this religion they used to appeal to them. Anybody that will see that jihad war against the traditional Hausas, that many of them were just traditional worshippers. Some of them were Muslim. They appealed to the Muslim among them. They used that religions to brainwash them and capture them. And they eliminated all the traditional rulers and they installed the emirates. Now, when you look at the pattern of what is happening now, you now go back to what Uthman Dan Fodio did. And you see what they are trying to do in Ilorin. When you look at all those stuff, you will see that it is the same playbook. You understand? It is the same playbook they are trying to apply. Okay, they went to they went to Plateau. Of course, it's predominantly Christian. But how do they appeal to others to support them? How do they gain support of others? They want to gain supporters of the Fulani leaders that have already captured the other part, the Northwest and Northeast territory. So for them to sustain whatever they are doing, they have to introduce some coloration of religion. All this is just about the control. Because if other group of Muslims in the North are involved, if it is not particular one that are notorious for these terrorism acts, activities, then it's understandable. You understand? How come that it's only one ethnic group that is leading this? How come we don't fight? Because at least we will find more than, probably more, at least let me just be very, very conservative, at least more than 20 type of ethnic group in the North. Let me just say that. I know there are more than that. You understand? How come that is only one single one that have already had issue of capturing others that are going to this particular area that are still playing this Uthman Dan Fodio idea of jihad? You understand? And they are targeting the ethnic group. And you want us to buy what America is selling to us. You understand? It looks like Christian genocide, or if you want to say, you can even say Christian genocide. You understand? You can even say that. But when you now see Americans now coming with that narrative, that is where I draw the line. You understand? Even you can play it locally as Christian genocide. Okay, if that wants to suit your purpose, go ahead and play whatever you want to play. But
guys, when you're ready for me, I'm back,
the solution. Okay. I'm talking of the solution we need to have. I don't want such of external solution of coming gun blazing. I want external solution that will force Nigeria government to harm all the states. I want acceleration of state police, state forest rangers that I will be equipped. That's what I want. Okay. If they equip your states and you have everything and you don't buy all these stupid people, because you can't have Christian leaders in Plateau. You can't have Christian leaders in Taraba, and all those that will be complaining like this. You say what?
The question is, what is your short-term solution to the
Can
problem?
I respond to you now?
Hold on.
No, he didn't ask you any question now. He didn't ask you any question. How you respond?
Yeah.
What is your short-term solution to the problem? Because all the things.
Can I respond?
State police and all these things. I think these are long-term solutions. What do you think should be the solution to the short-term solution to the problem?
Okay, Fayose armed the vigilante and hunters in after I passing this anti-open grazing law. He armed them with cutlasses and ding gun, and these people they disappear immediately. Now, what I'm saying is this: now you can have program with all these governors for accelerated one. You know, the Nigerian security they already compromised. Nigerian army, where the like of a Gumi will be having 2 sons, assuming what I heard was correct. In a country whereby all those emirs that are sympathizers to all these terrorists have the children in the army. I don't want to trust the Nigerian army on that thing. Sorry, if you're in the Nigerian army, I'm sorry to say I don't want to trust you. Now, go carry guns, give to the local people that are the recipient of this terrorism that this thing is imparting directly. Organize the local farmer. After all, whether they sit down in their house, then go buy them, harm them. Since you said this thing, okay, You don't find someone to control them. Maybe you find a military person of their own or of their own ethnic group, and you give them the rules of engagement. Now we want to get rid of all these bastards out of our country within the next 6 months. You understand? You arm them, let people lay their life for their community. Then, you know, after that, then you can find a way now to start rebuilding the country. But when you say, when you are saying you want external, I don't want external, because I don't want Afghanistan, Pakistan, and all those people that have a religious problem now to start looking at Nigeria now to start having sympathy for, in abbreviation, because these are not the true representation of Muslims in Nigeria. Now to start focusing on Nigeria. I don't want that.
Ola, I agree with you, and I agree with you in what you're saying about the local population. In fact, that's been one of my major arguments. Why are they doing security? Wait. Why are they doing security from comparable facts? Give me one second.
After you respond, can I come in? Because I've been waiting too long now.
I like what Ola is saying about solutions. Okay, but instead of it being a top-down approach, he's talking about a bottom-up approach. So fully empower and arm the local people. They know their environment, they know their communities, but you have to train them as well so they can defend themselves if these marauders attack them. But the problem is, why haven't we done that? If you can say it and I can know it, and we are not even security experts.
Thank
right?
you for that question.
Why hasn't our government done that all these years? Why does it take, like, okay, Tinubu recently met with all the security chiefs. Tinubu met with the Sultan of Sokoto. Tinubu gave a speech about security. What took him so long? How come he did all these things after Trump decided to say he might have precision strikes in our country? Why didn't he do that when he first came into office? And by the way, if he does that, and it's because of Trump that he did it, then Trump just did us a big favor in Nigeria. That is the point I'm making. Nobody wants America to bomb any part of our country. But if, because of what Trump has said, the people that are responsible for protecting us are finally going to do their jobs, then you and I should celebrate that. That's the point that I'm making, in that the Christian-Muslim thing, a life is a life. And there are people that are taking a lot of our citizens' lives. But there's no sense of urgency to fixing the problem. You see what I'm saying? That's the major issue. Go ahead, comparable fact.
You know, I've said this thing in the past that anybody that calls himself leader that cannot lay his life down for his people is not worthy of becoming our leader.
100%.
Now, I heard good Jonathan what he said the other time. My blood is, you understand. You knew all those foreign ministers were there, and you still add all those foreign mercenaries. You should have sent those people after this guy to eliminate them from that bush and let them come out crying. You understand? But instead, he looked for the easiest way out and see the escalation today. Now, see, what I want is the people. That's what I'm saying, that instead of we people concentrating our energy, let's start dragging our governors now. You can't stay there and be enjoying the money, enjoying all the entourage, and you just pretend as if you are helpless. You are not. We know what happened when they introduced Amotekun. Just unarmed Amotekun, that's unharmed Amotekun. You see how they were comfortable.
Amotekun only has Shakabula now. Did he go on?
You don't get what I'm talking about. I said, even unharmed Amotekun, even the insecurity went down. Unharmed. Just imagine when you now harm Amotekun. That's exactly what I'm saying. The body language of the governor, that's what I'm saying. The body language of Akeredolu then alone was even a signal that, okay, guys, let us calm down. No? We can be backing from the foreign lab, but don't attack. The attack went down just because of body language alone. So the problem with our politicians is this: they always love this political office a second time. I think the problem of Tinubu presently, I love Tinubu, but I call him out, is that the second term is his problem. If you are not looking for second term, be brutal in your first term and leave the rest. You don't have to be there forever, because all of us that we speak today, you understand, our life is borrowed. We don't even know what's going to happen tomorrow. You understand? Why are people thinking of 10 years? What the people like Tinubu can do today, even if you are afraid of the local people, You can even start redeploying police of Yoruba to Yoruba, deploy police of a middle belt to middle belt, and just make sure that your general.
Let me ask you this question. You know, today there was a communal class, same Benue that we are talking about. 3 people were killed between Ugambe and Umbaise community in Kushisha and Kwa East local government area of Benue State, respectively.
Interesting. Very interesting.
And,
just like what I said earlier.
And the caption Punch today, 11th October 2025, 3 killed in Benue due to communal clash. Can we say that one is religious?
Okay, I will come to that. Let me just finish this thing. You understand?
It's because of
I'm not saying this because of to deflect attention. No, the reason why I'm saying this, when you say that people should be empowered, let me tell you, communal clash.
Hold on, I'm giving another suggestion. One of the suggestions of empowerment is what I'm saying. Now, I say, even if you don't want to use local people, we have police that come from different states. You can probably deploy them to the states. Then that power of Inspector General of Police that bullied them all of all, you can do something about it. But it's okay, maybe you suspend it for that. You want the Commissioner of Police to be reporting to the presidency directly. You understand? You come from Ekiti, you put a Commissioner of Police from Ekiti there, and you put the indigenous of Ekiti that are in the police there. That's the way they will operate now. You give the Commissioner of Police that thing. Commissioner of Police for now be reporting directly to the president. Don't report to the Inspector General of Police. That may be his own admission. Let those people from that place, whether you want to use the current police or whatever to deploy everybody to his states. You understand? Make sure the Commissioner of Police is from the state, and let the Commissioner of Police be taking order from the president, not the Inspector General of Police. Because Inspector General of Police in the past too, they are compromised. You understand? So those are the things. So there are so many solutions that we can give. We can't pretend not to. We can't pretend not to have this solution. The only reason that we are not moving forward is just because of political ambition. Thank you.
They're coming now because I've been waiting for too long.
Talk Africa. You can talk.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, yeah, all of you make good point apart of the tribalistic side of it, and not all of you made tribalistic point either. So, you know, the conversation actually have got really matured, you know, and I appreciate that. My question is, why is the Nigerian government because this is what happened in the entire West African country, including where the Fulani actually came from. They don't have open grazing. You have to stay locally with your cattle, and there's the designated area where you can take your cattle. They call it Wura in Fula. This cow herders that you see move around country to country, it don't exist in the far west because our people have moved away from that practice a long time ago. You know, this is one thing the Nigerian government need to do, and ban it totally, and also provide local area and give them a map, like limited amount of area and rivers where they can go. This Fulani problem in Nigeria with the herders, if it is herders, or to me, I think these are terrorists being trained, armed, brainwashed, or being paid. This is what I'm thinking. I don't know because I don't know Nigeria. It's not my country. You know, I don't know. If I met a Fulani from Nigeria today, I probably wouldn't have anything in common with him, apart of being the same tribe, right? But one thing we have in common is touch one, touch all policy. But the thing is, if this Fulani that they call cattle herders, or they actually, if they're really proper cattle herders, they shouldn't be carrying guns. They shouldn't be trampling on other people's farm without a system. Some of you guys mentioned Ghana. Ghana, the Fulani had problem with the farmers in Ghana, but I saw how they did it. You know, because the government wanted to solve the problem. They got all the herders and all the farmers together, and all the religious leaders and the chiefs together, and they sit down and they made the Fulani hear their voice. They made the farmers hear their voice, and they found a solution. Have you heard anything about it since then? No. So there is a solution to this problem. You know, I mean, but what I think, I might be wrong. There might be some terrorist group who have actually, maybe a branch of Boko Haram or ISIS or whatever, who have actually seen using the cattle herder as the best way to actually move around and do their killings. Because imagine you have, 100 cattle and about 15, 16, militants with those cattle. You invaded the village. You got body shields. Not only that, but you can actually go under a cattle herder, because then you're not going to be seen as some kind of Islamist or terrorist group. So it's all dependent on the Nigerian government to actually look at all this, the intelligence, look at all these things, and let you guys know what is actually causing the majority of the problem. And where I did disagree with my brother from Maiduguri earlier, is where he actually trying to paint it as is a only tribal issue. I don't think it is. We do have extremists in all religion, not only in Islam, and also we know for a fact that ISWAP, they're quite extreme. These are the people that are doing most of the killings in West Africa, not only just Nigeria. Boko Haram, they're quite extreme, but that does not represent Islam. One Muslim killing one person is like killing the whole universe. And the type of Islam that they're following in Nigeria is probably different to the other Islam that's followed. Because in general, the majority of the Fulani population, I said it the other day, we follow what they call Maliki and Tijaniya religion. We don't follow this Salafism or this new extreme version of Islam. We adopted that from the days of the Mali Empire. We basically wrote the Quran in our own languages, so we know what was written. This is the same thing, the same books that ISIS, when they seized Timbuktu, they rushed to actually burn down and set fire on it, and actually trying to wipe out the original, copy of the Islam that we wrote for ourselves, because we want to brainwash us to believe that probably the violent part of Islam is the reason. And I'll give you a good example. I said this before. I don't know if you guys heard about the Almoravid dynasty. The Almoravid dynasty is a dynasty that came with the Takrur and the Ghana Empire, back in the days. The Almoravid dynasty is what you call the Moors, the Moor Empire. The Fulani, the Mandinka, the Soninke, the Bambara, and some of the Hausa were part of this invasion in Spain.
Talk Africa. Hold on. Let the problem that I think we have. Wait.
Let me just finish quick, Simba, then you can come. Is that right?
You are taking us to.
No, Simba, let him finish. I like what he's saying. He's talking about Almoravids. It's interesting. Let him finish now, because everything, Simba, the historical context is tied to what is going on today.
Right. So Almoravid dynasty, it was the black and the Berber Tuareg, the Tuaregs that you see, the ragtags in the man. In fact, the man that built Bath. I don't know if you live in England. The Roman emperor that invaded the United Kingdom and built here. It was a Tuareg. It was those guys that are fighting us now. The people that conquered Spain and Portugal, what you used to call Al-Andalusia, they were West African and Berber Tuaregs, the same people. So when the West African and the Berber Tuareg conquered Spain and ruled Spain for 800 years, and actually introduced science that we know today to the Europeans, this was done by some West African and the Berber Tuaregs. When they did that and they settled in Spain, there's a guy called Abdun bin something, his name. He was an Arab. He was an Arab Tuareg. He was more mixed with the Arabs. He was a warlord who came to the Sahel around Mali area. He brought back this stricter version of Islam that was beating black people, and not only black people, was beating up Muslims and targeting them and treating them like savages because they're not strict enough Muslims. And then our ancestors in the Sahel said to him, "Hey, this is not what we know as we're not going to tolerate this." So they drove him away because he went to Mecca. He came with this harder version of Islam, and our ancestors drove him away from that region where you have Mauritania and Mali today back. So when we drove him, because he had so many cavalry, he had so many fighters with him, he didn't have space. So he went to Spain because the black and the Tuaregs in Spain were struggling against a guy called Alfonso the Great, right? Because he wanted to capture Spain back from the from the Africans and from the Muslims, and also the black people were struggling in the middle belt of Spain from the northern Spanish. So when he went to Spain with his troops, he managed to help the black and the Tuareg retrieve and push back the invasion of the Christians to the north. And he came to Spain, to the capital, to the seat of the black and the Arab, and the Berbers, pardon me, the black and the Tuareg parliament, and said to them, look, you cannot be leader of Islam if you're not Arab and related to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, taslimu azima. He said you have to be from this place, black Tuaregs, black people, Afro-Arabs. Thank you very much for fighting for Islam, for conquering this land that we, even us, the Arabs, we tried different dynasties. We couldn't do it, but you managed to do it. Thank you very much. But you cannot be a leader of the religion. One second, let me finish.
Let's ask you a question now.
Yeah. So you cannot rule us, and also so they hand over the
my
religion.
brother, how does that tie into all of
they
this?
hand over. I'll get there. They hand over.
When I was trying to stop him, he said,
"No, I'm done.
I was giving it Simba, more full time now. I was giving him some time to see. But so you didn't tie that to the current thing that we're discussing.
No, because the West African Muslims decided to reject the bad side, that type of Islam that he brought over, which people are doing at the moment in West Africa. They go to the Middle East. They bring in a bad version of Islam that does not represent us, the black West African, the type of Islam that we follow.
Okay, so who brought this version that we're experiencing? Because right now, our reality in Nigeria...
It was a Berber Tuareg. It was a Berber Tuareg. Yeah, he was a Berber Tuareg that mixed mainly with the Arabs, because he's basically trying to use race and religion against the black, darker skin who conquered Spain.
Let me ask you this. You are a Muslim, yes. I'm a Muslim. Let me ask you this.
Yes.
I'm living in the Gulf states,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
And they are now trying to liberalize religion. They are even more accommodating to people, try to open their community, even extremism. They don't allow extremism. Why are we? Wait. Now we are black. Both Christianity and the so-called and Islam are foreign to us, and we are now divided, fighting ourselves over things that we don't even know. We don't even have an inkling about how it originated. And you can see the way we are fighting ourselves.
Yes, it's wrong. I agree with that. That's a good question. That's a good point, Simba. But the thing is, what Africans need to understand, we need to be careful. Also with us, the Muslims in West Africa, we need to be careful with the type of Islam that we brought to us. You know, because I know a lot of Yorubas. I think the Yoruba Muslim the mosque that they build in Sierra Leone is very similar to the one in Lagos and the one in Guinea. They're the same type. So they're very similar type of Islam. They're very tolerant, very they follow the script, right? But it's not the same to the Sahel. The problem that you have,
talk Africa. Let me tell you this.
Yes.
I think the problem, let me tell you, and that is why I said, if you are just reducing the whole insecurity that we have to religion, we are just doing ourselves a disservice. And I will tell you the reason why.
Big time, yeah.
We all know, let me tell you, let Trump come today, eliminate all those terrorists. If he leaves, another one will form. Because one, the root cause of poverty, desertification, scarce resources and everything.
Yeah, let him finish, because it's very interesting what he's saying. Sorry.
You understand? We are not addressing all those things. This same Prince Daddy that is there. Usually, I remember there was a time we were discussing insecurity. He mentioned global warming as part of the issue that we are having.
Yes.
You understand?
And Simba,
let me tell you, the reason why the father and the Fulani herdsmen farmer classes has always been there right from time immemorial. It's not something that started 50 years ago. But for the fact that the Fulanis are Muslim and the people that are farmers in this area, they are predominantly Christian. And that's why people, one of the reasons why people are viewing it as religious, whatever. You understand? But the fundamentals that is actually responsible, we are not discussing it now. We have been distracted by what Prof says, that the only thing that is responsible for the killings in Nigeria now is now Muslim versus Christian,
which is untrue.
You understand? And that is what I'm trying to call our attention to, that what we are doing, we are not doing we are just causing more problem for ourselves than just because we are distracted.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I think that's another fact also. I think the people in northern Nigeria and some parts of the Sahel, maybe this is just me being cynical, right? Maybe the Hausa, the Fulanis, and the other tribe, maybe it's just the Fulani that are brave enough to show their face, into this issue. Maybe they want to take some part of the central belt because it's much more greener, and they're losing the vegetated land in the north. But the Fulani have been used as a tool because they know they're more likely to get into war, as a tool to actually do the job. But that might be another factor, but I might be wrong. But all I know is, we Muslims in the world,
Now, why are we? Let me give you this example.
I've been castigated about
looking at employment of technology in the fight of this, not killing. I'm not talking about carrying gun, because how many people you want to kill with gun or with bomb if you are not addressing the fundamentals. Let me give you, for example, here in Saudi Arabia, they rear cows, they rear sheep, goat, and everything. But they grow grasses even in the severe weather that we have here, where there is no river, no stream in Saudi Arabia.
Wow.
You understand? But people still grow crop, they grow grasses for their animals. You understand?
Yes.
If we can do all these things, the pressure, the way people are migrating, and then we're having all these clashes.
Exactly. I totally agree.
But the only thing I will focus on is
Simba,
yes.
sorry.
But do you know, Simba? Do you know the
It's
only
my
country in
turn to
the world?
Can I put something
let him speak.
across there so that you don't look like we are not talking to the issue?
Another
This
talk.
thing.
No, but Simba is speaking solutions. He's speaking solutions. Yeah.
Sorry, let me bring in the solution. Because we are not addressing the history properly. You see, this Fulani farmer header had been there for long, and it wasn't a big issue. Just like Simba said, it wasn't a big issue. When they have problems, they go to the traditional ruler or the police. The police finds the farmer and the header. Your cattle went into so and so person's farm. Pay so and so. And they said to Buhari was saying the same thing, that before headers go to cutlass, when they enter somebody fine, take them to police, they said to. But let me tell you where the problem, and that time it wasn't seen as Christian killing Muslims. Everybody knew that problem. But you know when the problem starts? Do you remember this? Do you know this Ahmad Gumi? You would not appreciate the problem with Ahmad Gumi except you go back to his father.
Yeah.
Abubakar Gumi was a disciple of Ahmadu Bello, but he was an extremist. Ahmadu Bello was the one checking him then. But when Ahmadu Bello died, he introduced a strand of his own kind of Islam. They called them Izala. That Izala, he did with the Wahhabis. Izala, yeah. He did it with the Wahhabis in Saudi. They established that brand of Islam, and they were stretching to the extremists. They were going after different scholars that had a moderate view. And because he was an articulate person, and he actually also studied in Saudi, he was able to rally himself and was able to control, was at the forefront of it, was the most prominent, at the point became the most prominent scholar. There is a Jubri Martins in Lagos, was another prominent Islamic scholars. That's the father of Jubri Martins Kuye. But this man subdued Jubri Martins, because Jubri Martin to him was moderate and Jubri Martin was an Ahmadiyya. So the Izala group became so prominent. And one of the things that Izala said was that Abubakar Gumi said that over his dead body will a non-Muslim ever rule Nigeria. And that was their focus. He said it on TV.
That is wrong. That is wrong because Nigeria is a secular state.
No,
it's
let
not
me
Muslim
finish.
state.
I'm telling you what happened in Nigeria. I'm not telling you something that somebody cooked. You are not here to prove him wrong, because the Muslims that were present in that time, I was a young child, didn't make this statement that he's wrong. They all kept quiet. That kind of statement will start, you are programming some people's mindset.
Patosky, when was that?
In the 80s now. Go and Google it.
I've heard about it several times. True. So
Go and Google it.
this man said
And
it.
anybody can
This
spill
man,
anything
no,
now. Is it
this
Sheikh
tweet
Gumi,
that one man brought here.
now
He wrote a book to. He said it. It's true.
Abubakar Gumi now has a son. This Ahmad Gumi left the army, started and following his father. In his own case, he has not made those kind of very volatile statements. But you could see his relationship with the terrorists, the way he's negotiating. Nigerian Christians and Muslims have never been fighting before until that man started that problem. And that is why, if you look at the brand of Islam in North now, it's different from everywhere else. It's not the same kind of brand of Islam that developed.
Patosky, are you not looking at maybe because of lack of education?
No. Why did they refuse to go to school?
Now, as the main reason why they were able to be recruiting all these people.
It's because of this guy that some people are not going to school. They would rather stay with people like Gumi and be learning Arabic.
But we all know why we have a lot of them out of school. It's not because of this guy now.
It's because of their Islamic kind of brand. That's what I'm saying. It's not for
do you guys know? I'm sorry. Sorry
schools
to
are there.
interrupt. Sorry to interrupt you guys, right? Sorry to interrupt you guys.
We are hearing you.
I thought you wanted to talk.
But
that's why you are saying sorry.
Do you have you guys?
You are breaking.
I heard about Sheikh Umar Bamba.
No, with Sheikh
Have you heard about Sheikh Umar Bamba?
Yes, Senegal, right?
No.
Sheikh, let's talk about Nigeria. Leave all those Senegal, Guinea people. We are talking of what happened.
Have you guys heard?
Spain is peaceful now. Why are you bringing Spain?
Sheikh Umar Bamba. Sheikh Umar Bamba is worship.
It's not relevant to us.
Along the black.
Bamba, it's not relevant to us.
Let's go to Nigeria. The Nigeria issue, the Fulani. We have Fulani issue in Nigeria. The jihadist Fulani.
We are talking
they want to wipe us out. We have Fulani. If you want those babies you are talking about, you are talking about
we don't have Wolof here. We have Fulani.
Potoski, we didn't know that history. Can you keep going? Because I didn't know that history.
Go and read it.
Go and read it. Tell us about Nigeria.
We're talking about Nigeria. We're talking about the contemporary issues that is happening. We are talking about contemporary issues.
We are not in the religious class.
We are not in religious class. Let's talk about contemporary issues. This guy, it was his Izala guy. After Sheikh Gumi created all this problem, that's when we started having issue in Nigeria. I told you now, Simba, my first time I went to the north, I was going to start secondary school in Enugu. So my brother said, let us take train. So the way the Nigerian rail track is designed, we're living in Ibadan. The train will first of all go to north and connect. So I took a rail line, a track from, it was Lagos to Jos. So Lagos to Jos, we missed our train. We will now take a connecting train in Kaduna, somewhere around Kaduna, Kafancha area. And then take another one from Sokoto to Port Harcourt. So we'll now drop in Enugu. So when we got to Enugu, and when we got to Kaduna side, we had missed our train. And it's going to take another 2 days. 3 brothers, Christians. We were housed by an Hausa man we had never seen before. We just met in the train station. He took us to his house. We slept there 2 nights. Fed us. We had fun. We have never seen him before. And then got back to train station 3 days after and took our train. Can anybody take that risk today? That was before people like Gumi created their problems.
When I went to South in Delta State, I slept in the seminary now.
That's it. And you're a Muslim.
You know, I think the major issue that we have, and I'll still repeat it, if you get distracted by this religious, Christian, genocide, Muslim, whatever,
we will not conquer security problem.
you will not. Yes, you will not conquer it.
We will not
You will not
conquer
conquer it.
We will not conquer it. You see, one of the things.
But everything before we can
But
find
you see,
solution,
all of us,
wait,
Simba, sorry to cut you. All of the player involved must accept their fault. That's one of the ways to go forward. One, the government must accept its fault for
Things have
tolerating this.
changed.
Then the
Gone are the
Supreme
days.
Council for Islamic Affairs must accept their fault, not this kind of nonsense statement they are making.
Yeah, right.
And telling us that Christians are not being targeted. It's a lie. Simba,
Well,
Yeah,
Simba
let
doesn't
me,
agree with that.
Pato,
No,
let me
doesn't
let me
agree with
ask you.
that.
When there was a
Pato, let me ask you a
Nigerian
One
question.
second. Say,
and somebody
we can,
was killed in
guys,
Kano.
1 second. You know, we can reminisce about the good old days, sleeping in the mosque and the seminary. Of course, those were good times. But over the years, a lot of things have changed in that country. You know, from lack of education in one part of the country, and some people trying to hijack the religion. We get so many things going on right now in that country. So it's not about trying to paint to one religion as bad or one group of people as bad. We just have to address the situation that we find ourselves. That's what
Now,
we need to do.
yeah,
And try to deny or sweep things under the carpet and not
cannot
call
help
things.
it.
Exactly.
Correct.
I agree with you.
Well said.
So
Well said.
nobody's just trying to attack no Muslim. I just said it. Maybe you guys don't understand that I have Muslims in my family, just like most people in the southern part of the country. It can never be an issue between Christians and Muslims in the south. It's not possible. Maybe I'm wrong. I see my fellow Yoruba person, just another Yoruba person. We don't talk about Muslim and Christian issue. It doesn't occur like that. But we have a problem that our leaders have failed one way or the other, from the north and the south. Okay, let's address the issue. Let's not be apprehensive. Hold on. We can't be hold on. Sit back.
No,
Listen to you, sit back. We cannot be
I want
apprehensive
to
and not
ask you
say
to add this thing to your discussion, because I think the advent of democracy actually worsened our situation in that country. If I'm not a supporter of military regime, do you think that if we are in a military regime, what is happening now can happen?
At all.
Simba, it's happening. That it happened. What you back Benin?
No,
yes.
Pato, they crushed it. They crushed it.
Because the
No,
military,
it was happening every time. It was happening. Even during
I
Abacha.
told you it
the
happened.
military.
I would
Listen,
like instances.
the military actually. If we have, allow me a few seconds. If we have gone through our, let's just say, a natural progress in our democracy, we probably would have ironed a lot of things out along the way and be a much better democratic country by now. But this damn military that we'd like to give credit to, because they put fear in people, they put fear in us, okay? And we think when they come and when they rule us, things are going good. No, things are not going no damn good, because we're all acting in fear.
The reason why I mention it, let me tell you the reason why I mention it. Let me tell you, it's not as if our political elite doesn't know the problem. But because of their political ambition. Let me give you, for example, in the north, you understand? They cannot, because the so-called religious leader in the north, they have more followers than the politicians. So they cannot say anything that will actually aggravate these the religious leaders for their own selfish political ambition. And that's why they are looking at all this issue and they are not addressing it. Let me tell you,
they're playing politics with it. It's right.
They were able to conquer extremism in the Gulf states because they are not practicing democracy. They can take decisions because they don't need to come back to them and ask them for their votes.
No, but Simba, the issue is we're dealing with individuals who are putting politics before national security. In any normal environment where people, if you have a real leader The minute the national security issue comes up, forget re-election at that point. Your citizens' lives, Christian or Muslim
But
or
that to be practical,
traditional worshiper
that
or
the ISO.
yeah. So and you said it. You said something earlier, which I agree with, which is the root cause, right? Is poverty. When you have more poverty, you have more people that are easily radicalized. When you have higher numbers of out of school children, you have more people that are easily radicalized. When you have the climate change thing that your government is not tackling, you have more people that become more desperate because they don't have access to food. Yes, that is there. They should tackle all those things. But at the same time, you have to provide security as you are tackling those things because those things are more long term for your government. If your government says, okay, we're going to provide good schools in all of the areas in Northwest, whether it's Zamfara or Katsina, and we're going to also provide access to local farms so people can have access to food to eat. Even with that, you're still going to have those that will still carry gun and still want to terrorize and kidnap because they make more money.
What about the Alibajiri school, the Jonathan P? Where is all of that today? No one is functioning anymore.
That's
Forget about those things. Where are they? Forget about those things are politics, Joe.
No, Simba, he has a point because there are people. Look, if in human, it's just human nature.
What are you saying?
It's human nature because if even every wait, Pato, just a second. If you find 100 people, right, and you give them opportunity, all the 100 opportunity to say, listen, if you do these 3 steps, you're going to be set up for life. Within that 100, you're still going to find a good amount, right? Maybe it's 10%, maybe it's 15%, that will still find a way not to do it, and they will still mess up. So yes, Jonathan tried to provide Almajiri schools, and they fought him, and some of the students didn't go. But I can tell you, even with the way they fought him, there are some people that still benefited from those Almajiri schools. We might not hear about them today, but they went to those schools and maybe they got off the street because of that. So there was some success, but in our government normal way of working, we don't know because they're not going to document the success rate. So we don't know how well it did.
Let
But they were
me
fighting him because of politics. You understand what I'm saying?
Let me put something out there before we go far. The problem in the north is not lack of school. Simba, me, I served in the north. There are schools in the north. In short, the kind of schools you don't even find in the south, like School of Hygiene, School of Legal Study, there are many schools apart from universities. Tell me which northern state does not have at least 2 universities, federal and state university. Then you have secondary schools. You have a lot of Catholic schools in the north, though. A lot. Go and check. Then you have government school. Then people are building private schools now. So the point is, school, it's not as if they lack school. All of you that went to the north to serve, where did you serve? Is it not school? Most of us that went to the north, I was sent to Air Force school to go and teach before they eventually deployed me to the south. A lot of schools, there are schools. The north is not missing, it's not lacking school. And very good school too. ABU is one of the best universities in Nigeria. Or do you have University of tell me, or any state in the north that doesn't have at least 2 universities? You have University of Transport there now. You have Nigeria Army has its own university, and Nigeria Air Force has its own university, all in the north. Which do you have any military university in the south?
Aviation, all is there.
NDA is in the north. Nigeria's for aviation is in the north. It's not lack of school. Let me tell you, Simba. Sorry, Simba, let me say this. I think you people are the one, educated people like you, are the people that can solve that problem. When I'm saying it, they will say because they're Christian. You, especially the people mostly from Middle Belt that are a bit enlightened, are the ones that can say, look here, let's look ourselves in the eye. This thing we are doing, support somebody like Sanusi and say this Alumanjeri system must go. This our brand of Islam is wrong. But if I say it, I get colored. That thing is what is affecting them. We have poor people in the south now. Why are they not taking gun? Why are area boys not blowing up themselves? Area boys just like Alumanjeri now. What you go and do is go and do conductor in Lagos. All those boys that went to do conductor in Lagos, Amoto Stanley, want to Domo Gboro. The highest they can do is smoke, go and do conductor. not tie bomb on themselves and blow themselves up.
They are Ileke, one of Ileke boys, many there.
No, those one not even be Ileke. Ileke, you know say Ileke for Southwest. You go Ileke, you go back to your father's house. But what looks like Alumajeri in Lagos, in the Southwest, is Omota area boy. Where be say run come off for house, you go they sleep on that bridge, you go they smoke Igbo, you go do conductor for money, you go back to Igbo. That's what is close to Alumanjeri. Why are those boys not blowing themselves up? Because there's no Islam that radicalizes them. If you have a radical Islam in any society, it's going to destroy it. And if I'm saying it now, some people go the verse. But it's the truth.
Okay, why do you think?
And you are the guys that can speak it to them,
no,
not
wait,
us, because they will misunderstand it.
Why do you think radicalized Islam will not thrive in the Southwest?
In the Southwest, I think, let me give you an example. You see, Southwest, the culture of Southwest has a lot of things that controls them. I'll give you a good example. You see, Omota, all of us where we here, we can become Omota, like by no. But the way our parents, if you come out Simba, when you small, if you come out 5 o'clock, 2 hours, 3 hours, your man never see you, waiting for the happen. He go they call you all over the street. That's up to now. That's why I know Sabi play ball. If I go feed and say make I play ball, within 1 hour, my father they shout my name for the entire street. And once they hear my name, Ojo, now they call me that time. Once the neighbor hear Ojo, the inside go raise them. Ojo, the next person go shout Ojo. Your papa they call you. Your papa everybody.
Let me tell you.
So the culture is what protected us.
Education is not only what you learn from the 4 walls of the classroom. You understand what I'm saying? If you see an average, even Southwesterner that did not go to school, is enlightened to some extent because of the environment.
So what you create that environment?
It's education.
It's culture.
Culture and education is both.
The culture of your parents, the thinking. And one of the things that affect the culture, religion is a major part of culture.
How did they achieve that thinking? How did they? Your thinking is influenced by what you know.
No, religion is also part of that culture now. When you have religious knowledge that tells you that you can blow up yourself, and when you die as a matter, you go and get 15 virgin or 20 virgin, and you go and drink wine. The wine where Quran say you no go drink for earth. You think it's true that you now go and drink it in heaven? You must be joking. But when somebody tells them that, they won't reason that Quran say why no go, we no go drink out here. Why go come give us for heaven? This hadith must be wrong. I will not follow it. No, they will not think because they don't read. They will take it.
I don't know the kind I don't know how Islam got to the north, but the kind of Islam that we practice in the Southwest, I could remember, if you understand, even when people are doing wedding, you see Muslim going to mosque, Christian going to whatever, everybody will mingle and they will do it together. So I don't know where this so-called the northern Islam or whatever they are practicing.
Well, the history of Islam in Yoruba land is trade, knowledge. The history of Islam in the north is more like jihad. You know,
maybe that's why.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, they tell you so. Moti Kia Samuri. I went to the mosque. Mokia Samu with my friends.
Patoski, should I tell you my name? As I'm talking to you, Patoski, I have a Christian name. My Christian name is Joseph.
Autant.
I used when I was young, I have a cousin who is a Christian because my father's younger sister married a Christian. Okay. So I have a Christian cousin. I used to this woman senior me, you know. In fact, as at maybe in the 80s, she was already married. And so as a young guy, whenever she's going to church, my mom would dress for me. I say, okay, follow your sister, go to
Can you imagine that?
Yes, now I will dress and follow her. We used to go for singing practice. You know, singing practice now, this fire, this thing. Every evening, that's I follow her, go there. So people, we don't see anything, you understand? Even traditional worshippers. You understand? If they are doing Egungun festival, Ogun, where they will cut the head of the dog like this, everybody will go there and watch what they are doing, and everybody will just be happy. Everybody will leave their own and go. You understand? And whenever, even when you see Christians, whatever, if they are doing anything, when they get to, when they are approaching a mosque, they will stop everything. You understand? They will stop that noise, and immediately they leave the place, they will continue whatever they are saying. The same thing.
Exactly.
It's just mutual respect.
I think the South is a lot different.
You know, we are politicized religion. We are politicized religion.
But take it to talk of they are also extremists too.
Not all this. Southwest is different. Of religion.
I don't know.
Who can Dracula voice with this one again?
South, they also.
Hey, why you sound like say you don't drink?
My Dracula voice.
You see, they are the worst when it comes
Your speaker don't blow, guy. Your speaker don't blow.
Hey, why call back in?
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's bad. Hello?
Okay. Okay. So you can go ahead.
No. What you guys are saying is true. I remember when I used to be in Lagos. Every time during Salah, my Yoruba Muslim friends, I'll go to their houses to eat. Even then they'll be toasting girls that are Christian, no problem. I mean, this thing that is happening now is not Nigerian. If we all look at what has been happening, even in the north, we never really used to have. I mean, we would have pockets of it, but the way it is now, it has never been like that before. It seemed like it got more and more radicalized in that region of the country. For whatever reason, I don't know. Maybe we need to.
Sure that some people are not trying to use it to achieve their own selfish goals.
It's possible. It's possible, but it's hard. We don't know now. But I know the thing. I know the thing is, even when we used to have Metasini, and if you recall, even the case that Lamido Sanusi got into when they had to send him to Lagos because Abacha would have killed him. Those things happened, but very, very rarely. They happen in small pockets. It's not like now. Now it seems like with these groups coming in, the amount of money they are making through kidnapping and all these things, the amount of weapons they have, and I think they are recruiting more and more of those young people in the north that are in poverty. And that there may be the most dangerous threat that we're facing. Because if it continues like this, we'll get to a point where they will have whole armies of people. And we don't know how to differentiate them. We don't know who's who. So we'll be fighting an invisible war. And that's why, when I say things like, someone like the Sultan of Sokoto, who is the Islamic leader in the country, has to be able to speak openly about this, but he doesn't. You rarely hear him say anything. You understand? So that is the part that frustrates me.
Sorry, because they are because they are afraid. Hold on, because they are afraid, just like our leaders and our politicians.
Yes, they are afraid.
Everybody's afraid, including Allah. Allah is afraid too.
Let me add to what Aizo said, please. I think my speaker is good now, right? So what Aizo said now, when we were growing up, I used to go to the farm, right? I'm not a Jebo like a lot of you here. When we meet Fulani people, Fulani Katorera in the farm, you are happy, trust me. Sometimes they actually give you fruit, they give you animal, they give you stuff, like you are happy. What Aizo said now, this Fulani that are really doing this damage, this kidnapping, I think most of them, they move it to Nigeria from West Africa countries. Then you have some of the Fulani on ground, they actually collaborate because that's why giving this to religious coalition is more dangerous because some of the kidnapping going on even in the south. South, we know how to do evil things before. But some of the kidnapping going on in the south, they are still these Fulani people. Because one of the advantages, they know Nigeria bushes. They know the bush. They can go through Kaduna and come out from Benin. They know all the route. This is the truth. And there is something Simba was saying, you guys will not take it very seriously. When it comes to Boko Haram, it's different. It's as a result of ignorance and lack of education. When you are calling the North, it's not that the Northerners are not educated. Even the core North, go and check the leaders in the North. Go into their family, go and study them. They are all well educated. Majority, you see them going to some of the best schools in the world. This is a fact. On a lack of education in the core North, I will blame it on the Northern leaders. They are the problem because in my own assessment of the situation is, I think they do need to have control of the commoners, and they don't know in the long run it's not going to benefit anybody. Like somebody was saying that they have good schools. Actually, it's true. When I serve in Zamfara State, I serve in Aliguso School. Aliguso School, I can tell you this for free. In Goso, anybody that knows Goso, it will compete. In fact, it's only maybe 2% of schools in the south that are better than Aliguso School in Zamfara. Aliguso built that school. If you see their computer lab, you will not believe. If you see their physics lab, you will not believe. Chemistry lab, I'm telling you, standard lab. In the south, we will have lab apart from some of the private schools. We don't. Standard lab. These schools was free. Aliguso built this school for free. It was not collecting penny from anybody. But most of them, they refuse to go attend schools. But if it's their own children, the leaders, the elite in the north, they will push them to the best school anywhere, Dubai, US, UK, everywhere. If you go study, if you know some local politicians, go and confirm where their students, where they were educated, where they are going to school correctly. So in the southwest, for example, one of the advantage why the Yorubas still really put Awolowo very high is because how he encouraged education in the southwest. Awolowo was telling the southwesterners, listen, the children of the poor you refuse to train, allow to go to school, there will be problem to your children. That is what you see that is going on in the north now. It's not too late. It's not too late. Because what we are seeing now is a child's play. You see all these riots, like say, for example, the Lagos riot, the EndSARS riot, you see in the south. I was telling people, I said, the only reason that riot did not survive, the northerners were not involved. If a riot break out from the north, oh man, this politician, they will see hell. Because now the number of uneducated people roaming the street is way too much. They are sitting on the keg of gunpowder. This is just the fact. The insecurity you are seeing, because people are too idle. People are roaming the street. No education, no hope. A friend of mine once said to me, said, if you see somebody does not have a hope, that person can do anything. You that is a graduate, you might be suffering, you might be thinking, oh, tomorrow God can bless me, I will have a good job. Oh, maybe you are having a business. God can pull a contract away for me, I will have a contract, I will make money. You are talking of people that don't know what to eat in the next minute, in the next day, the next week. So it's really a problem. The Northerners need to really sit up the leaders. I will blame them for whatever is going on in the north. I will blame them. So if this is not a bad religion, we might put in religion because the Muslim country, they are some of the best country in the world. Go to Dubai, go to Saudi, go to even Iran. You hear they tell you all the story. Iran have the highest number of female engineers in the world, all over in the world. Iran, you see, because they are not looking at when they go to all these countries. They see what go and see Saudi investment in AI, for example. Go and see the UAE what they are doing with technology. Like everybody is up. I don't attribute this thing to religion. I think they somehow the northern leaders they need to really like encourage both Western and if they want to do Islamic education, you can merge both together. Like I heard Aizo was talking about the Al-Majiri schools. They could have worked with Gulo Jonathan or whoever the next president, the governors, let them build Al-Majiri schools that are standard schools. Okay, leave the street. In fact, make a law. What is Al-Majiri? Those young children roaming the street, go arrest their parents. We have a country where people do what they like because there is a lot of incentive going
Thank
on.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me tell you this. Here now, if I admit a child, a school age child in the hospital now, the first thing that you hear their parents asking for, even before you discharge, is for me to write a sick leave for them because they have number of days that they can miss school. If you miss more than that number of days, if the child miss more than that, the parent will be arrested and jailed.
Yeah.
So these are the people that are this is where the Islam came from. You understand?
Let me even add to that. AY, are you familiar with what Lula da Silva did in Brazil his first term when he first came in office in the favelas in Brazil? When he came in, he had the same problem. Out of school children in Brazil, in favelas, parents, he set up a program where he was paying, he told parents, if you guarantee a certain amount of days consecutively of your children going to schools, they were verifying through the schools. The parents were getting a paycheck every month, once a month. And the school, it went from out of school children, something crazy, to almost 100% attendance in schools. So, given that there's poverty level, this thing is Nigerian government just if they apply that kind of approach, I'm telling you, all these you see all these people going to school.
Eyes on,
So,
they don't need to.
but can I come in?
All they need to do in Nigeria, let me tell you, school
fellow
feeding.
Nigerians.
School feeding. You know school feeding? That school feeding program, if they can start it again, let me tell you, all those kids, if they don't want to go to school, they because of food go to school because they know that at least one meal in a day, good meal, they will get it in school.
That's brilliant, and that would be very
You are
effective.
creating another loophole. Let me tell you what, you are creating another loophole. The reason why all these northern leaders refuse to educate their people is just because they want to hold on to power and they want to have ready-made tools to use. So now, what's the essence of ordering that? Money, power. So by the time you are introducing all those feeding, you are already creating another loophole. So the thing is this, I wanted to say, I heard you the other time talk of military and I heard Patostic talk of best school in the north. No. What we are seeing is this. When a child is growing up, that the formative year really matters. What you're able to instill in child between from the day they were born to maybe to their teenage age. Those things really matters. Whatever you are doing at the level of a higher institution, all those things are just extra. So because they will have developed their habits even before they become an adult. They become adults. So the thing is this: we are talking of basic education, like primary and secondary education, whereby you teach them the right value to exist as a patriotic citizen of any nation. Amajiri school that Jonathan was building, he built them. So Simba, please don't discard it. There were evidences that this man built it, but all these criminals, leaders, they suspended it after everything because it was becoming something like a threat to them. Then on your suggestion about the military, you know me. If you want to trigger me today, just mention Buhari. You understand? The entirety of this place will pack up. Because, see, we are countries of multi-ethnic group. So we are not China. that we they have a particular tribe that was about 87% or about 90% of the tribe. So the system that work there is going to be different from the system that work here. So we are different from United Arab Emirates, that they are homogeneous, almost homogeneous in their population. The system that work there, we work there. We cannot work in Nigeria. So you have to look at the only thing that work for us is democracy. Now, when we are talking of Abacha, good to talk about Abacha, but we are not looking at a bad egg like Buhari. You understand? That was trying to resettle his Fulani kinsmen in Nigeria. So you gave that guy power, and all of a sudden you woke up in the morning and you start seeing foreign faces around you. That's what a dictatorship or military administration or maybe monarchy system can do to you. So complaining about democracy as a problem, democracy is not a problem. Democracy is not a problem. How we structure our country is the problem. That was why that when I discussed it, I tried to suggest solution. I see Prince Daddy trying to say I'm afraid. I'm not afraid. What I've been doing since is to just countering American narratives and just give our own solution. I gave two. Okay, you say if they empower the local people, you are talking of communal caches. I said, okay, no problem. After all, I suggested two. Then redeploy all the policies, all the police staff to the state of origin. You understand? I even went to the extent that so that there won't be only one inspector general of police that will be ethnically biased that will be controlling them. Make all the commissioner of police for that state, you understand, to be the head of the police and let them be responsible to the presidency. What do we want again? At least for the short term. You understand? At least for the short term. Let's do that. Then, if we are able to limit the insecurity to northeast and north south and northwest, then that's their own problem. Because if we give the north central to fend off all these criminals, and if they want to escape to the south, and the south again sandwich them and pie all of them, they will run out. Then, if northeast want to accommodate them, let them accommodate them. And this idea of sharing money too, we have to look at how we share our money. We start spending money on any terrorist rehabilitation. So everything that provides incentives to all these kind of northern leaders that want to, die in the position of power, we should find a way to disincentivize all those stuff. That's kind of my suggestion I'm bringing. So to me, we should be talking more of our solution rather than worshiping the Trump that Americans cannot even trust. So why should me be a Nigerian trust that? If you so much love those Christians, go to the IDP camp and start loading them to your country as refugee. After all, I'm in Canada. Canada still bringing some refugees. When we like United States, or when will Trump go to Nigeria and bring some refugees that are Christian from the North Central because he so much love them and bring them to their country to protect them? So let's see. Let's just find a solution to our problem. That's the only thing I'm after. Thank you.
I actually love that your point of the commissioner of police reporting to the president. You see, this is the way we should be thinking. Our leaders are not thinking. So when you are talking about restructuring, it's not a one-way approach. You look for a way how to solve a problem. Okay, we have a problem. Everybody agree we have insecurity. Everybody will agree with. They should think. You have to think. Okay, how can we can't be doing the same thing. If you actually demand that sending most of the police going to, for example, Kaduna State, they are from Kaduna, send them down there. Redefine the work of the IG. Like we can actually do. If you want to create state police, that is what will be better for the country. Do it. But we are just there, the same thing. We are saying democracy. We have House of Rep. We have Senate. We are wasting money. What are we even doing with all this house? Cancel one house, but they say democracy. No, it's only African man I see. We can't think outside the box. Like you look at what are we doing with Rep? 360 people wasting money, looting money. Just leave the Senate and let's think of how to move the country forward. Look at when you see them discussing. Akpabio don't care about his security. He only care about his budget. So it's really it's sad what is going on. The corruption is massive. We in the security settings. That is, I think that is our major problem. Police are not doing their work. You see now soldiers on the road is now like very common. They collect money like before. Where we soldiers collect money from you. If you even want to give them money, they will come down there. Now soldiers, they are collecting money on the road. I just got back from Nigeria last month. You see them, they asking for money. Everybody is money, bully. Honestly, if we don't do something about Nigeria, I fear it's gonna come to an end. We have to do something. There is no, if this president is not ready because of his political convenience, let's vote him out. Look for somebody that we think can do something about Nigeria, that will not look at what, even if he is gonna lose his life, he's ready to take the risk. That is what we need. We have issues, so I'm not gonna sit out here and pretend the insecurity is number one. You have to look for a way to solve it. Very urgent. If what Trump is doing is gonna push them to the wall to wake up from their slumber and get it done, so be it. We have issues. It's too much. The madness is. Now you are driving on the road. A driver that was driving me, for example, he was gonna tell you, "Oh, last week they kidnapped here at this spot. Oh, they were sold there 1 kilometer away." It's like norm. They take kidnapping now. It's like normal thing. So it's more like, yeah, I saw that they almost tried to stop me. Then I ran away. I escaped. I revised. You think this is fib? Like the way they say it, they don't know your heart want to run out, but they're telling you like it's so funny. It's like we don't know what is going on. They just stop a bus, they take everybody, line them up inside the bush, and they will just go. Even when you call the soldier, call the police, they can't do anything about it. They can't say, okay, let's cop this bush, let's see how we can help these people. So that is the state where we are, of which if I want to live in Nigeria today, you have to protect yourself. You have to, because even the police you want to carry, the military, you don't even trust them. You have to look for a way to protect yourself. I know one rich man. Now, one driver that took me around, he said if he is traveling now, he doesn't even use military because he's scared. He will use like the normal taxi, like you will not even know it's inside that car. He will just sit there at the back. So it's not funny. We should not be look for a way to fight ourselves. The Nigerian people need to put pressure on the government. Let them wake up and look for a way to protect Nigerians. That's the way me I see it. It's very irritating, to be honest. Thank you.
Remy. Osimba is there anyway.
Remy is not ready to talk. He has been coming in and out since.
So
Simba, which city are you?
You want to arrest me?
If you don't want to say, it's okay. No, the reason the reason I was asking me, if you go to Saudi, right? I said even at 2 a.m. you see children and women. They are playing. There was hotel I was living in Saudi last time I went to Saudi. You will see them even 2 a.m. you see children running around. You see women sitting down. Like I'm like, this is the kind of Nigeria I want to have, where we used to have this kind of stuff where they will send away we were little. 2 kilometers, you will walk and go drop a message. Now you can't even send a child to go outside and bring you something. You have to be protected. We used to walk to school, like nobody will take us to school. You go to school and come back.
Life here, because of their weather.
Right.
They live a night life here now.
Yeah, I know. You see everybody moving around freely.
You see what we said over is this: anything that can capture the mind of the people, the power brokers, the politicians, they use that thing, they weaponize it to manipulate the people.
Right.
That's where religion fall to. That's where media fall to.
Sure, God bless you. That's what I wanted to say. And the power of programming. Simba, I want to ask you a question. Sorry. In Saudi, their Quranic school, How is it organized? Can you just go and start a
There's
Quranic
nothing
school?
like Quranic school in Saudi. They go
Eh,
for
Patoski,
conventional school.
all those Islamic country, even those ones that use Sharia, they are not. I'm talking of the good one anyway. I'm talking of UAE, Qatar. I'm talking of Saudi Arabia. I'm not talking of
Since
America.
I've been here, let me tell you one thing. Since I've been here, I've never seen any place where they are doing pitching, and
Like
I've
that one.
never seen it. And there is nothing like a Quranic school. Everybody goes to conventional school.
So where do you learn Quran?
So,
Abisimba, where do you
you
learn
learn it
Quran
in
if you want to
school.
learn Quran?
Let
You
me
learn
tell
it
you,
in school. It's
even
part of the curriculum.
it's part of what you learn in school. Patoski, let me tell you, even when we were growing up, even in the Southwest, the same school that we attended for normal education, I'm talking about Western education, is that same school that will go back in the evening for Quranic school. And we even have classes. We have primary 1, primary 2, primary 3, also in Quranic school.
In
You
Oshogo there, in
understand?
Oshun.
In
Even
Osun
a
so
now.
lot of those schools in Nigeria, and even in Lagos now,
In
they're
Osun.
everywhere. They're everywhere. You even in the north.
I think what Nigerians should be doing now is this: when we are to identify all these leaders, let some of us that are here start pushing this
And
agenda
you know
instead
the
of.
funny thing, sorry Ola for cutting you short. The teacher that was teaching us then was employed by the community. You understand? Muslim community, and he gets salary. So it's not that kind of almonjiri kind of thing that you say, okay, you send, we go like 2 or 3 hours and everybody goes back to their houses.
That's good. Because
So,
you know why?
like I heard Patoski the other time too. You understand? He's good at Patoski. He said, see, Patoski, I understand what you are saying. That okay, whether Christians have been targeted, there is a likelihood of that. Nobody is denying that. But this is the point. This is the point I want you to take. This thing. Okay, if you say that okay, Plateau is 90% of Christians, and some people that think they fail to establish the Emirates during that Ottoman Fodio jihad. Now, if they think, okay, they still want to move to that place and enthrone the Emirates. Meanwhile, there are reasons behind this Emirates. It's not because they want to make the people to be okay spiritually by bringing their religion. No, it's either the resources in terms of fertile land or the resources that is under the ground. Now they look at it. Okay, you have a 10% Muslim somewhere, and you know that you've already used a religion to control before. The only thing they can do is to have some kind of conflicts, and they will bring some kind of radicalized preaching, use adding on that religion to do their things. You know, that is why you will believe that okay, these people are intentionally targeting Christian. Of course, because where they are going to is Christian dominated, and they want to expand. They need to win some people to join them along their criminality. That is exactly what that is the way it is. But if you think if you think it's not like that, that was why I was asking the other time is this: how come we don't have others like Hausa and all those other people that are part of the North joining them? Why is the narrative, why is the configuration limited to the criminal and terrorist that are from Fulani origin? I'm trying to separate the entirety of Fulani Nigeria now, that are just that group of terrorists, and group of those criminals are from a particular ethnic group, because Islam is not limited to Fulani. You understand? We should be seeing, if someone comes to, if someone arrived today and told me that okay, oh, we just discovered that 60, no, even 30% of these terrorists are Hausas, then I will just give up. You understand? Just say for 30% of them are Hausas, then I will just give up.
No, you know
So
why it happens like that? the Fulani brand of Islam is a very interesting one. It's just like the brand of Islam that got into Egypt. When a group or a brand of Islam got to Egypt, do you know what they did? And I'll give you instances. They went to Alexandria. The library in Alexandria used to be one of the biggest libraries in the world. They burnt down the entire library. When they got to Mali, when I got to Mali, you know, the first university in Africa was in Timbuktu, Mali, built by Mansa Musa. They still have their manuscript and their research work. When I got there, they went for those manuscripts to destroy them. I don't know what education did to them. Oh. They destroyed those manuscripts. People that have been preserving these manuscripts, hiding them, those people started burying manuscripts, hiding them in places. The same way they call to Nigeria, they say Boko Haram. Book is a sin. Western education or whatever. It's not just Western education. They hate knowledge because people that are not knowledgeable are easily to radicalize. That's why that kind of Islam cannot thrive in the West.
Atoski, what do we even call Western education? What do you mean by Western education?
Don't mind them. Don't mind them. It's education they are going for. Is the library in Timbuktu Western oriented? Is it not Africa?
The oldest university in Nigeria is in Egypt, and they are Arab. So, what type of education are they? What are they learning in that university?
After education, they want people to be. They don't
Can
want
I
them to
contribute now?
So that they can program them.
Uncle Remy, you will come, Jerry will be calling you. See, I told you what
no, sorry, I don't know what's wrong with my computer, and I don't know what's wrong, but I'm on with my phone now.
No, you bought a very cheap computer and you're asking me what's wrong with your computer.
No, who told you? I'm using MacBook.
Guys, send me
$1,500
now. I will sell you a computer that you will use for the next day.
Give me the name.
I said send $1,500.
Why should I send $1,500? My computer is more expensive.
To buy computer now when you are using a fake computer.
I'm not using a fake computer.
Customize it so that
you see what you have caused. Why did you bring him in again? He has been in out of this place now.
No, ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ni mo gbọ́dọ̀ allow.
You just like to. Okay, let me quickly contribute. So, you guys, you have spoken very well, and I think the problem with our country are numerous, and we cannot solve everything at a go. But I think what is happening in the northern part of the country clearly shows that we have been infiltrated by both Fulani, that their brand of Islam is totally different from what they used to practice among the majority Hausa people there. So, and I think there's I think there's an external forces also sponsoring these guys. And my mind goes to UAE, okay? They are the one that like to sponsor this kind of awkward Islam that they only believe. We also have our own problem, but I have an idea.
No, why do you think
No, I mean, why you are taking this? Why would they like to do that? Because their country is extremely peaceful. Why would they do that?
And they are even supporting us in our fight.
So the same question we can also ask the Western world. Why they also want to destabilize some developing country too?
No, Remy, because this were people that first listed those sponsors of terror in Nigeria. If you say they are sponsoring them, why did United Arab Emirates now took time to publish the name and sending even the name to our authorities in Nigeria?
Exactly. If you say Qatar,
so that is that. I said my mind goes to them. The reason why I said my mind goes to them, I read the report. No, listen. I read the report that they said their hand also some part of them, their hand is into this kind of sponsor or this kind of weird Islamic or some. Yes, their hand is also there. But I'm thinking about a suggestion, because I'm thinking about when you move from state to state, you must register your residency immediately. If you can, no matter where you come from, immediately you move from Kano to Oyo, you must register your residency. So by registering your residency, we can know what's your name, where are you coming from, where are you living in that state.
How do you, which
Is
possible?
that not practicable? Is it not
How is
practicable
it
in Nigeria?
practicable?
Remy,
So
that's
Why
you
if you
know,
not?
want to live. That's if you
It's
want to live
practicable.
permanently in that state
Let me
now.
tell you one thing. If I just change address only in the same city, if I just change address only, it's a must for me to even
Yes,
update my
now
driver license.
No, but
Ola,
Remy,
even we
because
have not even we
Remy,
don't even
Remy,
know how
hold
many
on.
people we
Sorry,
have. We don't
Remy.
even know who is who in
That's if you
Nigeria.
move. No, Remy, that's if you move to relocate to that state. If you are just going there
that's
for
what I'm
few days
saying.
to blow up your place, they don't need to be staying there now. They only need intelligence and
But,
go there and go out. So
but,
what would that
but,
registration do?
How will
no,
you
no,
know
no.
To
If they
come
are
somebody
and
coming
enter
buy
to
the
your
your,
bush?
to come and buy your seed in your state.
what about?
How will you know somebody that entered the bush? How will you know?
Somebody that just came in, entered the bush, did his work. The people in our world, did they register in Ondo State?
No,
They are
that
from
is why I
Kogi
said.
State now.
That is why I said we are talking about solution. We have a
That
big
solution that
Exactly.
you
problem
know
in
We
our
have to
land.
it's not
brainstorm.
it will work.
We have no, no,
You
no.
have
I
to
agree with
brainstorm.
Remy. We have to brainstorm. No, that means simply in the brainstorm session. I agree with you. Please, let's continue. No, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. It's not a matter of
No,
laughter.
we are
I
going
do.
to brainstorm and tell
Don't
you
mind
that that
that.
will not
Don't
work.
mind Baba Simba
Bring another one.
and Patosi. They are the
Bring another
Methuselahs.
one.
Okay. Okay,
No,
I'll
don't
bring
don't.
another one I want to bring. Another one I want to
No,
bring.
another one is I mean resource control.
No. And another one I want to bring is going to be weird,
Religion.
but I think we also need it. It's high time we started carrying gun, license gun.
Oh, Obaton, that one self no go work. Let me give you another reason.
But no. Why is everything not going to work? This one will not work. That one will not. What will work?
If you say you
If you
carry
had my
gun,
gun with
everybody,
me, nobody will
that means
just
all
come.
of us will kill ourselves and die.
That is civil.
Okay, Patoski, let me give an example of why even it does not necessarily it can even be private security. I support private security, the deployment of our police, all those stuff. Now I have a friend that have a 1,200 hectares of land that he uses to do cassava. You understand? He employed 4 policemen. You understand? Those 4 policemen are running shift in his farmland. Do you know that they've never come to attack this guy? But so when it was time for this guy to renew his this thing, you understand? They didn't renew for him, but fortunately for him, he was able to get about 1,600 hectares of land from another area. Now the question is this: that guy, while he was farming, he brought some kind of stability there because of his own idea of security around his farmland. You understand? By engaging for actually it was 6 policemen. Sorry, it was 6 policemen. They were having some kind of duty change. So now that environment was beginning to stable throughout those periods. Nobody enter his farm, and there used to be some kind of attack around those areas. But when he brought in security to that place, they avoided his area. So the question is this: why didn't they renew for that such kind of guy? You should be asking yourself question. So it simply means some people seems to enjoy this insecurity, you know. So I agree with you, Remy. The only thing is this: don't license individual with gun in the yard because let me tell you one thing. Even from this forum alone, from this forum we are alone. If you license gun, I say make everybody show face. God save us if we have 2 people left at the end of the day. You understand?
Yeah.
So that's the kind of
But
person we are.
I know one person that will not use the gun, and it's Elder Pastor Patoski.
So we have just told you that it won't work.
Yeah,
So
I know. We are just trying.
You guys,
We are just trying
let
to
me
look
ask
brainstorm
at.
you a
again.
question.
Brainstorm.
What can you
Okay,
Brainstorm.
we
even
are just
say?
looking.
What
You guys have
Remy?
talked about let me talk. Sorry, Simba, please. You guys have talked about state policing, which I totally agree
Correct.
with.
That would work.
Yeah, and I think what I want to say now is this. I think the leaders, the political leader, especially in the northwest and northeast, I think they are the root cause of this problem. The reason
No,
why I
but
say so
Remy,
is
let me ask you,
Mhm.
why is it difficult? Why is it taking this long for Tinubu to push state police? Look at the way he pushed the tax reform. even when the North were opposing it, he was able to manage it and push through. Why is it
Actually, the
difficult
problem they're
on him?
having about state
Even
police.
Patoski, pending that time self redeployment is not something. The other
Yeah.
this is one of the reasons we blame the like of Jonathan. They are low hanging. You understand? Even redeployment of those police, restructuring within the police. Okay, everybody move to your state of origin. It's not something. I know some people may want to shout, "Oh, tribalism." You go and shout tribalism when they deploy your state police to your state now. First of all, redeploy the police to the states.
Yes.
You understand?
But do you know a state like
Not
Bayelsa
forever.
might be under police, so because they don't have enough people in the
And let
police.
them go and get more men now.
And hey, that's how it's supposed to be.
If state like Bayelsa don't have police, then they can employ private security. Don't they have private security? Let me give you another thing that
No,
somebody.
if they don't have enough people, they can employ from another state now.
Exactly. Do you know that? Let me give you
Ali,
another example that
force resolved.
somebody in the comment section suggesting that. Look at in the West. Do you know that not only farms are registered, even the cattle have plate number like car.
Yes, exactly.
So
You're right.
now, if somebody eats this thing, all I need is just take a picture of it, take a picture of the cattle, the plate number. I don't need to fight them. I'll just go and report to the police. They will seize all the cattle and use the money to replace the produce of my farm now. That's all. So we don't need. Let them register. If you are not a registered header, you cannot be leading cattle all over the
When
place.
are we going to stop discussing this issue?
When our government take it serious, I'm telling you.
This Trump.
But Patoski, if I must update you about what is going on, there's a serious fire from the Nigerian Air Force and the Nigerian police in the northwest, northeast, and Kwara State. They are taking the fight to them for the last 2 weeks now.
So
they have been taking the fight to them.
They need Trump to make them do it, or did we just recruit another new set of?
I think the problem we are having is that, to tell you the truth, our military are already military politicians. Everybody is just thinking about what kind of money they will get from it.
So where did they get these ones?
I think they are making money from it. That's just it.
Yeah, they are making money from it, and sometimes they deliberately slow down or deliberately let them have this insurgency so that they can get money into their own pocket. I think what we must do as a first thing is this. But if you said, okay, you are sending soldier only from Bonu to come and maintain security, I doubt whether they will do it very well because they cannot kill their own people. And if we send people from the southwest to go and maintain security in the northern part of the country, if they started buying them, they will shout tribalism. So, in fact, I don't know. To me, when
they will buy their own people. Because if their own people are the one find their cousin, they
will okay. So
forget that one.
So I think at the end of the day,
for Lagos, all those boys where they rob for Lagos, I want to do that and they know Yoruba boys. Why would they not say
instant justice?
What can you people say about election in Anambra State?
That one is
I bet you can ask Patoski. He's obedient, halfway.
I'm not obedient to.
I'm just kidding. I'm just pulling your leg.
No, it's sympathize. Is a sympathizer. He sympathize with them sometimes.
I sympathize.
But actually, that result clearly shows that there is no opposition in Nigeria.
Anambra.
In Anambra, even when you look at the election result itself, I was thinking that maybe Labour Party will probably came second. But look at the result; they don't have nothing.
Do you know that Obi lost in his polling unit?
Even the candidate of LP also lost in his polling unit. They lost that big way.
ADC doesn't have candidates, right?
They have, but
APC
they came third
second
now. APC came second, PDP came third. I don't know what ADC or LP, I don't know their positions.
No, PDP came third. PDP 1,000. Okay, yeah, PDP came third, 1,400, yeah.
AAC, Showore Party, the woman, the lady, got about 20-something votes.
That YPP lady trial. We beat the Labour Party, beat SDP, beat the Beat this thing.
YPP is very strong in Anambra. It was a part of that Umba that passed away. So they were quite so
Not
they
in
were the one
Anambra, it's only
that
that territorial district there.
yes,
That
it was.
Sorry,
Uba.
what is Obi doing for God's sake? What is he doing? What is that?
Obi already ran out
Obi
of
is not on the
steam now.
ballot. No, that's a different case. Obi is not on
He's
the
already
ballot.
ran out of steam. Nothing to
No,
do
what do you mean by
anymore.
Obi is not on the ballot?
Yes, now because if you remember 2022, the same way you people say, well, when they do the Osun election, you get 2,700. They say it's a Labour Party, 2,700. These people that want to win.
No.
But at
Miss,
the end of the day, something. Huh?
What I want to tell you is that this is post 2023 election. This is not before 2023 election. Post 2023 election, we must have been seeing the strength of Obi now. After
But they don't have candidates. I better
no,
just
let me finish. You understand what I'm
They
trying
have
to say?
candidates.
no.
Oh. What are you saying
I'm
that
They
trying
don't
to
have
talk about
no. They
Obi's
have
success.
one in ADC, one in Labour Party, both kind of confusion party with that one.
No. What I'm
they
trying to
have
say,
candidates in Labour
they
Party
have
now?
No,
candidates. They
That's
have
what I'm
Remy.
saying. They
candidates.
have the Labour
Remy,
Party, they
what
have the
this guy is
ADC
saying,
too.
what he's saying is that this is not a reflection of Obi performance
But
in
I do not agree
2027.
with him.
No,
I'm
let him
trying to.
finish. Let me finish. He's
Okay.
saying that this is not going to be the reflection of an Obi performance in 2027. That's what he's saying. And he's
But
saying the truth. Because that's
but
how you were making man. Obi will not even win one state. One Emeka or Bishop was
no.
casting.
I am not talking. I am not
Tinubu is
talking
not
about
thinking
that.
like you guys, though.
No.
Tinubu knows he'll be a threat, though. Leave that one.
No, I'm
All
not saying
politicians today, everybody know Obi is the only threat. That is
no.
why they have not even announced a party. So everybody is passing. Where is the party? No. Let Obi
No.
Why
announce
do
party.
you
They
think
will
ADC
destroy
did
before
not
that day.
rush and just choose Atiku?
Can I say my
If not
own?
because they beg Obi make it their land.
Can I?
No,
Can,
By
the
now,
issue is, I understand what people are saying, but why is Obi not? Is not demonstrating a leadership. What
But
is his state?
Obidien told you before, right?
Let me say this.
Wait. Obidien
Sorry.
told
Let
you
me
right
say
from
this.
beginning. They are not Labour Party. They are only for Obi. It's just like Trump,
Let me
the
say. Let
mega
me say
movement.
this. Let me say this. What I'm looking at is not what you guys are looking at. I am looking at a person that came third with over 6 million votes in 2023. And this is in the next 1 year or 1.5 years, we are going to have another presidential election. I'm trying to tell you that this guy have lost steam. Even a lot of followers
No,
have
that is
left
to you,
him.
what you
So
want to
no,
believe.
let me
Nothing
finish.
like that. Nothing like that.
Let me finish.
Nothing
There's
like
no.
that. Let's
Let
go
me
somewhere
finish
else.
first. Let me finish.
Just want to.
There is no. Look at the parameters. There is no element of surprises anymore. Sorry, there is no element of surprises anymore. We are not talking about church. Take back your country. We are not talking about tribal politics. You have to look at the states that their governors.
And
If
what
it's
you have done is more than
let
there.
me finish now.
What you have done is
Let
no more
me
than there, sir.
you continue to interject. I don't like it.
No, but
Sorry.
you have said this
Let
more than
me
1 million
finish
times
see
now.
now.
something now. Church take back your country, but now it's even genocide. So which one
It's
is
even
better?
genocide. I just tired. I know they see the other side.
Which one's
If I
stronger?
was to be, I would just stay on this thing, sir.
If it is
But
church, take back your
it's
country.
difficult for him
Remy,
to stay on this.
Remy,
Why
The
not?
reason
Remy,
why
Is
it's
that not
Remy,
difficult.
genocide?
Remy, if the Christian voted,
Huh?
if they voted on church, take back your country, and they voted like that, what do you think will be their vote on the
Huh?
ground
It's
of
genocide.
genocide?
What are you
But it's
talking?
different. It's different. Let me
It's
tell you why
not.
it's different.
As a Christian, I'm telling you what is
Relax.
happening now.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you why it's different.
Okay.
If
As the
Obi
pastor for
now,
Nigeria, they tell you what they
okay,
happen now.
Electoral expert, you
let
want
us. Okay,
lecture
it's
us.
like you don't want me to talk now. It's different. If Obi capitalize on what is going on now, that means majority of the vote in Nigeria always come from the northern part of the country, and predominantly they are Muslim. That means Obi is pitting himself against the majority of the northern candidate.
That is what he said.
Let me
Don't
finish.
lie. Don't forget that one. That is like Adama, why have Christian? Taraba has 70%. Plateau, what is that called? Nasarawa, Benue. Many places have
Even
Christian
Borno, you have
not.
Christians now.
No,
So Gombe, you
Nasarawa
have
have
Christian.
more
So what are you
Muslim.
talking? Leave that one.
No, no.
Muslim.
You are just okay. The way you are looking at it, you are looking at it
You are
in a
not looking
more
at it in any way. You are just looking at it in a tribal way or
simplified. You will not. Okay, go ahead. Say whatever you want. After
you
you,
are
I will talk.
looking it. Forget we know ourselves here.
No,
You
no.
are
Go
just
ahead. When you
looking it.
finish, I will say my own.
You are looking it in hatred way. Finish, not any other thing. You don't want to see the truth. The
No,
truth is
I'm
there.
not looking
If
at
I
it.
was
Because you
Obi,
don't let
if
me
I was
talk,
Obi,
I'm not looking at it from the HL way at all. I'm not looking at it from the HL way. What I'm trying to tell you is this: it's very difficult for both Atiku. Listen, it's very difficult for both Atiku and Obi to use what is happening now as a campaign slogan. It's very difficult. That's number one.
why is it difficult? We are talking about
I'll tell you
politics.
why
You are
it's
telling me
difficult. Because
something else.
damn me, you are supporting divisiveness in that
No, which
country
are the
against the
division?
two
Where
major
Tinubu
religions.
was, when
It's
Tinubu was going to, you see now, this thing I don't like. This is
They not
hypocrisy.
use them. Tinubu no use them.
Tinubu don't use them.
Tinubu, no,
What are you
Tinubu
talking?
used, no, oh, relax.
In
Tinubu used
2015.
Muslim ticket,
In,
but it
in
did not go to
2015.
Moses. No,
In
relax. It did not go
2015,
to
didn't
Moses.
Buhari use it? In
It did not
Wait,
go to
2015.
Moses and be
let me
telling
tell
them,
you, now, let me tell you, you don't
okay,
know. Because you want to inform, you don't know. Tinubu, we are seeing the gather all clerics, gather together and say, this is Muslim in the north. This is Muslim. We must support it. It's a jihadist.
Should we take discussion to the background now? Should we?
Okay. Oh, I
they
I'm
don't
just
won't
know.
allow
asking
you to
you.
talk.
No,
Didn't you just continue to
we have three moderator and everybody. Should we? Should we go to the
go
background
ahead?
so that we can
Let's go now.
Go ahead.
scatter ground? Okay.
Anybody that want to join, let's post a link so that if anybody want to join can join now.
Okay. So that everybody can argue to the full. I don't say we
I'm not going to
about to
argue.
have our.
I'm not. I don't have the
No,
voice.
they argue no, the point.
Money point. Don't let me talk.
Oh, the
Now.